and welcome to Buddy System. It's the Shadowverse tournament where your favorite streamers pair up with some of the greatest minds in Shadowverse, all to compete to see who's #1. And it's taking place here in the Tempo Storm Studios in Los Angeles. I'm your host, Ovilee May, and I am joined once again by Potwasher and Will Scarlett. Guys, I'm excited for some more Buddy System. How about you?
I'm super excited. It was great being here last time. I felt like I learned a lot. I had a great time, and I'm looking forward to having another great time.
And I believe we have some interesting deck options that, Potwasher, you're going to walk us through later, but is that something that you're excited to see?
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit different decks this time around, kind of a blast from the past for our competitors because we're building off of pre-built decks and then changing some cards around. There's going to be some deck limitations, and we're going to see that in full effect.
We're going to get into that deck format a little bit later, but first let's go ahead and look at the tournament format for today. Each team has, like we said, has one streamer and one professional Shadowverse player who is acting as their coach. Each team is allowed a maximum of 2 decks per team, although they are using pre-built decks as their core for this tournament today. The tournament is a best-of-3 single elimination, and we're starting with quarterfinals. Coaching rules in Game 1, there are absolutely no coaching restrictions, which means that the coach can backseat game, tell the player what they want them to do for the entirety of Game 1. But in Games 2 and 3, the coaches will be muted during those even turns, which adds that little extra layer of difficulty. Now in first place, they're going to take home $2,500, second place $1,500, and third place, still not too shabby, $1,000. Now that's what all of our competitors are playing for here today, but for everyone who's watching at home, you guys could actually win something too. All you have to do is open up Twitter and use that hashtag #SVBuddySystem, and you could walk away with some card packs. Maybe you could build your own deck, experiment, supplement with what you have. Who knows? Get crazy with it. But let's go ahead and look at the teams and players who are participating today. We've got new faces, we've got old faces, we've got new team names. The person who sticks out to me the most right now is probably Hot Meowth. We see him coming in with Coach Zero Fine. Potwasher, for you, anyone who's sticking out?
Yeah, Hot Meowth is a player who actually has played quite a bit of Shadowverse in the past. I faced him in a tournament before, and that's really exciting to see him here along with Coach Zero Fine. So I think they're the pair to look out for this time around.
What about you, Will? Anyone that you see, maybe you recognize from the other card game days?
If any card game player worth his salt knows the man at the bottom left-hand corner, BlessRNG, everyone is dying to have that guy on his side. But now that he's actually on a team, there's no stopping him.
Yeah, it's the first time that he's joining us for Buddy System. Let's go ahead and take a look at today's schedule so we know when they're playing. Game 1, we're going to see Bebo Boop and Coach Essia take on Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine, who has a pretty nice track record in Buddy System so far. And in Game 2, we are going to see the battle of the global emotes, BlessRNG and Coach Akumaru Red taking on Tempo Storm Trihex and Cure Mango. That's a match I'm excited for. But in Game 3, we have Amazonian and Coach Hishiro taking on Deathsea and Azure Cloud. And in Game 4, we have Alias V and Coach Lewis the Panda taking on Snake Nade and Pain. So we have got a full schedule of games today. I'm very excited for them. But let's go ahead and talk about this pre-built deck element that each players are going to have to play with and navigate through today. So Potwasher, who built these decks? Where are they coming from? And how do they choose them?
Yeah, the most recent pre-built decks were released a little bit ago in the previous expansion, so we are going to get to see some similar decks from what you might have seen last expansion. We see Mono Garnet Rebel repping Garnet Defiance. We're going to see a lot of Bloodcraft decks today, along with Swordcraft. We see Leisha on the front, but again, kind of a mech-based deck. We also see a Havencraft deck later on, and a Dragoncraft deck, so things to look out for.
Yeah, this is really cool, especially the concept of a starter deck, especially in an online client, is relatively new. And it's also very helpful just because, especially even as a card game veteran, when I hop into a new card game, I see all these cards flying across the screen when I'm opening these packs. I'm like, I don't want to read all these. It's very overwhelming. So the fact that they have starter decks that you can just buy instantly, be competitive immediately is such a nice thing to have.
Yeah, definitely. I will say that whenever I'm starting a new card game, Shadowverse specifically, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's just so many different cards. What's broken? What's OP? Like, what can I use to win? And having the idea of a pre-built deck with good cards in it, like that's just so comforting and lets me know that, okay, I can get in here and I can try to fight with the people who've been here a little bit longer than me. But let's talk about this first match. Bebo Boop taking on Hot Meowth. That is a Bloodcraft deck taken on Haven, and I believe we have the Bloodcraft deck ready along with those key cards. So this is going to be Team Tomine with their deck Surround Sound.
Yeah, this is going to be a Mech Blood deck. Very, very powerful. If you look at the list, it looks like a regular constructed deck. In fact, a tier 1 deck from just one expansion ago. So that's very, very powerful. We see Techno Lord and Mono Garnet Rebel, some of the most important cards today. Mech decks in particular have a lot of 1/1 tokens with the assembly droids, which are 1/1s, and Mech Blood in particular has to balance hand size as well as mech followers destroyed. So that's something to look out for. Technolord, very powerful removal in the mid to late game, but early on it's not going to deal a lot of damage. Balancing things like that, it's going to be really important.
So to pop in for a second, I know that these are pre-built decks, but they do have that wiggle room and they are allowed to add their own cards and make their own adjustments. So did you see anything there?
It's pretty incredible how strong of a deck that Essia was able to create with just the 10 card difference. And we're going to see that time and time again as we go through these decks. But all these decks are quite strong for only being able to just maybe 10 cards from each pre-built deck.
And I believe we have deck 2 right here, and this is Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine's Brothers Reunited, the best girl deck right here. And here we see the return of Alana.
But this is pretty crazy. Zero Fine was somehow able to force this Alana deck in this restricted format, which Alana isn't part of the pre-built deck. So he had to fit in Alana, Kel, Bell, and the 10th card is Robo Goblin. So everything else was part of the pre-built deck. We see some unusual choices like Ephemera Sword Angel, one of my favorite cards of all time, I'd say, as well as Father Refinement, which has a ton of synergy with the deck overall. The only issue is that the deck has slightly less card draw. It's going to be slightly less consistent overall, and has some kind of weaker cards. Maybe Sonya, Protector of Hope. That might be slightly difficult to use sometimes, but in the late game, if you're able to drop a big ward down, that's still going to be really, really strong.
So then who do you think has the upper hand in this matchup then?
Yeah, this matchup is going to be really hard to call. Matchup-wise, I think Bloodcraft is going to be favored. Not only was it slightly favored when each of these decks were in their prime, not only that, the Havencraft deck is slightly weaker than how it could be, and on top of that, but if you look at the player matchups, Hot Meowth, so much experience in Shadowverse, Zero Fine, one of the best coaches we've seen. It's going to be really close.
And here we have our players taking the screen. Bebo Boop on the left side, Coach Essia in his ear. And is that a Santa Pikachu right behind him? I don't know. We had cats, we had dogs before as cheering companions, but can they take on Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine? Because, I mean, like we've seen in Buddy System so far, Coach Zero Fine, pretty good track record. Let's go ahead and jump into game 1 and see who takes it.
All right, now, Potwasher, you mentioned that the Havencraft deck isn't as good as it could be. It was not as good as it was in its prime. So what is the specific cards that are missing that is preventing it from being, quote-unquote, in its prime, in its peak condition?
The key card is going to be the 3-cost Queen of... Man, I don't remember the full card name, but the 3-cost 3/3 follower that whenever you heal something, not just your leader, but whenever you heal, you draw a card. So that, wow.
Right, 3 of a kind.
Wow. But, so that would make your deck way more consistent, as well as let you just draw more cards and keep up with resources. and it was really important for that. And we're also missing cards like Realm of Repose, which blocks extra damage that the opponent does above 3, as well as makes it so the opponent can't attack into your own followers. It's a pretty complicated card, a little bit difficult to use, but with the deck restrictions, with the number of cards that they were able to change, Hot Meowth and Zerofine, they weren't able to put Realm of Repose into the deck. So that means that Bloodcraft, when they get the Mono online, Mono is always going to deal 6 or more damage at a time. That's a lot of damage, and I think that makes Blood way better for this matchup.
And before we hop too much into this game specifically, just as an overall general question, this deck is called The Best Girl, and it's including Alana right now. Is this card just good enough to include on her own, or are they just loyal husbands to their waifus?
Well, Zerofine has been repping Alana Haven 3 times now out of the 4 buddy systems. So pretty dedicated to Alana.
I mean, it's working so far.
Yeah.
He's made the finals many times.
Yes.
I mean, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Alana, definitely a strong card. It is a synergy card, though. Puts an amulet on the board that every time you heal your own leader, you're going to buff everything on the board by +1/+1.
Right.
So you play out cards that gain heal, and we see the pre-camp being played on the board that adds a repair mode into your hand, a 1-cost spell that heals anything by 1.
Mm-hmm. So is that why you were so surprised that they included Alana? Just because you have to build around the card so much, and with the deck limitations being what they are, it's a lot harder to get the engine going for that heal mechanic.
So they were forced to put in a lot of those. They're not going to have as many heal cards as they would like, and on top of that, they're missing a few important combo pieces, I'd say, with Realm of Repose that just lets you finish out a game. And the card draw engine with Ritual.
Right.
I think it's called something like that.
All right. Yep. All right, and we are going to, once Hot Meowth's turns over, we're going to start listening in to Team Beep Bop Boop and Tempo Storm Essia as well, just to see what, kind of their mindset is going into this game. Because like you said, Pot Watchers, they're a little bit favored, but they also, they kind of want to be the aggressor, but they also were going second. Do you think that's beneficial in this kind of matchup, having that extra evolve point?
So the win condition for Havencraft is going to be early game aggression. The mid-game push is going to have to be really strong. Late game, there's no golden bell yet, so that means that they're not going to have enough card draw to keep on going for a very long time. They're going to have to finish the game and pretty quickly.
All right, let's see what they have to think about
What
this.
did we get? We're going?
Yeah.
Okay. So one option here is obviously Armored Bat. The big problem is if he has 2-drop plus Scripture, that's really bad for us.
Oh, right. Cause,
yeah,
we can't evolve here, so.
Wow, this is actually really hard. I guess we could play just Overboard and pass, and then next turn Evo the Armored Bat to trade, and then use the case to kill something. That would be okay. It's a bit vulnerable if they have a strong turn 4, but I mean, we can't really do much here.
Yeah.
I think Overboard is your best option right now. Also trying to draw into Technoloord and Metal Blade.
Yeah. Kind of awkward, super awkward, but
It is super awkward, but I think that's the play. Because if we play the Armored Bat and they have 2 plus Scripture, it's a disaster for us.
Yeah.
turn 3 and it's already getting complicated, already getting awkward. They're floating mana this early on, and that's just not what you want to be doing just in any card game, is floating mana, but especially as early as turn 3.
And Essia mentioned Black Inscripture, which is usually not a card that's played in Alana Haven. There's just not enough space to put the card in.
Right.
It's a 2-cost card that banishes anything with 3 health or less. And so Armor Bat would, on last word, summon 2 assembly droids,
Right.
but they're gonna instead probably opt for something like Armor Bat evolve into something. Kiss of Lust is what they mentioned, and the Kiss of Lust now deals 2 damage, so it would be able to deal with the 3/2 very well. So that's nice. And its Armor Bat so far is going to be the best. Is going to be the best evolve target to attack into some of these Bane Robo Wing precants.
All right, so on the Bloodcraft side of things, I'm looking at the hand right now, and something's catching my eye. I see a 2-cost follower on the left side, but it has 6 attack. There's got to be a downside, right? What's going on over here?
That's going to be the accelerate cost of the 8-cost follower. So you can't really play it for 8 yet, and it's just going to summon 2 assembly droids instead.
Okay, so you just get 2 1/1s out of it.
Yeah.
You don't get anything with 6 attack.
No.
Not until, okay. That's a lot less cool. Like, it's still okay, but like I thought we were playing a 2-mana 6 attack thing, and I was going to question the balanced decisions.
Probably going to see Armor Bat evolve and value trade over the 2/2 without Bane. So Robo Wing Precant does gain Bane whenever a Machina card is played. Machina is mech. Most of the cards are mech, but that includes the Precant herself, includes the Falcon we see on the left side.
Right.
Repair Mode is also a mech card. So the card will gain Bane, but in this case, the second Precant that was played, it doesn't trigger off of itself, of course, so the second one gave the first Precant Bane, the third Precant gave the second Precant Bane, but the last Precant doesn't have Bane, so gonna be able to get a value trade-off.
Free crate. All right. So the removal card right there said deal 2 damage and also heal 1 defense to both leaders.
Yeah.
So if the Alana was active,
It
with
would
her ability,
activate
would it
Alana.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that seems like a pretty big detriment.
Yeah. It's really nice that they were able to get it out before the Alana came down.
Okay. Very interesting. And this is one of the downsides of Bebo Boop is they only brought the 1 deck.
Yeah.
And so they don't have a secondary deck that has removal that would be less harmful to themselves, because you don't want to be healing your opponent when they have Alana.
Honestly, if you knew you'd be facing Alana Haven, you might be able to play some pretty different cards. Like Yuzuki is a new card that destroys 2 of your opponent's followers that you select, and Calamity Bringer is a card that can destroy 3 random other followers as well. So those kind of direct removal cards that can clear out multiple things might be a good option for a secondary deck, but it wasn't chosen this time.
And so at what point for the Havencraft player, because I'm looking at this board right now and I'm thinking, why are we trading? We have a 6/7, we have board advantage. I want to push as much damage to the face as possible and seize this opportunity. But are they just denying as much board presence as possible from the Bloodcraft deck? Because I feel like they're so far ahead right now.
Bloodcraft does have effects that work off of the followers on the board, including stuff like Hellblade's Demon we see on the very right side of the Bloodcraft hand, and also, more notably, a 5-cost follower that draws cards for every single mech on the board, including itself. And in that case, trading an extra time into the 1/1 meant that Bloodcraft just doesn't draw an extra card, and so they're trying to play a little bit more value-based, but their
Right.
hand is also pretty weak. So I would agree with your evaluation that they should have gone phase.
Sweet. Already starting off strong. I like it. Usually it takes me, last time it took me about 5-6 hours before I started sounding smart.
Yeah.
This time we're starting, now it's all downhill from here though.
The
It's like I peaked too early.
The only thing is that the 6-6 is there's nothing that can remove the 6-6.
Yeah, this has wards, so you can't even, try to trade off into the 2-1 or the 3-2. Like, you have to go through the 6-6.
The other thing to consider is how many mech cards have been destroyed so far. Turn 2 was a hoverboard. Turn 3 was... How many is that? Is it already at 6? That's crazy.
I believe so. There's...
Wow.
Okay.
So Technolord definitely a key card in the matchup, but already at 6. So that deals damage for every single mech that has been destroyed so far. And that was already at 6. I can't believe it.
I mean, yeah, I think they're definitely setting up for that because over the past 2 turns, they've just been creating assembly bot after assembly bot. And so the Havencraft player was able to, seize control of the board because they just have to deal with these measly 1-1s. But they are preparing for this giant play right now where they were able to clear off the board with the Technolord.
Yeah, and now they're pretty vulnerable, and it's going to take at least one more turn to draw from the Golden Bell. Once that countdown gets to 0, they'll be able to draw a few cards and keep on going, but I think Bloodcraft has kind of gotten through the most difficult part of the game.
Right. And this is kind of what I was referring to, like that once you have that aggression, that board presence, you needed to seize on the opportunity just because looking at Hot Meowth and Zero Fine's hand right now, it's a whole lot of nothing. Once these creatures get dealt with, unless these bells draw something absolutely fantastic, it's going to be an uphill battle for sure. This is definitely the turning point in the game.
They are going to want to draw into one more Technolord, maybe one more Storm card, but getting that mono right now is a really big deal. That means that Hellblaze Demon has something to buff now.
And remember, on the left side right now, you can see who the fans are rooting for right now. You got 79% of the people in the chat right now voting for Hot Meowth and Zero Fine. I can't blame them at all. We were kind of hyping them up before the match, and Zero Fine has one of the best track records. But please type 1 in the chat if you think Beat Bo Boop is going to win, or type 2 if you think Hot Meowth and Zero Fine are going to be taking it down. Based off the board right now, I gotta leaning more towards the Bloodcraft player, but Hot Meowth is just 1 or 2 draws away from seizing control of the board again.
I'm not actually sure whether that was running out of time or if it was a deliberate pass. So here, the Havencraft side has a full board, and you can call that something like board lock.
Right.
So in this instance, Hot Meowth and Zero Fine, if they want to play an extra follower out, they have to trade something into the opponent's follower anyway. So they chose to hold onto their evolve point, and the Gearsync Tamer in hand is a very good evolve card. So that might be end up being a really crucial decision.
But speaking of good cards, Hot Meowth picked up the top of his curve, this Holy Lord. What is the big game plan with this Holy Lord? Why is he included in the deck?
Holy Lord Ektar, if you have 9 or more shadows, which I probably won't explain just because it's a little bit complicated.
That's
but
7
it's
right
on
now.
the very bottom. Whenever you play a card and whenever you whenever a follower is destroyed, you gain a shadow, and if that count is above 9, you gain 1/2s that have rush, and they also gain +2 buffs. Ektar will buff everything by +2/+0 by 2 attack, and also give everything rush. And
how many does he summon? Just
he summons 2 1/2s,
Two
but they
1/2s.
get buffed by +2. So
he's gonna summon 2 3/2s with rush, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. But
Sounds
there's
good to
not
me.
enough board space for that either. So
Right. So yeah, that's what I was about to point out. The bell, one of the bells is gonna go away, because it's going to count down to 0, draw a card, destroy itself, and then the 6th one, I feel like is very likely to die. And so I think there's going to be board state to allow for the Holy Lord, but it's definitely hard to say. I don't think Hot Meowth would really mind either way, because either he doesn't have the room to play it, in which case he still has his minions and he can push a lot of damage. So I don't think he minds that. And even if they do get dealt with, he has this follow-up really quick. So I think he's in a really good spot right now. He was definitely, on the cusp of losing control of the game, but with these pickups, I think he's going to be smooth sailing from here on out.
The Golden Bell definitely will be this deciding factor here. The only thing from Havencraft's side is that they don't have any damage from hand. They're gonna have to make some followers stick at some point.
Right.
And what's really cool is that Mono is the leader skin version of Mono. So the special version, the special art, we see another copy of Mono in hand, but it's actually different.
So it's Mono's leader playing herself,
yeah,
and then evolving herself.
it's pretty cool.
This game got too meta.
Ooh.
Okay, so Golden Bell draw. Picking up another 7 cost. So
This is really difficult, actually.
So what is this other 7 cost card that he just picked up on the right side of the hand?
Father Refinement turns all your repair modes into 0 costs. They reduce the cost of all repair modes in hand, and adds a repair mode to your hand, and then reduces the cost of all repair modes.
So he's going to have 2 repair modes that cost 0 if he were to play it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's...
Seems good, but I feel like you need to be fighting for board right now. And I think with the Holy Lord summoning those 3/2s that you mentioned, because he did have the shadow count high enough.
Yeah.
Would have been able to clear off the board and develop the 5/6.
But instead, we're going to see Alana put a second copy of the Alana's Prayer onto the board.
Every time the leader is healed, every follower on the board is going to get +2/+2.
Yeah.
That's going to be quite a lot of stats.
Wow.
This is going to trade into the 6/1, I'm assuming.
The 6/1 deals 1 damage to herself at the start of the turn.
Oh, so you don't have to.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, because the Alana was evolved, so why didn't they choose to trade into the 3/3, do you think?
Well, the Mono had Ward, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all coming together now. See, I told you I started off too strong. Now it's all going downhill.
But this means that even if the board is fully cleared, Actar plus Repair Mode is going to be super powerful. If not,
Right.
If something isn't cleared, Father Refinement comes down, and that has some special effects as well. This is looking really good for Havencraft.
So, from the Bloodcraft side of things, what is the game plan from here? How do you come back from this?
Yeah, they need another Technolord. We saw it deal 6 damage earlier. It's going to be necessary to deal a similar amount of damage now.
Mm-hmm. Does the Bloodcraft, you said, was a little bit stronger on the draw cards than the Havencraft deck?
Yeah.
Do they have a specific means of drawing the Technolord, or is it just draw as many cards as possible and hope one of them is the Technolord?
Yeah, we just saw it right now, the Metal Blade Demon. So that draws
a card for each mech on the field, correct?
Yeah.
So, and including itself. And so you saw it had 2 on the field plus itself, so it drew 3. And then also develops a lot of stats really quickly. Seems like a good card to me.
It certainly is, but the stats on board are also really strong.
All right, looks like they're on the cusp of finishing off this game. Let's listen in on Hot Meowth in Zero Fine to see how they plan on doing that.
Father's Angel Repair Mode or Ictar? There's like a few options here.
Is this lethal? No, we're 2 off, right? Yeah, we're 2 off.
Oh, you're
What
talking about like Ictar Rush and double heal, huh?
Yeah, we have 10
6
damage.
plus 4. Oh, what's that? It's 6 plus 4. Yeah, it's 2 off, dude.
So I think we play.
So we're getting Fire Raquel.
We definitely play the Father Refinement.
Uh huh.
So yeah, play it. And then we play the ephemera, heal 2 times face and go face. Quick. Fast.
I have no time, dude. I have no time. Sorry, dude.
It's okay, it's okay.
Mr. Damage. I'm not used to this. We missed 2.
Classic Hot Meowth. I've been in quite a few calls with this man, and that is not the first time he's done that. I'll tell you that much right now.
Honestly, I think it's really impressive that he was able to adjust his play to make sure the damage gets in. That was the most important part of that play. So I respect that.
Right, so he said he missed 1 damage?
He missed 2 damage.
2 damage because
he attacked before the buff.
Okay, because he couldn't wait for the animation to go through. So I think, as far as mistakes go, I don't think it's going to be the most.
Yeah, that's a very, very small.
Yeah,
thing.
I think if this was a more aggressive deck that needed damage from hand, and they were 2 off lethal at the end of the game, it's a pretty big blunder. But I think given the current board state, I don't think it's going to be the biggest blunder in the world.
That is a Technolord. Will it be able to clear everything though? I'm not
18
sure.
damage. I think it's going to actually be 1 off. Because there's a total of 23 health on the board, and 18 things have died, but not necessarily all of them have been mechs. Because it deals damage based on how many mechs specifically have died, correct?
Yes.
So this is definitely going to hopefully clear off the 5/5s, or the 5 health things, but I think some of these are going to live for sure. Yeah.
Not even close.
I think even with perfect rolls, I think it would have been... It's still like impossible because one of these had to go face, and there it is. Game number 1 going over to Hot Meowth and Zero Fine.
Man, that Technolord like Hail Mary play at the end, just like please, 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 please. We have RNG in there, like please, please, please. But man, okay. So I've been working on my card game lingo. Are you ready for this?
Okay.
Hit me.
I noticed in the beginning when we were looking over the decks, you said that Haven was going to have a little bit more issue with like the card draw. So it looked like Bloodcraft had the card advantage for most of the game. Yeah, there we go. We got his nod. We got his nod. We're in there. But it looked like that didn't even help them there because Havencraft ended up pulling it off.
The early game really coming in, that was Haven's game plan. And they also got the bell draws in the mid-game. The critical draws came in at just the right time where it was early enough that it was relevant for the game. Without that card draw at the critical time, they definitely wouldn't have been able to play out those strong turns later on. And a really close match overall. I think there was that time when the first Technolord came down. It seemed like maybe Bloodcraft would be able to pull through, but yeah, really, really powerful draws coming in from Hot Meowth and Zero Fine from the mid-game onwards, and they had crazy good early game as well.
So then the question is, do you think that Bebo Boop and Essia can come back in this second game?
Yeah, especially if we see Havencraft is also pretty good going second, so maybe first and second won't play a huge factor here.
And it looks like game 2 is starting right now. Let's see if Hot Meowth can pick it up and close off the quarterfinals, or if Bebo Boop can bring it back.
And it would have been really nice to have, say, a second deck that you could have brought in order to better counter a Havencraft player.
Honestly,
but they chose to go with just the one.
Yeah, that's a repeating thing in Buddy System, it seems like. There's not much time to prepare, of course.
Right.
The coaches and the players only have maybe a day or two of preparation together. And sometimes the formats are slightly different from the competitive format, so it's hard to figure out everything, to kind of theory craft what other players would be bringing, but I think it's definitely easy to predict Bloodcraft coming out as a choice players would bring, but honestly, I think Havencraft is a surprising choice. Personally, when I saw the deck, I was definitely surprised.
So I wanted to brush up on, touch up on this conversation just because I think Ovilee brought up a really good point, is that the Bloodcraft player definitely had card advantage the entire game. Their hand was full, had tons of stuff, but cards are only as effective as you get to play them.
Yeah.
And so it felt like the entire game he just had a bunch of cards, and he's like, well, I can't do anything with them. And while the Havencraft player was able to just throw stuff out, haymaker after haymaker after haymaker.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the things that you have to play out are creatures, and one part of the deck is ignoring your opponent's followers because of the threat that you might buff them up. So Mono actually is able to evolve everything on the board that's a mech. So let's say you leave up a full board of 1/1s. Even though it doesn't look like much, those 1/1s could all become 3/3s. So it's really scary to leave up a lot of those small things in the late game, and that threat is one of the key parts of the deck's strength, and they weren't able to make that happen because the Havencraft's early game was so powerful.
So you would say the Havencraft's best bet in order to stay ahead in the game is just early game aggression, fight for control of the board in the first couple of turns?
Wow, and now we see a lot of heavier cards from Havencraft, so and especially going second, it's hard to get a super duper powerful early game going. I think Bloodcraft is going to have a slightly easier time getting through the early game this time around.
Well, I mean, it is a little bit on the fault of Hot Meowth and Zero Fine, is because if you actually looked at the starting hand, there was plenty of 2-drops and 3-drops in the hand, and they chose to mulligan them away.
That's the kind of deck it is. You just hard mulligan and try to find Alana Pure Sprayer.
So Alana is just that good that you are willing to give up. You're willing to give up turns 2 and 3 just to have a chance
twos in the
at
deck.
playing.
There's enough twos in the deck. We see one off the top, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a 3 or a 2 or a 3 off the top on turn 3 either. And even if you pass turn 2, turn 3, you can easily win the game with Ilana because of Kel Holy Marksman. Super powerful card. On Evolve, it heals your leader, and every time you heal your leader, you deal 2 damage on Evolve, but it heals your leader, deals 2 damage to everything. Synergizes very, very well with the Lana deck.
It looks like a perfect 3-drop picked up off the top for Beepo Boop.
Yeah.
The Armored Bat, and then that's going to curve really nicely into the 5-drop. I forget the name, but it's going to draw a lot of cards because this Armored Bat's going to summon 2 Assembly Droids, going to go really wide, going to draw like probably 4 cards off this Metal Blade.
Definitely, but I think if you remember, you mentioned that Kiss of Lust heals the opponent's leader, so you want to get that out of hand pretty quickly.
Right.
So it's turn 3 is one of the best times to play it. Turn 3 or turn 4, we might
before
see
this Alana comes down.
Yeah.
So you're going to go a little bit off curve, but do you go with the Hoverboard Mercenary, or do you make some Assembly Droids with this Mecha Wing Angel?
I'll probably go wide with the Mecha Wing Angel, summon 2 of the Assembly Droids. It also plays around Kel a little bit to have the Armored Bat come out on turn 4. So let's say you play Armored Bat, you're not able to clear if the opponent plays a 2/3 follower, which is what you would play on curve on turn 3, then you might have to hit in Kiss of Lust. That would open up the Armored Bat, the sticky follower, and leave you open against Kel. But without a 3-drop, that's not going to be important here.
All right. I'm going to say it. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion. I didn't like that play. Here's why. I wanted to go as wide as possible. I want to have tempo. I see that my Havencraft opponent has been struggling these first couple of turns. I want to...
You can't tell.
I don't want to trade and then just play a 1/1. Like, that's not intimidating. That's not, like, getting me anything. I'm not getting anywhere with that.
I would agree.
I would have liked to have seen him use the removal, play another creature, either one. It didn't matter to me.
Yeah.
I would have preferred the droids, but just looking at the board state right now you have a removal that only does 2 damage. So it's, very niche in what it can destroy. Also has the detriment of healing your opponent, which buffs their Alana. And then also, you just have less strong of a board state.
Yeah, they didn't get punished because of the pass on turn 3, but pretty... I think it's going to be hard. Metal Blade Demon is going to get some cards off with its Fanfare effect, and you see the Technolord as well. Bloodcraft seems to have enough gas in hand so far. But I agree with you on that point. Mecha Wing Angel plus Kiss of Lust would have pushed 2 damage immediately with a 2-drop, and afterwards he would have been able to put the Armor Bat on the board, just gain 4 damage after that with the 2-2 and the 2-1-1. So he could have pushed a total of 6 damage here, and instead he's only pushing 1.
Right, so he's pushing less damage. He created a less sticky board state. So I mean, like,
it's the same board
it
state.
curves. I mean, but like it's the same board state, but there was different ways of going about dealing with. It's harder. It's easier to deal with just a 1-1 than a wider board state. You know, so he would have pushed more damage, and he would have had a, hypothetically, if Hot Meowth had removal, it would have been a stronger board state. You know, I think I'm making sense, but I'm not sure. The point is, I didn't like it. And now he's getting punished because now Alana's coming down, and he has removal that's going to help his opponent. And he's still going to draw 4, which is still pretty cool.
Yeah, it's actually possible to play around Kel this turn. If you bump the Armored Bat in, just draw 5 cards, and then hit, and then Metal Blade Demon Evolve deals 2 damage to an enemy follower. So that would put a 6-5 and 2 1-1s on the board. That would play around Kel a little bit.
So when you evolve the Metal Bat, it deals 2 damage. So do
Yeah.
you want to trade in the Metal Bat once it evolves, or do you want to trade in these 1-1 followers?
You want to draw a lot of cards, but you are going to be overdrawing anyway, so it doesn't actually matter too much.
Well, you're drawing, what's the max hand size? Is it 7?
9.
It's 9.
Enemy identified.
Okay.
Shutting down. Enemy identified. Shutting down.
Hot Meowth and Zero Fine didn't telegraph Kel too much. It was also possible for them to hit into the Armored Bat immediately. And
Get the extra draw.
on turn 4, Alana evolve into the 1-1 Armored Bat, and the opponent would have a full board, so they'd be forced to trade in a 1-1 pretty much no matter what. So that was another option, but didn't quite reveal that they had Kel in hand.
All right, and now is the time for Hot Meowth and Zero Fine to turn on the gas, as it were, just because they finally have cards that are playable. But it's just so clunky. It's just a lot of 4s and 5s.
Yeah.
You're only going to be able to play 1 card a turn. And this is why I think the Bloodcraft player is just like overall going to be favored, is because in any card game, not necessarily exclusive to Shadowverse, it's always a good idea to just be playing more cards than your opponent. So every time your opponent plays a thing and you play 2 things, you're going to be favored. Do that over the course of several turns, you're going to be super favored.
The only issue is that none of the Storm cards for Bloodcraft have been drawn so far. That's kind of an issue.
Which card are you specifically referencing? Like, what card is coming to your mind when you say, I need to draw this card?
Yeah,
what are they looking for right now? Okay.
We saw Mono come out last game, but it's able to evolve and do a lot of stuff. It's going to be a pretty long game, it looks like.
You think the Bloodcraft player can't apply enough pressure right now to try to end this game in the next couple of turns?
Yeah, they can't really do too much, to be honest, especially on turn 6. That's why Hot Meowth and Zero Fine chose to take a slightly weaker turn here. And on a later turn, they'll go in with Kel, clear everything, set up a strong board, and pressure the opponent.
All right, but this is turn 6, so Tempestorm Essia is muted right now, so he has to find his way through this on his own.
Yeah.
What would you say the most optimal line is? Do you want to go as wide as possible through these 2 drops right now and just to apply pressure?
Yeah.
Because these Technolords, you obviously don't want to play because there's nothing to remove.
of course.
Do you think these Technolords are going to come down as their intended 8-drops? Or
No.
are they exclusively used for their accelerate effect?
Almost exclusively used for 8 cost, for sure. For 3
3
cost.
cost, okay.
Accelerate 3.
So what even is its normal one? It's Fanfare, randomly summon a copy of the highest what?
Ooh. Random Machina follower with the highest cost.
One of the highest costed ally Machina followers, excluding itself, that has been destroyed this match. So it's a very if you
get like Metal Blade Demon.
yeah, the accelerate effect is way better.
Yeah.
I was about to. I'm trying to justify it, and there are certain archetypes, that could potentially rely on recursion type effects, where you keep bringing back the biggest guy possible. But at the end of the day, when you're that accelerate effect's just too good.
Ooh, the buffs going down right now. The buffs are really important for dealing damage from hand. At some point, they're gonna have to deal damage from hand. I think it was important to hold on to that, but
So what is this buff that this card just did that you're referring to?
it's an attack buff for every other follower on the field. So the first one, buff by 3 attack, and the second one, buff by 4 attack.
Okay.
But they both went on this 2-drop follower, Gear Snake Tamer.
Now Kel is just going to not kill a lot of the board, but when you evolve it, it does 2 to the enemy board.
2 to everything.
Okay, so are you willing to use, one of your last evolve point on this Kel in order to clear off the board?
Yeah, so you just saw the opponent set up some buffs, so you're expecting the opponent to have a mono. You don't want to leave much on the board.
If anything, if possible.
Yeah.
Oh, that's satisfying. All right.
And now that there's 8 cards in hand, Bloodcraft can start with a Blood Pact. Blood Pact, Technolord plus 2-drop is an option.
Yeah, this Technolord is just so good.
I want to listen into Bebo Boop and Essia on this turn. This is a pretty critical turn.
See what they're talking about.
How much? Sorry.
8. So
8.
we could kiss Techno and technically wipe that.
3, 4.
Gear Snake's huge. Sorry.
Yeah. I think we're just gonna hold on to that. Okay,
Yeah.
I would. This is hard. I guess. Okay. We can Gear Snake Evo over the 2/4 and then Technolord the 7/6, and you can Blood Pact first. So yeah, Blood Pact, Gear Snake over the 2/4, Technolord the 7/6.
Gear Snake now.
Go.
Gear Snake.
Yeah, Gear Snake Evo over the 2/4, and
Alright.
Technolord the other one, and they have to deal with it. Okay. So next turn we got the third Technolord. So we, if he presents a strong threat or like a further refinement or something, use the Technolord to deal with it. Otherwise, try to buy some
And it's
time,
already-
maybe Armor Bad Pact. Okay. Good luck.
Ooh.
Really interesting turn. I think at one point they mentioned the Kiss of Lust
Yeah.
as a form of removal. I believe he said Kiss of Lust Technolord, which actually does nothing in terms of
Yes.
diminishing health on the board.
Exactly.
Because the would get +1/+1 to everything. And so you're essentially adding 2 health to the board by removing 2 health from the board.
yeah, at the same time, you're correct.
So thankfully a little easier removal, but the Bloodcraft players just not running out of gas anytime soon. They're just so much stuff. As soon
Yeah.
as Hot Me Up and Zero Fine overcommit to the board even slightly, these Technolords are going to come down hard.
Havencraft does have the Akhtar in hand, and it's going to be pretty strong this game. The 4/4 is pretty awkward to remove. That's not something you want to commit a Technolord into, but there's no other way to remove it right now.
I think they're probably a little more okay using a Technolord because they do have 2 in the hand.
Yeah, if I were playing the Bloodcraft side, I would play a very greedy line, like Enhance Armored Bat plus Accelerate Mecha Wing Angel, maybe, and just put a ton of tokens on the board. The Armored Bat, when it's destroyed, will summon extra droids, so that's also very good. And try to get that Technolord count up while leaving the opponent's follower up on the board.
Now, on the Havencraft side, do you think this Technolord is something that is actively in the minds of Hot Meowth and Zero Fine?
Yeah, definitely. One being used already is a huge deal for this matchup. It goes down to every single Technolord playing at the maximum value. So it's a pretty big deal that there is one being used already.
I mean, you got to think that they also have at least one other, just because looking at the deck sizes right now, they only have 21 cards left in the deck. They're over almost halfway through.
Yeah, you can reasonably assume that there's 2 copies, but the 3rd copy is going to be important. A lot of the times, Havencraft will all in after they see 2 Technolords, something like that. It depends on the player in the hand, but a lot of the time you're just going to all in after a certain point, and that might get punished and lead to a Bloodcraft victory. That's a pretty common pattern.
All right, but let's think about the uncommon patterns. How often is milling a thing in this game?
When Bloodcraft draws a bunch of cards using Metal Blade Demon, oh wow, they went for the line I was talking about. So
It's like you know what you're talking about or something.
This is pretty good. Yeah, I think that's really good. Holding on to Technolord is incredibly important. Bloodcraft hasn't had any Unleash the Nightmares yet, and none of the Storm cards in hand, so they have quite a few good cards remaining in the deck, but they still haven't had to... they're not losing out too badly on board, so I think it's a decent trade overall. Ooh. Blackened Scripture. We're going to see Blackened Scripture reduce the cost of Ektar. And then Repair Mode? That's really powerful. Maybe even no Repair Mode. I wonder what I would do.
Also, a pretty interesting thing to note is the removal that was just used says Banish, which is different than killing a unit, because the last words effect no longer gets to activate. So you do not get those extra mechs that come out of the Armored Bat, which is actually a very critical thing in this matchup, because you want as many mechs to die as possible. Because it was banished, you're essentially denying him 3 mechs.
Repair Mode.
+1 to everything. Atalanta card starting to come in very powerful.
I personally wouldn't make this play, and that's because the wards are at 2 attack. And that means if there was something like Mono plus Mecha Wing Angel, the 1/1s that would evolve off of Mona's effect would become 3/3s, and those would be able to evolve over the 2/2s. That's not a great trade. So usually you'd want to play Ektar and put
2 healing spells.
Or maybe not commit anything at all and just leave him at 1/1 followers.
Oh, okay.
That would be pretty similar of a board state as well, but
because it basically leaves you in the same place as you are, because the difference between a 3/2 and a 3/1 is not very big, and you would at least have the heal in hand. So you're essentially using more resources to get the same thing accomplished.
Second Technolord coming down.
Only 1 more of those remaining.
Yeah, and if you notice, Bloodcraft's hand size is starting to get smaller and smaller. So that means that later on in the game, Bloodcraft is going to have less resources. This matchup is honestly really difficult. Just
right. So the longer this game goes, you're saying it's going to favor the Havencraft player more and more.
But Havencraft also has to manage resources properly, and in this game, I think they've done an excellent job of holding onto cards and making sure they have enough stuff to play. They are playing a deck list with less resources, and they haven't had a golden bell, so it's pretty great that they've been able to
Right.
hold on this long.
I mean, you can see it just on the stats in the upper right and lower left corner, where you can see how many things have died, how many cards are left in the deck, and how many cards are left in hand.
Yeah.
27 cards remaining in the deck for Hot Meowth, and only 18 in the hands of Bebo, Boop, and Essie. That means they've drawn 9 more cards.
Yeah, Bloodcraft.
Almost said 11, but it's 9. I can still do math. But yeah, which for someone newer to card games might not seem like a big deal. Drawing 9 more cards than your opponent is insane.
Yeah. Let's listen in on Hot Meowth and Zero Fine. This is also a pretty important turn. Whether or not to play around mono, things like that, that's a big deal.
Gonna go Kel and double spear and repair mode. Like play Father Refinement and Unicorn and leave them as they are.
Do you play
And,
Salvation at all or no?
No. Play Father Refinement. Okay. And then play the Unicorn Knight. Take the spear. And then on the next turn you can go. You can reduce the cost of Kel, and with the double Unicorn Spear and the repair mode, you can clear whatever they play. Also, you'll get another spell if they answer the Father Revivement. You'll get another Salvation Ex Limonia, and you'll actually take the Hemeliagis.
Okay.
Mono finally coming into hand for Bebo Boop and Essia. I think it might be early enough. The only issue is that Kiss of Lust, you mentioned a few times now that Kiss of Lust will buff the opponent's dudes.
Very detrimental.
I don't know if Essia has mentioned that to him yet. He's mousing over the card.
What would you Kiss of Lust in this scenario? Is he thinking about double Kiss of Lust, trade into the 5/5, and then
But
Momo
of course,
evolve?
that would not.
Yeah, that's not going to work at all.
Yeah.
It would technically make progress on the 5/5 because it's going to deal 4 damage, but heal for. It's essentially dealing 2 damage. So it's going to be left as a 7/3.
I believe Father Refinement doesn't take damage over 3. I think it only, yeah.
Can't take more than 3 damage at a time.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So kind of a hard turn, but probably. Yeah, that's a solid turn actually.
So Destructive Succubus dealing 3 damage to everything on the opponent's side of the field, and then going to trade this into some of the assembly bots, leaving it at a 5/1. Not sure, like on that last trade, how crucial that was. I'm not sure if I liked it, just because now
I'm gonna say that Havencraft is gonna push for a slight all-in. Maybe we've seen 2 Technolords, and Bloodcraft is gonna take over after this.
Yeah, this Kel is going to be able to do a good amount of clearing. So whenever your leader's defenses is restored, deal 1 damage. So he's able to just trade in this 5/1 and use only one of these heals in order to clear it off if he chooses to. He could also actually just choose to go with a double Unicorn Spear and keep his 5/1 alive and then push damage. Not sure how much I like that either. Or he doesn't have to use both. He can just use 1 Unicorn Spear, deal 4 damage to the 6/6. It's going to push 1 to everything, and then do the repair mode again to do that last bit of damage.
Yeah, exactly, but probably going to see Golden Bell being played instead. Also, very strong consideration to use repair mode just to get it up to the next health threshold. Personally, I would have gone to face to set it to 4 health because 4 and 6 don't matter too much. And instead, he didn't get the Alana buff and healed up the priest dude. Father Punishment.
I don't know how I feel about the belt play. I think in that scenario, I wanted to effectively use my mana as much as possible, so I would have really liked to play this 4-drop. in the hand of the Havencraft player. It plays a little bit more into
I think they
Technolord.
should have all-in. I agree with you. If
Just
they
because-
don't finish the game out soon, they're not going to win. So
Right.
if you're going to commit this many resources, I agree with you. I think it was play out that 4 cost and heal everything to your own phase.
Mhm.
If one thing lives, you most likely win.
All right, just going to go for the draw. Not using the... Oh, wait, still can use the Techno.
Yes.
It only costs 3. For some reason, I thought they only had 2 mana remaining.
And
Us
now
Drawing as much cards as possible.
there's Mono in hand. There's Slain.
16!
Yeah.
Jesus. There's the last one. It's not the most unlikely thing in the world that they have the third one, just because they only have 14 cards left in the deck. But still hurts a little bit.
Definitely.
So now what do you do? What do you do with these Salvations also?
So Salvation, if you play the 4th Salvation X Lamonia, you get a Heavenly Aegis, which is an unkillable dude. So we're probably going to see that come out. And that might be enough to turn the tide, honestly. The opponent doesn't have that many heals. Wow. Slain? 6. Are there enough cards in hand? If you have at least 7 other cards, they're going up to 7 cards. If you bump the Goblin in hand, then you'll add a repair mode into hand. You'll have 8 total cards in hand the next turn.
Divine punishment.
And that will mean that
So this is the 4th one.
Slain will gain Drain.
Punishment.
So this is the 4th one, so you get the Heavenly Aegis. 8, 9
no,
cost,
8.
8. Choosing not to go with it, though.
It would have been a pretty major commitment into Mono, because Mono would deal damage to everything.
I'm sorry. Heavenly Aegis said reduce all damage to 0.
Yeah, Mono.
You can't take damage?
The Aegis itself.
Yeah, I
doesn't
mean,
take
yeah,
damage.
the card itself. But how do you kill that?
You don't kill it.
You just don't. It lives forever.
Yeah, it's hard to put in hand.
Can't be affected by spells and effects except for those that change this card's attack or defense. So you can't target. So you even if you had a spell that said kill a thing, you can't kill it because you can't target it. Doesn't take damage. So once this hits the board, it's staying.
Yup.
So you could technically a throwback to the last Buddy system is if you were playing something like a Roach deck, you could hit it with something like Whispering Wood, because that changes the attack.
I don't think it's affected by card effects either.
Oh no!
I'm
all out of ideas. That's all I had.
Yeah, it's not affected by card effects. Like there used to be a card called that let your follower attack an additional time. But you wouldn't be able to combo with Aegis to deal, like, if you evolve it, it turns into 10-10. You can't deal 20 damage in one turn with that.
And also, because it doesn't take damage, I'm assuming Bane does not activate, because Bane requires that it deals damage?
Bane doesn't work on it. It doesn't get destroyed.
I'm trying my best here.
Yeah, nothing really works on the card. Now, if you go wide, though, I think there's no heals in hand. Mono might be really good after this. Coach is muted on this turn. As long as they don't tempo out the Mono, they're in a decent spot.
Bo 2/2.
Yeah, Mono's worth a lot more than that.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to come down next turn. It's going to do a whole lot. I mean, but they're up against the Heavenly Aegis, though, which so far they've refused to play, much to my disappointment.
They're going to have to put it down at some point. The only issue is that last turn it seemed like maybe they could kill the opponent in one turn, but after the heal, it's a lot closer now. If they got the Aegis down, you can also trade on the board and get some value off that way as well. So that's why I would have wanted to get that Aegis down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, this is just a 2-turn clock. Like, your opponent has to play a ward out in front of it in order to just slow it down even slightly. Yeah. But there's another Salvation in the hand. Like, this game is going to be over in the next 2-3 turns if they get
Yeah.
this Aegis down. And gonna put so much pressure down that Beboop is gonna have to go as aggressive as possible to go around it. But he's not gonna be under any pressure if they just don't play it.
So have two copies of Kel have been played so far, and it's 16 cards deep into the deck. I think
That was a pretty cool animation.
2-4 trades. So Destructive Succubus doesn't summon any wards anymore. Huh. It's hard to say who is better right now.
Summon 2 Serpents. Yeah, Serpents don't have ward. You know what's better than dealing 3 damage to everything? A card that doesn't take damage from anything.
Yeah. Mono. You do want to get the mono down, but you're not getting maximum value off of it. The only thing is that mono... He's going to draw into second and third mono soon. So I think you can use this first mono. Ooh, that only has Drain? Does that even have Drain? No, it doesn't have Drain.
Would Drain activate against a card that doesn't take damage?
You have to deal damage.
Okay, so if they ran it into the Aegis, it wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Enemy identified.
3-3-5.
Okay, starting off good.
Watch out
Gonna
for
be able to
this.
push 3, or, oh, the Momo has Storm as well.
Yeah.
Okay, very cool. Alright.
And there's still 2 copies left in the deck with 10 cards remaining. Kind of
wow.
unlucky.
A little bit.
Also, something notable is that they'll be at 7 cards next turn after a Unleash the Nightmare that goes up to 8, and that means
Oh
Slain,
yeah, that draws 2 cards.
Slain will have Drain.
Alright. It's gonna happen here. The Bell is drawing a lot of cards as well.
Ooh.
Pick up anything that can help fight this board.
Probably Robowing Precant, Father.
His father's the one that summons the Rush minions, correct? Or no, that was the other one.
That was Ektar.
So this one is, it's gonna give a repair mode and make it cost 0.
Steelwing Precant Heal? Huh. Or Refinement.
Well, let's discount something first. There's
Honestly,
another
let's see.
Elena in the hand. But without any sort of evolve plan, you're not gonna be able to get another copy down.
Not your wings.
Alright. Put as much stats on the board as possible. No more Techno Lord shenanigans in order to deal with it. So you know these are going to be sticking like glue.
Exactly.
Ward in the way as well, so no damage is going to be able to come from Storm shenanigans. So it's just a matter of where does this 9 damage go.
This Destructive Succubus is pretty good though.
It's
3
going to be
damage to
insanely
everything.
good if they don't deal with this 3-1, and I think that's what they're thinking about right now.
Ooh.
But do you really care? Because if they're spending their entire turn playing the Succubus,
But you have to trade into the Succubus.
does it have Ward as well?
No, it's just so much damage. If you can't kill in 1 turn, the 6 damage plus
Right.
the 3 damage to everything means
Well,
you're at 9 health.
Who do you attack
Kinda
the
good.
Heavenly Aegis with? I blinked.
They hit into the ward.
Oh, okay,
no.
okay. I just thought they didn't attack, and I was just like,
No.
I'm like, put them down to 4. What's wrong with you? So yeah, this Succubus is going to be very good. Going to be able to trade in.
Unleash.
There's the other Momo.
That's not lethal yet.
Pretty freaking close, though.
Yes. Probably Destructive Succubus.
I think it just trade in the 3-1. I mean, it's so clean. It's really
Ooh.
nice, and it sets up a really good board for Momo next turn.
Exactly. Please play the Succubus. Oh man.
I mean, what are your other options right now? I guess he's thinking about Momo potentially.
Mono. Oh no.
So he's going to evolve. 2 of these droids are going to be able to go. I mean, it's essentially the same, and if the goal is to clear, it's essentially the same.
Yeah,
However, you
leave
need this damage in order to finish off the game.
Exactly. The only thing is that the Destructive Succubus's cost has... Oh, Oh no!
He can. Oh, he forgot. He can only take 3 damage at a time.
Oh no! Oh, everything is
Oh,
going
he
wrong.
knows.
Oh, he traded wrong. Oh no!
Oh, I mean, he knows it too. At least he's
10,
feeling the
11,
burn on
12.
that one.
Oh, that's top deck lethal.
Because that's gonna give the heal. Wait, isn't it 1 off?
Robo Wing Precant also adds a repair mode to hand.
Oh.
So if you play both of those, and then
So yeah, play the Robo Wing.
order doesn't matter if you play the Precant and the Refinement and go all face.
Yeah, because you only need. Yeah. Okay. So order does not matter. Just a matter of playing them.
Divine punishment.
As long as you play the right 2 cards.
Does he
the right.
Uh-oh.
If you don't play Alana, you win.
We had 1 job. I don't think he knew what the middle card did. He didn't know he was going to be able to get another repair mode. Unfortunate, but this is a muted turn. So Hot Meowth falling to the classic age-old card game blunder of you didn't read your freaking cards, dummy.
9? That's not enough.
Divine punishment.
Oh wait, did he just? Okay, yeah. So order did matter for this time around. I don't know whether that was just super a long attempt at extended BM, but this repair mode unfortunately is costing 1, so he's 1 mana off playing his entire
But
hand.
he's still alive. Let's listen in on Bebo Whoop and Essia.
Mono was still okay, but obviously with a different trade. But okay, that's fine. So this turn you can Succubus first, the 4 cost.
Oh no, don't
and then we can
Succubus
think about
first! No, don't Succubus first!
So Succubus is going to protect us for a turn. And
Yeah.
yeah, good. And,
Slane doesn't have Drain! 1, 2...
Are we?
and then,
It didn't have Rush anyway.
You can Metal Blade actually. Metal Blade and then kiss the 4-2, and we just hope that the ward will keep us alive for a turn. And we can actually still win. It's crazy, but we have a chance. So Metal Blade, kiss the
Metal
4-2,
Blade.
and yeah, just
Okay.
hope we survive a turn. And then next turn is probably like Unleash, hope for the last mono. I think we have a mono left. Oh my god, we get the mono.
End turn?
Okay.
Oh, never mind. Not yet.
kiss
Yeah, I got
4-2,
mono. I got mono.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And
So if we get lucky, he can't deal with it, and then you go
Okay, I'm
unleash,
ending.
unleash mono, unleash clears the ward, and you
Okay,
go
okay.
full face.
ended.
Wow.
My goodness. Okay, so
Oh man.
you got very excited
But
there, and
there's-
there's a lot to unpack.
The thing is that there were only 2 mech cards in hand. That's kind of insane. So that meant that
So by playing the
there was no rush on the Slane. That almost never happens with an 8-card hand.
right,
That's
because
crazy.
and that's because they played the Succubus first.
No, but they had 8 cards in hand,
Okay.
but no. Oh man.
All right, healing up.
I would assume that there's still lethal through that, but no, there isn't.
So they're just going to put as many wards in. This game has gone on for probably like 7 more turns than I think either of us anticipated it was going to go on for.
Oh man.
Are we going to get, like, I
Let's
kind of
see
called to it at the
deck
beginning of the
out.
game. How likely is it that we get a deck out? Are we actually going to see it?
It's possible.
I've been led to believe this is
3,
borderline
2.
impossible to happen.
What's going on here? Ooh.
Are they doing it on purpose? They're down to 2 cards left. There's Mana. Big evolve turn coming down right now. So it only evolves other Machina followers, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why the 1/1 in the
But
middle.
the 8/7 is gonna do so much work.
It's just a very awkward number.
Just to survive, you have to hit everything in, the 3-3, 6-5, and 6-6.
Well, you're gonna leave the 6-6 up because of the ward.
The
mono.
alternative was to... oh, man.
Enemy
So
identified.
The 3-3, basically the one of these, the 6-5 and the 3-3 go into the 8-7.
Shutting
The 6-6
down.
non-ward.
Oh,
Goes
no!
Oh, they
Pass?
forgot. They forgot he only takes 3 damage at a
As long
time.
as they
So did
pass.
I.
Oh, please pass. Okay, okay. No, they're dead.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
Oh, wow.
And
Oh,
so
man.
the first time it happened, he was like disappointed in himself that it happened. Now he's like actually physically mad at himself because he's like, I did it twice in a row. I forgot.
Oh, man.
This was a good game that I was not expecting.
Hidden.
The end of the game, Beebo Boop drew 16 more cards than his opponent and still lost.
Man, in what was probably the longest game in Buddy System history, Hot Meowth takes it. That was
Oh.
such a back and forth, and it seemed pretty close the entire time with the board clear, with the cards.
The very, very end, Bloodcraft side required some accurate play on those even turns, and Hot Meowth with this experience, even though you missed lethal, with this experience was able to make some very solid plays, and overall definitely showed some a solid performance in comparison to Beebo Boop and Ezio, who sadly weren't able to make it happen.
Yeah, and that was our first game 2 of the day in which the coach is muted on even turns. And to be honest, I thought that the players were doing great without the coach until those last few turns where you forget, oh, wait, he only takes 3 damage at a time, or trying to get that
Right.
intricate order like you were talking about.
That Father Refinement was so clutch. That card isn't actually used in a lot of Haven decks, and it's only in there because it's part of the pre-built deck. But one of the cool things about using a deck from a pre-built or just with cards that you own is that you just start playing with cards that you may not be considered optimal, but you just try them out and they work.
And here we see the winner of our first quarterfinal, Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine, moving on to the semi-final game. And right up next, we're going to find out who's going to join them in that first semi-final as we see BlessRNG take on Tempo Storm Trihex. And then on the other side of the bracket, we have Amazonian, and we'll get into games 3 and games 4 in a bit. But before we do that, I do believe we're going to go over the format and rules one more time, just to give a little refresher to anyone new who is joining us. But I mean, going into this global emote match, I'm excited for it. Format: teams, 1 streamer and 1 pro coach for each team is allowed, a maximum of 2 decks. And as we talked about this tournament, we are using pre-built decks as our core in this best of 3 single elimination tournament. Coaching rules: game 1, there are absolutely no coaching restrictions. And then in games 2 and 3, like you just saw in our first quarterfinal, coaches will be muted during those even turns. Let's go ahead and take a look at our prizing, because first place is going to take home $2,500, second place $1,500, and third place with $1,000. But a reminder for everyone who's watching at home, you too could win something. All you have to do is use that hashtag SV Buddy System to win some card packs to maybe try to replicate some of the decks that you see being played here today. I mean, I would definitely try to replicate that Haven deck because it looked like it was working out. But let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the teams who are still playing and have yet to showcase their skills today. Looking everyone, so we just saw Brothers Reunited take on Team Tomin, and then up next we are going to see My Waifu Is Better Than Yours take on the Johan Bros. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah, Johan, I think.
I'm just still a little mad at their team name. Like, it's very, like, them's fighting words right there.
All right, well, let's take a look at the schedule. We just took a quick look at it. Game 2, like we said, BlessRNG and Coach Akamaru Red. Oh my gosh, my weeb is failing me. Taking on Tempo Storm Trihex and Coach Cure Mango. And then we have games 3 and games 4, which are coming up later. But I'm excited to see who's going to fill in that second semifinal spot. Do you guys have any favorites going into this next match?
My favorite deck overall is actually BlessRNG and Akamar Red's deck. Akamar Red definitely makes some creative deck choices, and we see the only player that actually incorporated a new card from Verdant Conflict, and that's going to be Regal Wildcat. We'll be able to check that out, talk about it, but I really like his deck. I think it's a solid deck even in this current expansion. I've lost to that deck on ladder before in this current expansion with like an updated deck, you know, and I've lost to what they're playing today already. It's a powerful deck, cool stuff.
So both of them will be running those Swordcraft decks, but then like you said, BlessRNG adding in a little bit of flair with that new card. So would you give an edge to that deck?
Yeah, one of the key weaknesses of Machina Sword has always been that it lacks a lot of storm, and Regal Wildcat sort of fixes that problem. So hopefully we can see that in action.
Awesome. And Will, as our resident, not casual player, but you're still new to this, what are your thoughts when you see some of these pre-built decks and then seeing a little bit of that flair added in?
Oh, I love it. That's what most people do. The starting deck is a core starting point, and it's just this is kind of gives you an idea of what to do, how to go about making a deck. And you're like, but I really like this card. And you can see it in the last game. They're like, I really like Elena.
Yeah.
She's not in the deck, so putting her in there, and you can see it, and it works out great. So it's a combination of being competitive, but also playing what you love, and that's really what card games are all about.
Whenever you start playing a card game, often you're not going to have all the cards, of course, and you're not always going to have the resources to be able to build whatever you want. And so there's like this amazing period of time where you have a lot of good cards and you just have to put them together to play your own deck. And that's one of the most satisfying parts of playing a card game. Obviously, it's very, very different to play in a competitive setting with trying to make an optimal deck, the strongest deck you can, and trying to master that deck, playing multiple decks. It's completely different when you're starting out and you're just working with what you have and trying to do your best. That's also a really, really fun part about card games.
Well, I believe we have our first deck's key cards up next. Johan Bro's top deck, best deck, and here's our Swordcraft deck.
So mech decks have a specific way you benefit off of mechs. In the Blood deck, we saw Mono being able to evolve everything on the board, gain storm, things like that. For Sword, one of the strongest mech cards is Stampeding Fortress, which puts 3 assembly droids onto the board alongside a 6/5 when you evolve it. That's one of the most powerful evolve cards that they've printed. One of the most powerful proactive 4-cost evolve cards they've ever printed. There's like Kel, but that's a really cool card. It increases your followers destroyed by up to 4, and that means it's really easy to get your followers destroyed count very, very high, and then that leads into Regal Wildcat as well as Blazing Admiral. And Blazing Admiral, after 15 followers on your own side have been destroyed, you summon it from your deck, has some special effects. Regal Wildcat, you play it after a certain point, and you buff a follower by +2 and give it Storm. So you gain a ton of attack and Storm on one follower, and Regal Wildcat itself has Storm, and you deal upwards of somewhere around 10-ish damage just from playing Regal Wildcat, and that's a huge finisher that Sword didn't have before. Usually you don't have any damage from hand, and after a while you just run out of resources to play. You don't have stuff to do, but Regal Wildcat, a lot of damage from hand.
I love that we have you here as our resident pro because I got about 25% of that.
I was going to say the exact same thing.
Sweet. Is Regal Wildcat a cat?
Yeah, it's like a...
That's it. We're in, we're in there.
It's no Mr. Meowskers, but, he'll do.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at Team 2's deck. My waifu is better than yours. Do they have any cats or animals in their deck?
No.
They lose. That's it. That's it.
Done.
They're done. Goodbye.
So, yeah, Blazing Lion Admiral with its red costume and iconic mustache. A lot of people compared to some other video game characters, so that's kind of cool.
Like which ones?
like Mario. They call it like Blazing Mario or something.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, the dude's on fire and he's all red. We'll see him later, I'm sure. Think a pretty similar deck, but the key difference is going to be Regal Wildcat, and hopefully that makes a difference. I'm looking forward to seeing that card. I haven't personally gotten a chance to play that card specifically myself because Sword isn't in the best spot with that kind of archetype right now.
So I think we do have to recognize the highlight coming into this game. This is the battle of the global emotes. We do have BlessRNG taking on Trihex. So gentlemen, I need to ask you for your best emote impersonation. Let's start with you, Will. Which one are you going to choose?
I got to go with Trihex.
Let's see it.
So Trihex, he's like, it's slightly tilted at like a 45-degree angle. He's very clearly leaning forward. He's also very happy, so it's kind of like a... Perfect.
You know what? I've personally met BlessRNG in person in Singapore before at a tournament. He was casting an event and gone to see him. So I've practiced BlessRNG with the man himself.
All right, so chat needs to decide. Chat needs to decide. Go ahead and spam those emotes. Who do you think had the better impression? Was it Will or was it Potwasher? I'm going to jump on my phone in a second and start spamming it myself. But spam all of your favorite emotes. And spam, do we have emotes of all of our streamers who are playing here today to go ahead and show your love and support for them? But, okay, so the question that I have coming into this match, Swordcraft versus Swordcraft with a little bit of variation, are we going to see it go on to, what was it, like turn 15 or something?
No. Those were some intense matches. Maybe we'll see some of the similar matchups later on, but Swordcraft a little bit faster, a little bit more, I guess we'll see more trades going on. It'll be different. It'll be different.
There we have the legends themselves sitting in front of each of their own green screens. That's fun. BlessRNG taking a sip from perhaps the goblet of victory. And Trihex, what's behind him? I'm trying to see what that poster is. Is that a poster to his right?
I believe so, and it's definitely an anime type aesthetic. So I'm very curious to what it is.
Can we chat? Can we jump into Trihex's chat and then say move the green screen? We want to see what it is. But before we do that, let's go ahead and jump into game one of our second quarterfinal. BlessRNG versus Trihex, the battle of the global emotes.
You must die.
All right, Swordcraft Mirror. One of the most critical things in the mirror match is who goes first and who goes second. Are you giving any particular advantage to either one?
So Swordcraft has one of the strongest evolve cards in the entire game that I mentioned. The 4-cost name is escaping me, but the 4-cost 4/3 evolves into 6/5. The Stampeding Fortress, of course. So that's really great. Going to hold on to the Leod. Leod is a 1/3, which doesn't trade very well in the early game, so I'm surprised that was kept in hand, especially going first.
Well, I think in the mirror, maybe they're just very critically thinking about wanting to just play things on curve. And so is a weak 2-drop better than no 2-drop at all?
Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah. Oh, and that's not a great curve either.
Hey, that's 2, 3, 4. What do you mean? Oh, that's Technolord. Never mind.
Yeah, Technolord we saw earlier. That's going to deal damage equal to the number of destroyed Machina followers. And that count is at 0 right now. It will be 0 for quite some time, it looks like. Maybe until around turn 5-ish.
I'm just laughing at this picture of Trihex in the lower left-hand corner because I have made that face so many times at my computer screen playing card games.
They might be making that same face with that hand right now.
All right, so this 1/3 hitting the board does have, I believe the keyword is not stealth, but a
ambush.
Ambush.
Let's listen in on Trihex and Cure Mango here.
I can't do anything with this. I would think, right?
You might have to skip this turn, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want to lose. I want to lose ambush. That's bad. I don't want to Technolord. That's useless. Ivory's also useless. Yeah. Horrible waste of mana turn.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. Like, I didn't want to keep all the 2-drops because they're not that strong, but unfortunately you just drew into this.
And that's going to be a quick pass on turn 3. Yeah.
I mean, it was a very quick listening. It was just because it was at the end of the day, like we were talking about. It's well, we didn't draw very well, and our mulligan did not pan out the way we intended. So this is just the nature of the beast.
The cool thing is that Stampeding Fortress, the 1/1 assembly droids only come out onto the field if there are 2 or more mech cards in hand. The only mech card in hand is Robogoblin at the moment. So if this Robogoblin on the field, the 2/2, isn't destroyed, then there's a chance that Stampeding Fortress doesn't activate on turn 4 going second. That might be a crucial thing here.
All right, and remember, guys, in the chat, please type 1 if you are on Team BlessRNG and Akamara Red, and type 2 if you are on Team Trihex and Kira Mango.
Leisha plus Quick Plater is one of the OG strongest combos from very early this year, probably around January. That metagame heavily featured Leisha, so we might be able to see that powerful combination here. Stampeding Fortress, gonna play it out. Wow, that's a little bit unfortunate.
What, you want to save this for the evolve turn?
Yeah, but they still have a strong turn 5. And Ivory Sword Dance as well. Really strong card.
Especially turns 5 and onward, because you are going to get that +2/+2 effect. And deal a whole lot of damage. I feel like the Swordcraft deck is very heavy on removal, with the copies of Technolord and the Ivory Sword Dance.
I think only Trihex and Kirmango are playing the Technolord. BlessRNG and Akamara Red don't have that card.
So are there enough Machinas in the deck to justify the Technolord, do you think? Or
Yeah.
is it a...
It's just a slightly bit more awkward to play. Oh, I forgot about Regal Wildcat Accelerate. I might be able to see that come down.
So what is the Accelerate effect? Is summon a
Summon
Steel
a
Clad
2/2.
Knight, a Heavy Knight, and a Knight? Wait, summons 3 things?
That's pretty good.
What? 4 mana, summon 3 things? That's more than pretty good. That's amazing. What are the stats on those things?
2/2. Yeah, we see it.
2/2, a 1/2, and a 1. That's insane. That's amazing.
Yeah, without well, yeah, that's a pretty good turn there.
Some of these Accelerate cards are ridiculous.
So Assassin gives ambush to a friendly commander, and the only commander in the deck, I believe, are Leot as well as Blazing Admiral, which you don't really use Assassin on Blazing Admiral until very late game, and they've already drawn into it, so most likely they've kept the Leot ambush so that they might be able to use Assassin on a later turn.
So what they end up going with, I think it's a little preemptive to use the Ivory Sword Dance, especially because the board state currently doesn't really have enough power on the board to justify it. Gonna go with the upgrade on the Leisha. What is the evolve effect on this Leisha? Something costs 0?
It summons something onto the board, a 1/1 Bane.
And that's when it attacks.
Yeah.
So now the Bane can't attack this turn, I'm assuming, though.
No.
Okay. So why do you think he opted to go for kill the 1/2 over the 2/2?
I'm not sure. Maybe trading the 1/1 into 2/2, evolve Leod, shoot the 2/1, but it's about the same. Also, the Leod can't trade into the 5/4, so that might be another consideration. Probably Leod into 2/2, just use the VOD Reckoning, go face. I'm not sure.
So
not a lot of time.
So here's a question. Ambush. I'm assuming as soon as the follower does anything, it loses the ambush type effect.
Yeah.
So it can be targeted and attacked. But if you attack in the 1/3 stage and then evolve it, does it gain ambush back? Or
No.
is it's still gone?
Yeah, it's still gone. But if you use the Veiled Reckoning to add an Assassin to your hand, Assassin will give something ambush.
Oh, it can give anything ambush.
Yeah.
That seems very good.
Any commander.
No one gets past me.
And then Commander's just another type, like Machina is?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's not. It's all allied commanders. Not just one.
Any.
Oh,
One.
oh, okay. Any one. Okay.
So that. Oh yeah, I forgot about Aether. Aether is also another commander.
Aether of the Warrior Wing. Randomly put one Swordcraft card into your hand. Highest Swordcraft follower. Okay. Assassin coming down, giving him ambush once again. Gonna evolve the Aether.
Wow. Mid-range sword against mid-range sword is
Very aggressive.
kind of. It's kind of refreshing to see this matchup again.
This was a very popular matchup back in its prime.
Yeah, a long time ago. I feel kind of old.
Back when you're an old man. So would you describe yourself as a boomer in the Shadowverse universe?
I've played for a long time.
How long's a long time? You going on 4 years now?
Since the first expansion after launch, so quite a long time.
You know, back in my day.
Yeah, back in my
You played
day.
Shadowverse in a speakeasy.
Back in my day, Bahamut was a 1313, destroyed the entire board. So there's a 10 cost 1313 that destroys everything.
Too slow.
Like this
Seems pretty
big
good.
dragon dude.
What was the drawback besides it costing 10?
There was no drawback besides that you can only attack the opponent leader if there are less than 2 followers on your opponent's side of the field. So if your opponent had 2 things on the board, it can't attack Fate.
But it just destroyed everything.
Yeah, but on Fanfare, it destroys everything.
Okay.
That was an exciting card.
All right. So I think you're a little bit behind on life right now, but you're kind of gaining control of the board again. Cyber Cannoneer.
Kind of
Interesting
use up
decision.
the evolve point. They're definitely feeling the pressure right now.
Well, I think they're gonna. Okay, wait. So they can't do the Ivory Sword dance and clear off this 3/6.
It seems like Trihex and Kiramango are running out of time.
Was not expecting that from Trihex. I said, as of all the players in the field right now who are going to get their turns done as quickly as possible, I was going to say Trihex. Because that man plays Mario Maker like nobody else's business. He's a speedrunner at heart.
The issue is that I would personally think that Trihex actually wants to think through these turns himself as well.
Right.
And wants to have his own opinions on plays. This is just an assumption, but that can make it a little bit more difficult, actually. And maybe just following along with your coach's plays would yield quicker results.
My goodness. So this
Better
is why you want to
communication.
evolve the Stampeding Fortress.
Yeah,
That's very good. You summon 3 assembly droids.
it's probably the strongest
Air mode.
proactive evolve card they've printed. What else is
What do you even do against this? I feel like you're so behind on board. I think the Technolord is one of the ways to come back from this, but only 2 Machina followers have been destroyed.
can go up to 4, but that's definitely not
Still
enough.
a little bit short.
And BlessRNG, Akamaru Red are the team who are running Regal Wildcat. That's some damage from hand. That's 6 damage from hand. Might not be possible to clear enough to prevent lethal on the following turn. Maybe trade in Johan and then draw with hoverboard? I wonder what they're gonna do here.
We gotta do something
Or-
because 4 damage is coming from hand. Maybe a ward. Kill something. Hoverboard
Trade in
mercenary.
4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's close.
So all these are gonna have rush.
Ooh.
All Machina followers that enter the board right now are gonna have rush because of the effect of the first follower played this turn.
Ah! They're gonna leave the 6-5 on the board. I guess this is a gamble play.
So you would have preferred them trade everything into the 6/5 and leave the 3/1/1s up?
At this point, it's gonna be tough. The Ivory Sword Dance off the top.
Oh yeah, that's gonna just kill everything real quick. It's gonna push 8 damage as well, because it's gonna get +2/+2.
Oh, disgusting draw.
Ivory for 5. So
Wow.
that uses up most of the mana, but putting your opponent down to 5, developing a board, there's an 8/7 body behind it. There's just, it's got to be Technolord, right? And I don't think it has enough. I think it's at 6 right now.
I don't think it's enough
I think
either.
4 just died, and then like 2 died the previous turn. So I think it's maybe at
Somewhere
8.
around there, yeah.
It's at 8. It's 1 short.
Oh,
So there's technically a chance for 7 of these 8 to hit the Stampeding Fortress, and then you're technically alive on board.
true. Yeah.
So I think you just have to go for it,
Robo
right?
Goblin Technolord is the only way to survive. You're right.
So you have to...
Oh, there's also Robo Goblin Technolord Ivory Sword Dance, and that'll be guaranteed to clear. If you deal 2 damage afterwards.
Oh, right.
It'll be-
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Found the line. It's just a matter of doing it.
Ugh.
All right. Got to use the Ivory Sword Dance to deal 1
Oh,
damage. Feels so
man.
bad.
Let's listen in on BlessRNG and Akamaru Red next turn if we can.
See what they're thinking about this.
So what are we
there
doing?
We can, let's see. Let's think. So we can either save Licia for turn 10
Yep.
to guarantee that we get the spell, or we can Licia right now to set up a really wide board, and they just use a Technolord and an Ivory Sword Dance. And I believe they have a repair mode in the hand. I'm not sure. Can you quick scroll real quick? Scroll. Cards played. Right side. Right arrow. Can you scroll down slowly? Okay. Go ahead. Okay. So you can X. So they have 2 real cards.
Okay.
So I think it's we could also actually we can Cat plus Oathless Knight next turn. So we can this is a tough turn.
It's a tough turn. There's a lot to do here. And they haven't got many cards in hand, so I don't know. Alicia might be the play. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, okay, let's go Licia Oathless Knight. Because that gives us a wide board.
Yeah.
I'm not sure on this one, but I don't have time to reconsider what would be best. So go Oathless Knight, attack with Alicia first.
Attack the
Attack with
Hobgoblin?
Alicia, the Robo Goblin, yeah.
Yep.
Can't attack face. Yeah. And now,
Cool.
I didn't have time to reconsider because we could have actually set up. Can I Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
I got it.
Just go as wide as you can.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to reconsider, because we could have saved the Oathless Knight with a cat to have lethal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next
That's
turn.
it. They'd have to
But-
play a lot to get rid of this. Like,
Yeah,
if-
but
if-
I'd have to think of a different line of play that wasn't
Yeah.
too weak.
So there was a quick thing that Akamaru Red said there that I think is one of the most crucial things about this tournament that is going to help everyone going in the future. He says, I don't think this is the optimal line, but I don't have time to reconsider it, so we're just going to do this. Which I think a lot of players have failed to do in the buddy system historically, is they're like, wait, I just found this slightly more optimal play, but now we don't have any more time to play it. And it's better to go 100% in on a suboptimal play than it is to go 50% in on the optimal play.
Definitely. And that's going to be Regal Wildcat, the buff plus the Storm. Should be able to close it out.
So it has Storm itself, and then it also buffs all the other units?
One other unit by +2
plus 2. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is 6 damage from hand. And then there was already 5 on the board, so don't even need the Storm. This is going to be plenty of damage. Game 1 going over to BlessRNG and Panda Global Akamaru Red.
Man, it was your favorite deck for a reason. They looked incredibly strong in that first game, but here's the real question. Was it all RNG or was it skill?
they definitely had a pretty good hand, but the Regal Wildcats came into play. Both of them doing a lot of work. The first one on turn 4, that was really, really powerful. I think most of the time going second is preferable for these specific decks, so that made a difference, as well as just keeping on getting a very wide board. The Ivory Sword Dance for Trihex and Kirmango's side was never able to be played efficiently and clear the entire board. You want to reset at some point, and also their mech count was very low overall. They passed on turn 3. They had a Leod on turn 2. Just overall, the game plan just didn't go very well for them, and they had to keep on making plays to survive, and after a certain point, they were just struggling very, very hard.
So we heard you talk a little bit about the coach trying to explain, like, okay, well, I don't have time to explain this potentially more optimal play. So let's go with what we have now. So tell me, just listening in and listening into Akamaru, what did you think of his coaching style?
I mean, it seems like he's very, it's constant communication. It's kind of a stream of consciousness style of coaching, which can be good and bad, because sometimes the player is able to catch something that comes out of that stream of consciousness and, compound his own ideas on top of it to come up with some big galaxy brain play. But at the same time, sometimes that flow of information can be too confusing, especially to a newer player. So I don't know how much experience BlessRNG has, but when you start rattling off card names and do this, do that, and it can be very overwhelming. And so I think it's not necessarily a good or bad coaching style. It's just very much player dependent.
Mm-hmm. And try to refresh my memory. Was Akamaru Red, was he the one with the teaching background?
Yeah.
Was that? Yeah, so he has a teaching background, so he's used to interacting with people and trying to educate them.
Right.
So I was thinking maybe that's given him a little bit of a boost for the buddy system here today.
Moving on to Game 2 and Game 3, we've definitely seen Akamaru in the past do very well in those situations. So I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see that again.
And we have Trihex's video back online for the start of Game 2. Let's see if that's what was holding him back in Game 1. Now that we get a little bit more movement from him. Still don't know what the background photo is, though.
Yeah, I was hoping one of us would be enough of a weeb to just be able to identify what it is based off an arm, but I don't think we're there yet.
I'm not that kind of weeb.
Tell. Oh, man. Orange?
I can't.
See some streaks of...
I'm wondering if it's like a swimsuit and that's why they covered it up. But let's talk about Game 2. Here we go. Will BlessRNG be able to take it, or will Trihex be able to bring it back?
Okay. Mecha Wing Angel Hoverboard Mercenaries. So some mech cards already in hand for Trihex and Kirmango. That's already pretty good. Stampeding Fortress. Oh, gonna toss. I'm assuming
both
that
the fortresses.
BlessRNG and Akamaru Red are going first this time around. You wouldn't throw away Stampeding Fortress going second. I personally would toss the Quick Blader. Quick Blader, 1 cost 1/1 Storm, very, very strong, but it's also it's going to lead to a lack of resources, and that can be a huge problem. Ooh.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think this is a matchup about aggression, and I don't think it's providing much of a board state either. And so this is definitely more of a, you're happy to draw it later in the game because you can compound it with something like the Tiger.
Oh.
And then you play this, play the Tiger, all of a sudden you're pushing 7 damage from hand. But right now it's pushing, it's going to push basically 2 damage.
Yeah. Honestly,
or it does.
They've been blessing the RNG gods, because the 2 next draws are gonna draw an additional card themselves. The Hoverboard Mercenary draws a random Machina card.
Replaces itself, yep.
And the Aether of the White Wing draws a card from the next mana cost. So if you play it on 3, it'll draw something 4 or less. And at the maximum,
cool.
Oh man, Regal Wildcat on curve.
This is just a perfect
that is
series
so
of events.
Strong. Wow.
Picking up a 7-drop. Honestly, BlessRNG might have an issue with board space with all these cards he's picking up on curve.
And Mecha Wing Angel, usually the 1/2 stats on Hoverboard Mercenary, you're trading down against a 2/2 follower, but because of the Mecha Wing Angel being 1/1s, the 1/2's gonna trade really, really efficiently against this. Wow, everything's coming together very, very well BlessRNG and Akamar Red.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else Trihex could have done on that turn, because it was turn 2, so he was muted, and so maybe he should have gone for the hoverboard mercenary, try to draw on a better card. Maybe start looking for that Technolord.
There is a Technolord in hand. I think hoverboard mercenary putting a 1/2 onto the board effectively puts a similar amount of stats compared to 2 1/1s on the board. So I do think it would have been pretty reasonable to play hoverboard mercenary instead. Ooh, and no value trade, just going face. Wow.
I love it. Do it. Face is the place. SM Orc.
Whew. I wouldn't have done that, but that's pretty cool. It's
you're not BlessRNG.
The thing is that the 1/1s don't have anywhere to value trade into besides 1/1 into 1/1 that's an even trade. And then next turn they're planning to go wide with Regal Wildcat, I'm assuming, or maybe Autoblade Patroller, put a 4/4 on the board. That's also really strong in the mid game, so maybe hold on to that. Regal Wildcat, assuming it's Regal Wildcat, that uses up 3 board spaces. So if the opponent trades into you, you're going to have an extra board space anyway. And the 2/3 is going to get a value trade-off. Just everything's going well in RNG world.
So what do you do in this situation right now? Because like once again, you're kind of off curve a little bit on Trihex side of things. You have this hoverboard mercenary, but I don't think there's any 1-drops to pick up.
Ooh.
There is a quick blade to help clear off some of this board, so you can trade in all your stuff. So you can trade in the 2 assembly bots into the 1/2, and then trade the quick bladers off with each other.
So now that Autoblade Patroller has been drawn, you want to keep your droids alive. So probably trade quick bladers and then go face with the 1/1s. And that's because Autoblade Patroller against +2/+2 if there are 2 mechs in hand, and also if there's at least 1 mech on the board, you gain the ability to destroy an enemy follower on your evolve effect. So really, really powerful card. And
especially going into turn 4.
Yeah, and turn 4, let's say 2/3 trades into 1/2, 1/2 trades into 1/1. There's not going to be a way to clear off all of them from just on board. So the Autoblade Patroller is probably going to go off. Autoblade Patroller, very good reactive card, and Stampeding Fortress, a very good proactive card. So wow, it's gonna be a critical hit with Autoblade Patroller here. Wow.
So what do you mean by critical hit?
So Autoblade Patroller is gonna do tons of work. The evolve effect will destroy a 4/4. That's crazy good value.
Oh, okay. On Trihex side of things. I think that the card BlessRNG just played.
Yeah, the same card, but when you evolve, it destroys a follower.
Mm-hmm. But he didn't have the card to activate it.
You have to evolve it.
Oh, yeah, and he's 1 turn away from evolve, because it's only turn 4, right? Comes down as a 4/4. Because I thought it was, since the numbers were green, I just assumed like it was just evolved already. But it's a turn too early, because it gets the +2/+2.
Yeah.
So now he's going to be able to evolve it, kill the 4/4, and be able to trade into the 2/3.
And kind of reset the clock a little bit.
Just seize control of the board. Evolve is so powerful.
Another thing you can do is try to set up for Autoblade Patroller plus Ivory Sword Dance on turn 5, but no other strong turn 4s means that it's just going to be Autoblade Patroller here. I could be a little bit tricked.
Does he not know about the evolve?
Okay.
Autoblade controller. Okay, he figured it out. There it is.
Nice.
Kills it. Badoom. 6/6 into 2/3.
Trade in. Is he gonna get the attacks off?
Looks like he's going face with the rest of it. Honestly,
just 1 attack. Okay, that's
fine.
pretty decent.
That's fine. You know what? We take those.
3, 4, 5.
The main thing was the evolve. That was the big part of the turn.
Yeah,
everything after that was for the most part inconsequential.
Let's listen in on BlessRNG and Akamar Red.
So we can Leod Evo, Veil Reckoning, Oathless Knight. Next turn, by the way, let me just set it up.
Yeah.
Hopefully you get a mech so that you get the tokens, but it's probably going to be Fortress plus Ivory Sword Dance. Make sure it's a full clear, basically.
Yep. Okay.
All right, let's see this turn. I think
Thinking
Ivory Sword Dance is so
Leon, maybe?
dangerous.
Yeah.
Can Evo the Leod. I think we're evolving the Leod.
Yep. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll play the Leod, evolve the Leod, go from there. Leod ambushed or taking out something?
They might punish us with Ivory Sword Dance, so I think our Leod will
Into the Patrol?
trade into the 6/4. Yeah.
Yep.
Trade into
And then
the 6/4.
reckoning it out?
Yeah, Reckoning, and then Oathless Knight, and then 1/2 goes face.
Yep.
Next turn, Fortress, Evo plus Ivory Sword Dance is most likely to play. Hopefully we get a mech so that we get the tokens. But yeah, that's trade first with the Fortress if you need the damage. Keep in mind, you're gonna deal 6 AoE. So
Of course, they could put.
Ooh.
All right, very effectively, hashing out the next turn as well, able to predict what is going to happen.
I'm not
from
sure.
Trihex side.
Are we able to listen in on Trihex and Kiramango side as well? This is
looks like a fairly straightforward turn.
On this board,
Yeah.
we'll do 5. So just evolve anything. Doesn't really matter too much what it is. Let's say the hoverboard mercenaries because you have 1 more health.
Yeah, because it gets a bit stronger.
It won't be long now. Ride the wave, know what I mean?
And I would pick
Yeah, you pick her because if anything else wouldn't clear the board.
Oh, okay. I was picking the ball. Okay. I think I'm wrong hand here. All right, and then we're going face.
Yep. And we have a little time to talk about next turn.
Yeah. Okay. So next round I have 6. Johan is before.
Try to look for a Johan play. If not, Lycia and just evolving her by yourself is not the worst, but I think you just want to look for a Johan play. And if you have extra, you can actually get that Mechwing Angel out as well after you play Johan.
Okay. Sounds
Again,
good.
we're just looking to clear the board and go phase.
Gotcha.
Now you're kind of ahead, so you can ignore his small stuff, but you can't ignore his big stuff.
Gotcha. All right.
So BlessRNG and Akamar Red have been ignoring the Trihex and Kiramango side of the board quite often, and now that's led to this board state we have currently. There's only 1 other mech card in hand, meaning the Stampeding Fortress isn't gonna summon the extra 1/1s. That's such a big deal. Oh.
The Ivory Sword Dance is only gonna it's only gonna deal 6 damage.
Yeah.
So is it even worth doing at this point? Because statistically, it's not going to be able to kill this Joanna off.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna
full
clear. Ugh.
But now it's, Trihex just gets to go back on the board, start applying more pressure. Still has 1 more evolve point than his opponent.
Now it's gonna be hard for BlessRNG and Akamar Red side to start pressuring. I guess it was an option to even, What else was there? That turn was pretty difficult, actually. I guess.
I mean, they are down to 7 life.
You have to clear all the 1/1s, but maybe you leave the 5/6 up on board and try to do something with that. There's not a lot of damage from Trihex and Kiramango's side. So maybe a winning play might have been to ignore the 6/5 of the 5/6 and try to make a wide board while clearing the rest of the tokens on the field. One reason why Leisha is not great in this deck is because it only activates off of officers. And that means that Mecha Wing Angel isn't going to evolve Leisha. 5/5 stat line is very good though, and I think it's going to work out. That's a pretty strong board.
So is Leisha part of the constructed deck that it comes with? Or was this an addition?
Yeah, it's part of the deck.
So in the original deck, I'm assuming there were more officers then. Do you think they took some out?
It's part of the set.
Right,
the pre-built deck.
So there were more officers in the original deck, but they chose to take some of them out for these other cards. So now the Leisha's less effective?
I think the balance of the deck wasn't great to begin with. I'm not quite sure, actually. This is pretty close. It might come down to game 3 now. So the only way to remove the 5/5 is to hit the Johann and the Robogoblin in to the Leisha. And that's going to mean that Trihex and Kiramango side. Ooh.
Okay.
They're going to threaten. Ooh, Technolord is going to full clear here.
Yeah, 6.
Maybe go wide.
Have been destroyed. I mean, yeah, put your opponent down to 2, go wide, play out your hand.
Ooh.
Seems good to me. Leaving this 5/5 up feels so bad. They only need 2 more damage to finish off this game.
Pretty close matches. But it looks like Trihex and Kiramango are able to take the...
Which is super interesting, too, because at the beginning of this game, BlessRNG just curved out so well.
Yeah.
It was a perfect 1 into 2 into 3 into 4, and it just, after that, just died off really quickly.
Is there merit to holding Technolord? It's technically possible to Robogoblin in as well and leave 1 less 1/2 on the board.
Well, does your opponent have access to any wards?
No.
Then no.
And no heal is pretty fun.
Then I'm all for using it as tempo right now. If you don't have to worry about getting through a minion, especially with a Bane coming out from Leisha, you're going to be able to deal with any big ward that would even potentially be in the way. Yeah, this is definitely the turn you use the removal on.
I think turn 4, Regal Wildcat would have been significantly better than the Autoblade Patroller. The 4/4 getting removed from the opponent's Autoblade Patroller is a huge deal. That might have made the difference. What else? Turn 6, the 5 attack follower, preventing the Stampeding Fortress from getting a good trade-off was very, very crucial as well.
A lot went wrong in this game.
Yeah. But we saw the strength of Ivory Sword Dance and Autoblade Patroller this time around. The Evolve point coming in very handy.
Yeah, I think the use of evolves in tandem with the Ivory Sword points are absolutely what decide these games.
Yeah.
Is effective use of those cards.
And the Leisha Evolve in place was surprisingly really, really good. The 5/5 stat line is actually incredibly hard to remove.
You mentioned how without the as many officers in the deck that it's not as effective, but being a fat 5 or 5/5 body is just plenty good on its own.
I think that's a play that is hard to consider if you're more used to the game, but it just worked out.
Missed the landing.
All right, turn number 8, Trihex. With no coach, but I think he's going to be able to find this lethal. At least I hope. Weirder things have happened.
I mean, even if you misclick, there's no way you... Yeah.
So yeah, even if you were to misclick and kill the follower on accident, you still have enough damage.
Yeah, as long as you drag something somewhere, you're always gonna win.
Wise words of wisdom.
Wow, it's a little bit
drag something
frightening.
somewhere.
I wonder if Trihex and Kirmango didn't get any time to prepare, because I feel like Trihex.
Okay, I'll admit, I've been in this situation many a times where I'm just so focused on the board state in my hand, the optimal play, that I just forget to look up like 3 inches and see that they're at 2 health.
Yeah, that's happened for sure. There's so many things going on that, yeah.
But he found it.
Lose track of that. But that's a little bit scary. And imagine you're the coach and you see the opponent at 2
You're
life.
just screaming at your computer.
Yeah, and you attack. That's probably the easiest lethal you can do, so that must be incredibly scary.
Now, I'm wondering if he was doing that just to, like, taunt his coach a little bit, like, oh, should I go over here? Should I go over here? Or maybe he was playing it up in chat, getting a little bit of the showboating in, spamming the emotes.
Yeah.
But there we have it, 1-1. It's all tied up, and we have our first series of the day for Buddy System. So going into that match 3, what do you think is going to be the most crucial winning factor for each team?
This might be one of the few matchups where going second is significantly better than going first. We saw some strong evolve effects go off, and getting that extra HP on the followers onto the board so that the opponent can't clear with Ivory Sword Dance is a really important part of the matchup. I also think that overall, Akamaru Red and BlessRNG last game kind of didn't play. They attacked face with everything, didn't take a lot of value trades, didn't play for board much at all. So that's something to consider, that maybe you try to play for board a little bit more. There are definitely some places to adapt and look out for.
Would you say they were playing a little bit more cocky or more confident?
Yeah, maybe the first game just gave him too big of an ego boost.
Too big of an ego boost for BlessRNG and Akamaru Red. Trihex, look at that mean mug. He looks like he's
thinking really hard.
He's determined to win right now. Oh, BlessRNG just went ahead and popped his emote there with the microphone in his hand. But let's see if it's enough to get him the 3rd and final win and move him on to the semifinals.
Game number 3, Trihex is going to be going second this time around once again. And like you said, going to be a very significant advantage. But one of the downsides is that crucial turn 4. It's the first turn you get to evolve, but it's also a turn that your coach is muted. So with those very crucial turns, not having access to your coach, is he going to be able to find the optimal line? Because if you mess up on turn 4, that can screw over the rest of the game.
Akamaru Red and BlessRNG are also the side that are better going first, because they have the option to Regal Wildcat on turn 4, as well as the Cannoneer on turn 4 as well. So those are 2 options to go wide on the board before the opponent can play Autoblade Patroller or play Stampeding Fortress. Both of those options, the strongest turn 4 options for Mech Sword, are better against the opponent playing 1 card at a time, like we saw last game, compared to creating a wider board.
Alright, using that entirety of turn number 1 to just talk through the next turn, what could potentially happen, what they should do in certain circumstances. Gotta utilize the entire turn as effectively as you can. Because the game's not going anywhere. You don't got a meeting to get to.
I actually completely forgot about that 3/4 right there on the bottom side of the field. I think it's called Azord or something like that. But
that's a 2-drop.
That card is a 7 cost that accelerates for 2 and puts something on the board. But when you play it for 7, I think it actually deals 2 damage to all the enemy followers. So
wow, so it's very similar to like a Kel type effect.
Yeah, that might be that might actually be good in this matchup. I didn't consider that option. It's not typically not a very powerful card. You don't see it being played.
So randomly summon a Butler of the Mist or Sheena, Maid of the Mist. What? And then
It's
what's the
2-1 or a
1-2?
1-2.
Okay.
2-1 Ward or 1-2 Bane, I believe. 2-1 Ward.
Word. Last words. Put a
Sheena,
Duke in your
1-2
hand.
Bane. So both of them trade well with a 2-2, and you actually get the card back into your hand. So
Very cool.
infinite resource.
Looks a little bit better than the Oathless Knight currently.
Yeah.
And you get to choose, or is it random which one you get?
It's random.
Okay, so 50-50 to get the 2-1.
Yeah, so it's not great because of that. And if it was
Hey,
choose...
you're up against BlessRNG. Sometimes you got to BlessRNG yourself.
Yeah, but I think the 7 cost effect might come into play this game around.
Well, you have 2 of them, so you can afford to get rid of one of them. Because the other option is
It's
the
an
Mech Wing
infinite
Angel.
resource. On Last Words, you gain the same card back.
Oh!
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the Duke. Okay, interesting. So yeah,
Yeah.
definitely use it
Take
then.
me for a simple maid.
So you get the Maid, which is the 1-2, but it does have Bane, so it still trades nicely.
Yeah. In fact, you might want to trade the Goblin into the 1-2 to prevent it from trading up into the 2-3.
Makes sense to me. Bane is just one of those keywords that just make everything awkward.
Yeah.
It's such a pain to deal with it from your opponent's side, but there's a really nice turn 4.
Yeah. So that's going to create a wide board and be effective against Stampeding Fortress. Stampeding Fortress puts the 3 1-1s onto the board, which is a huge advantage. But if you have a wide board yourself, then that means your opponent's not the only one with the... you can trade your own 1-1s in immediately and have a good board against that. Last game we saw a lot of going face. It seems like that's the default option for BlessRNG and Akamaru Red
Right.
this game as well.
Very interesting to see that, just because, like you said, the Bane is on the field right now.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to trade up. So you're pushing 2 damage, but you're sacrificing more stats on the board as the game progresses. Which I don't necessarily like, especially going into the next couple of turns, where if you evolve this Warrior of the Winds, it's going to give all your allies +1 health as well. And so
Yeah,
I
probably.
think those stats are going to be really important against cards like the Ivory Sword Dance.
Yeah. I think it's important to have efficient trades, but at the same time, turn 3 typically isn't a powerful turn unless it's Autoblade Patroller for the sword side. So just gonna take that risk.
But speaking of powerful turns, we're going to be about to get into turn number 4 for Trihex, and that's going to be his first evolve turn. So I want to listen in on turn number 3 to see what Kiramango is telling him about these next couple of turns.
Another Azord, we can do Oatless Knight. I'm not really sure which one I'd rather go
I
with.
prefer Azord because
I figured that because we're saving the officer potentially for a top deck on the other girl who uses the officers, right?
Yeah, Azord has the chance of protecting you, so it's nice.
I'm getting smart. Okay.
Do not mistake me for a simple maid. My apologies.
That's fine. You mean make sure you kill the 2/3.
All right, cool.
And the next turn, I think no matter what, we're getting that Stampede Fortress evolved and killing the biggest thing he has on board.
Sounds good to me. It's pretty straightforward. I feel that.
Yeah, and then that will fuel Johan really fast.
Do I have 2 mech cards in my hand?
Yeah, you have Mechwing Angel and you have Johan.
Oh, Johan is mech. Okay, great. All right.
Yep.
Ooh, I was like, okay, I'm not sure there. All right. Awesome. I got it. Let's do it.
I think Trihex and Kiramango definitely have a solid game plan moving forward. Turn 5 doesn't look like an especially strong turn for them so far, so that's something to look out for.
Also, Trihex going through a very similar thing that I'm going through. It's like when you finally name the right play and you're just like, oh, that felt good. It's like I'm learning. I'm smart.
A lot of these,
Trihex.
yeah.
You go, man.
When you're in these coaching sessions with a player who's more experienced, you get kind of, they warn you about how your play is bad so many times that it can be pretty painful, but when you finally get that turn,
it's growing pains. It's just something every card game player's got to go through.
Like, oh, that's wrong. Oh, in this situation, you shouldn't do that. Like 90% of the time you do that, but not this time.
But not this time.
Not this time.
And it really gives you an insight into like how people think about card games, especially the further you progress. You know, you're thinking 2, 3, 4 turns ahead, and then you're running simulations in your head where like, well, if they do this 2 turns from now, I want to do this now because 3 turns from now, this is going to be good. And you're just like, oh god, this is a lot of thinking, but it's what you got to do.
So Mech Sword doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with a 6-3. So if we see a Auto Blade Patroller top deck, that'd be huge. What else would be good? Maybe just.
I mean, it does. If you were to evolve the Ambush guy, that's gonna have 3 attack, but it seems like a little bit of an excessive answer.
Yeah, maybe.
What about this? The Knight, the Oathless Knight. Like, what is this? It's a 2-mana 1/1. What's the appeal of this card?
It summons 2 1/1s onto the board, so it just creates a wide board. That's all it does.
So and then when it evolves, it becomes a 3/3. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So you could definitely play that, evolve it, trade it into the fortress, summon some guys on the field.
Yeah. Another thing that BlessRNG and Akamar Red can do is because Trihex and Kiramango aren't running a lot of storm cards, you could risk just taking a value trade of the Stampeding Fortress over a 1/1 instead of trading straight into the 6/3 as well. But that would get hit hard by Ivory Sword Dance.
So yeah, not going to take the risk, just going to go for the board-centric play, leaving Trihex with just the one measly assembly droid.
And going to trade there, if you evolve one of the 1/1s and use an Ivory Sword Dance, that would clear everything, so just kind of playing around that a little bit. Definitely not getting in as much damage in the early game compared to Game 1 or Game 2.
Yeah, this has been a very back-and-forth game. Based off the the starting hands, I was definitely giving favor to Trihex, just because their opening hand was so disgusting, but BlessRNG's been able to fight it on his own.
This Auto Blade Patroller is going to do tons of work, though.
Later on, it will. You don't want to use it right now.
I was under the impression that Azord is an infinite resource, but it seems like you can't accelerate it.
More than once.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Today I learned.
Today I learned.
Even in the buddy system, the pros learn just as much as the amateurs.
Never play that card.
So Janna's getting very cheap, though. So both players, I believe, have a Johan in the hand. BlessRNG's, I believe, is down to 1 cost right now in his hand. But Trihex has access to 2 right now, and they're both down to 3. So going to be able to use this in tandem with maybe the Mecha Wing. Summon 2 1/1s, trade them in.
The issue is that means the Auto Blade Patroller isn't going to be activated on the following turn, so going to hold on to the Mecha Wing Angel there. The Brush would only clear a 1/1, and the 1/1 typically trades into a 1/1 anyway, or goes face, and you can trade it away.
So the...
Oh, gonna evolve, okay.
Interesting. So the Auto Blade Patroller, what is the requirement for it to be activated to kill something? It has to have another mech...
on the field.
Just 1 or 2?
Just 1.
Okay, so the Johan right now currently is enough to activate the Auto Blade.
Yeah. Auto Blade will gain +2/+2 in stats if there are 2 mechs in hand, though. Kind of a complicated card.
Okay.
But
so if there's 2 in hand, it gets a buff, and then if there's 1 on the field when it's evolved, it'll kill a thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we saw Trihex and Kiramango very carefully remove the board using the evolve point and trying to play around the Ivory Sword Dance, it seems like. I wonder if they're going to play the Johan to full clear as well. But soon, the Azord might come down and fully clear the board. Auto Blade Patroller looks pretty good as well on the following.
See. All right, this value trade's going to be good. Unfortunately for Trihex, they are 1 turn short of getting this Azord down because doing damage to all the enemy followers. I believe you said it does 2 damage.
Yeah.
Would be such a nice clear right now.
Man.
They're 1 turn away. Also, I'm assuming this is an open decklist format, correct?
Yes.
So everyone knows what each other has. And also, he played the Azord on turn 3 and 4, so assuming they're paying attention, they should know that.
So this is my end.
What's going on? Okay. That means Autoblade Patroller will be a little bit stronger on this turn. That's gonna be able to
Autoblade kill the Leisha.
Yeah. Autoblade and then Mecha Wing would be the correct ordering here.
So Autoblade then Mecha Wing.
Yeah. To gain the stats and then Mecha Wing afterwards to make sure there's 1 on the field.
Right, because you have to have 1.
And then you probably want to trade 1/1 into the
Bane.
Yeah.
And then
Nano. Her name's
Nano.
Okay.
Autoblade Patroller coming down.
Johan would actually work as well. The 3/5's hard to remove. 3/5, 6/5?
But I think you want to save Johan for like a turn where you're going to be playing a bunch of other things as well.
It's hard. It's a hard call.
I mean, it is a 3/5 though. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I guess the punish. Well, actually, there
is no punish.
Well, the punish would be Johan, trade them both in to the Johan, and it would leave them as 3/2s.
There's 2 Johans on.
Yeah, in the enemy. So that's technically a punish, but on Trihex's side, he has the Azord that can just deal 2 damage.
Huh.
To counter the counter.
Oh,
So-
Johan Evo.
He's going to evolve it too. Wait, so he's not evolving the 4/4. Oh, no.
But that's actually better against Johan.
Yeah, but I liked my play where you where you debate him.
Me too.
Speaking of global emotes, Trihex is going to debate BlessRNG, and everyone's going to lol. It's the perfect plan.
Johan Autoblade. Not great. You don't want to leave Johan on the board. Wow, that's crazy. 4/4/5/2 is significantly better. Man.
That's muted.
Crazy.
That's a muted turn as well.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Kiermango would have suggested to evolve the Autoblade Patroller.
Uh-huh. Dude, the buddy has become the sensei.
I think you got lucky though, because it just happens that like you can't deal 2 damage to the Johan. Otherwise, it'd be more efficient to have 6/5, 3/5 on the board. That's so weird.
Waggy, let's see how he does these trades though. So 4/4 into 5/2, 3/5. So this is sort of what I was alluding to. The value trades. The ambush is going to live, and the repair mode is actually going to be really good as well.
Nice plays.
I think you still play the Azord though.
And the Johan's gonna survive, meaning anything picked up will gain rush.
Right. But this is a 2-turn clear.
Wow, that's crazy. Huh.
So I think it's an Azord turn. Make a 1/1 and a 3/2, and either force him to trade. And then if he plays the other Johan in hand, trades down, it's the same situation as I previously described.
Yeah.
Where he's gonna have a bunch of low things. And then the second Azord's going to be able to follow that up. But if BlessRNG, it's going to all come down to how much BlessRNG can remember about this game. Because
the second Azord.
The second Azord, exactly. I think Akumaru Red knows the second Azord is in the hand.
Oh!
But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to mention it in time. And that's going to be an exact clear from the Technolord.
Huh.
Man, quit drawing cards that make my plan obsolete.
That's a pretty big deal right now.
So the Technolord clears, and then you can use the Mecha Wing Angel to develop some 1/1s.
At this point, you
probably want to save it.
Save it for 8.
It's full value. So it's 8 mana 6/6, and what is its effect?
It summons 2 extra 1/1s on the field.
So if he just waited one more turn, he would have had a 6/6.
Yeah, like a 6/6.
In addition to what he has.
6/6 ward plus 2 1/1s, which anything above 5 health is very, very powerful in this matchup.
Right.
As we've seen.
So what about this Blazing Lion Admiral? What's going on here? That's an 8 mana 4/4. That doesn't seem very good.
That buffs everything on the field by +1/+1.
Okay, never mind. That seems pretty good. Does it include
used
itself?
to be... And you summon it from your deck if you have a certain number of dudes destroyed.
Oh, the guy that just got summoned?
Yeah.
So when you draw it, or does it just get summoned from the deck?
It gets summoned from the deck before you draw.
Sweet. So how many people have to die for that to happen?
15.
Oh, jeez.
The Admiral comes out after 15 dudes die. Wow. Wow. I forgot about the Admiral. Wow.
Well, that seemed very powerful.
Wow.
The Azor's going to be able to kill the Goblin, however.
But it's not going to kill the Admiral. And the...
Oh, but he's going to get his own. And the Johan is going to be able to give it rush.
Johan.
Okay.
Azord
I think I still like Azord.
It's about the same? No. Johan, you get 2 value trades off. Like
assuming you go for the value.
3/2.
Yeah.
3/5, or it's not a 3/5. 4/6 into 4/3.
I see. Indubitably.
Doobly-doo. There is also... I think Trihex and Kiramango win the long game. Other option is double Blazing Lion, and then the second lion will be 5/5. And you can value trade the second Blazing Lion Admiral over something else. That's also very efficient.
So, do you only summon one Blazing Lion Admiral from the deck? Even if you have 2 or 3?
If you have 2 or 3, then you summon 1 at a time.
Okay, so next turn,
but
BlessRNG is going to get another one. Assuming
there's only one in his deck, though.
You're positive?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So Trihex is running an additional copy, then BlessRNG is.
Yeah.
So had they not drawn it, the following turn, he would have played another one for free.
Yeah, and that would have been...
That would have been very good.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of an unfortunate draw there.
Quick
That might have been the worst draw in the deck. We definitely wanted something like the Tiger. Or literally anything else.
Yeah, Tiger would have been sick.
Would have been able to trade, push 4 damage.
6 damage. It would have done +2/+2 buff.
Yeah, you could have pushed 10 if you wanted to. Or you could have traded.
Yeah. And then the second Azord is going to come down. Oh.
Clear it off, and then it's kind of smooth sailing from Trihex from there on out. It's got to be... Even Tiger into Tiger is 1-off damage.
Tiger into Tiger? No. Maybe Aether to draw Tiger, and it's turn 10? What would be good? Azord.
Azord's definitely happening.
It's just too good. Let's listen in on Trihex and Kiramango.
That's the simplest play, because nothing else clears the board unless you swing at the same time.
Yeah. Alright, let's do it.
I have no interest in weakness. Flames of vengeance! Out of my sight.
Yeah, it's pretty simple from here.
Okay, so before we pass and talk about this, you have Patroller plus Johan, so you can get both of them rush by playing Johan first. Unless you don't need the rush on the Auto Patroller, then you might want to. If you see a mech, you might want to play Patroller first. But if you need the rush on her, then make sure you do the right order. Blazing Lion Admiral is also good if you can clear something and buff your guys. So you have a lot of options for clearing. You just gotta make sure things are ordered properly.
Gotcha. Okay. I got you. Blazing Admiral, when he strikes, is +1/+1 to everything else. I'll keep that in mind so I can try to win. Otherwise, with Johan, I can give everything the rush.
Yeah, just the mechs that you
Oh, the
draw.
other mechs, which with controller is one. Okay, and I can get that buff. Okay, got it.
Yeah, if you draw another mech, you can get the buff on the patroller.
Got it. Keep him on the buff. Keep him on the buff if I can for patroller. Johan will give some another thing rush if I want it. Blazing will give me a buff.
If you hold the Johan in hand, you might be able to get a Stampeding Fortress for 9 off on the following turn. Johan.
I'm just staring at this repair mode right now in the hand, and I just feel sad.
Yeah.
It's doing a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. Trihex and Kirmango, the Azor doing a ton of work. It was a 2-drop, and now it's a 7 cost. That did a lot of work.
All right, now it's just a matter of not screwing up.
Probably blaze it up with the Robo-Goblin.
Oh, there's a better way of phrasing that. Unless that's what everyone says. I don't know. I don't know terminology. Your Shadowverse jargon.
Buff dudes, go face. 4/4 is nice as well, but I don't think you want to leave Johan up. Or maybe it's fine. Can you still die? No.
I'm just trying to... What's the most optimal way of setting this up so you can actually kill your opponent next turn?
I'm thinking the opposite, like, what's the way to lose from here?
Well, I think the best way to not lose is to just kill your opponent as quickly as possible.
I think Trihex and Kirmango are definitely winning this, so how they could lose is if the ordering is very bad and they also don't trade
Or maybe they just don't do anything because they're running out of time. It's the Johan. Okay. Doesn't get the buff, but you can trade in the 3/4 and the 2/2, or the Johan, and 3/4 if you want to have everything live.
Ooh.
Push damage.
Oh,
okay.
got both attacks
him in.
off. Nice.
Very good.
Ah.
Not a terrible card, but not what you need right now.
And in the end, the value of the Azords seems like the difference here. And the second copy of Blazing Lion Admiral.
You got to think about like what these Azors did is they created the maids early on in the game that had Bane, were able to fight for board, came back to the hand, dealt a total of 4 damage total between the two. 4 damage AoE to the enemy face. I mean, the enemy board is just absolutely incredible in this matchup, especially in a matchup that is so reliant on value trades. You're comfortable leaving your minions lower because they're going to be able to trade again. So you're fine putting the 4/4 into the 3/3. You're fine putting the 6/6 into the 5/5 because that's what you instinctually think is good. But up against Azor, it just gets absolutely blown out of the water.
But the other thing is that it feels like Trihex and Kirmango, their win wasn't convincing, and the power of the deck, I'm not convinced by. This was
Well, it was the mirror match, so one of them had to win.
Yeah, but I think Alana looked significantly stronger, and Bloodcraft is going to be very powerful as well, coming up after, coming up again later. I think Trihex and Kirmango, not only will they have to improve their to make sure they get lethal in a timely manner.
Yeah, a little bit more, more on the communication side, because sometimes they were leaving things up until the last minute. Trihex earlier in the series missed a couple bits of damage, and sometimes in these matchups, 2-3 damage is the difference between winning and defeat. But congratulations to him.
Yeah, Trihex goes ahead and takes the series. Congratulations to him against RNG. Did I just mess it up? Did I say the wrong names?
No.
Oh, you guys are staring at me like you're like, how dare you?
No.
How dare you congratulate him?
It's BlessRNG. How dare you?
BlessRNG. Excuse me.
How dare you?
I just saw a very blank face as I'm like, were we watching the same game?
Respect.
But no, I mean, that one also very back and forth. This was the first series that we had today, and it was incredibly close, especially with the mirror matchup.
Yeah, definitely. The evolve effects were very powerful. We saw Stampeding Fortress, really, really big card. If you get that down first in the mirror match, it's pretty difficult to deal with. But I think a lot of these other decks aren't going to struggle as hard fighting for board compared to Swordcraft, and I think it's going to have a hard time from here on out.
Well, they're going to be taking on Havencraft in the first semifinal.
Ooh.
Any immediate thoughts on that? I mean, besides the ooh.
That was the thought.
Ooh.
Not only is there the deck difference, Hotmouth is playing super solid. I don't think he's going to make any critical mistakes that he's not going to... He might miss a lethal here or there, but he's
Nothing critical, just a miss lethal or two.
He's not going to mess up a winning state into a losing state. He's not going to panic, and he... In a pressured situation, he's able to make a slightly weaker play that gets the job done and creates a solid board. We've seen that in the past game, and the experience coming out from Hotmouth and Zero Fine is going to be really, really tough to beat, and it's going to be very uphill, I think, for Trihex and Mango.
And he does also have the Coach Zero Fine buff, who has brought every single one of his competitors to the finals.
Ooh.
So, but let's go ahead and take a look at our newly updated bracket. There we see the results of the first quarter-final matches. Semifinals, Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine taking on Trihex and Mango, like we just said. We're going to go ahead and get into our second half of the quarterfinals. Game 3 starting with Amazonian and Coach Shishiro taking on Deathsea and Azure Cloud. And in Game 4, Alias and Lewis the Panda taking on Tempo Storm, Snake Nade, and Pain. I'm very excited for those Games 3 and Game 4. What about you guys?
Yeah, we're going to see some Dragoncraft coming up. I have plenty to say about that deck, and more Bloodcraft on the way as well.
What about you? Are you excited for this?
Yeah, I definitely am. I'm a huge fan of both the players who are coming up. Desi, I watch his stream constantly. I'm constantly learning. He is known for the Deathsea Duel Academy.
Oh,
and
explain.
So he puts on a dual disc and a big wig, and he's just like, I'm going to teach you about card games.
Oh, my God.
He's a man after my own heart.
Catchphrases?
He's Desi's Duel Academy. He just yells that constantly, and then he plays the theme song. So it's Yamu, dun 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 dun.
I'm very excited.
Okay, yeah.
Towing the line.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the one thing that I'm missing a little bit from these players. I'm missing the little bit of personality, the little bit of spunk. We saw green screens that weren't utilized.
We have Amazonian coming up, though.
Amazonian.
Never disappoints.
Never disappoints. She usually either has her cat in the background or a variety of animals who decide to jump in. But stick around because Amazonian and more games are going to be coming up next right after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Buddy System. Okay, I just have to nerd out for a second because I saw right during our break their leader portraits of Haruhi.
Yeah, it's not coming yet. I would have bought it already.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man, I wish I could show you in the client because, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
man.
think it's no secret that all of us on the couch and most of our participants are huge weebs. So anything anime, we jump at. But let's go ahead. Potwatcher, I believe you have some educating for us. You're going to show us some of the pre-built decks that some of our participants are using today, right?
And just going to talk about some of the changes that the players today were making and evaluate some of them and just talk about it overall. So, First of all, the way to get
is to connect to the client.
Nice.
Yeah.
Step 1, load the game up.
Step 1, sign in, collect daily bonus, enhance, water fairy, buy cards, pre-built decks.
So
there
if
we
you
go.
go into the shop, you can buy any of the crystal pre-built packs with crystals. But even if you don't purchase it, like I haven't bought any of these for this set, you can still try these decks out, and that's through deck code or through the solo play mode. So you can view the deck, and for example, there's a ton of blood decks. There's the Haven deck, and I want to talk about how surprising it was the number of heal cards. There's Unicorn Knight, Robo Wing Precant, Iron Knuckle Nun, but those are, and Father Refinement, but those were all of the heal cards included in the deck, and it doesn't look much like a Lana deck, but for example, Zero Find was able to convert that into this Alana deck with only a 10 card difference, adding in 3 Bells, 3 Alana, 3 Kel, and an additional Robo Goblin. So it's amazing how like a small difference can make a big deal. And if you just want to try out the thing, the pre-built decks, you don't even need to buy it. You can use the code. If you have the cards, you can try the deck out.
So hypothetically, if you've bought packs in the past and say you're about halfway through this deck, you don't have to buy the starter deck. You can just build it on your own through the deck code.
Oh, great.
If you just want a starting point, it works as well. If you're in the story mode, you can freely actually, you can use the pre-built decks for free as well in the story mode.
The Shadow's Curse. Erica pursues so-and-so.
So you can only use cards of the decks of the class, but if you scroll all the way to the right, you can see pre-built deck. And you can see, for example, this mech deck that we saw earlier, like Stampeding Fortress. You can just use the deck. So that's kind of cool.
So as for the card game veterans out there, you're talking about a story mode in a card game. What the heck's going on? Like, what's the story mode like?
It's actually really long, and there's like this winding story with all the characters in the story, and some of them are newer characters that aren't available yet, and later on in future expansions, they release the story characters.
Oh, okay.
So I got you. Let me fill you in. I played a little bit of it on the Havencraft side. Priestess.
Nice.
Amnesia. Secret Twin.
There's the pitch.
And then I kept losing. So I'm like, well, I guess I can't go any further.
The most recent expansions have had like Valdane, which is a bad
That's who
guy.
we saw in the last Buddy System. He was a pretty big part of the Shadowcraft deck.
I think like Meowskers is also...
Meowskers! He makes his return!
Yeah, they're in the story mode as well.
Can we see his evolved version?
Oh, okay.
Is Meowskers a main character in the story mode?
Just
say yes. Just lie to me. Lie to me. Just say yes.
He is a slingshot
as well as... I think it's this deck.
We're totally derailing his very logical and educational conversation. We're just
Latika is also
this is perfect.
a popular Forest Craft card.
She also a cat?
Yeah.
Then she's OP.
Cat girl. And very
Cats are
powerful
OP
card
across
as well.
all card games. This is a known fact.
Basically, you can just change a few cards and it makes a big difference. Coming up, we have like Dragoncraft, but I just wanted to point out that you can also easily mess up your deck because the Dragon deck coming up, it's supposed to be slightly aggressive with triple Forte, triple Elios. These are both storm cards, so they can attack the opponent immediately. So you want to finish the game out with these cards. And there's also a lot of direct damage cards, like Ian Dragon Buster can summon things that deals extra damage to the opponent's leader. Galmu can deal 3 direct damage to the opponent leader as well. And all these cards that deal direct damage to the opponent, but this has no 2-drops in the deck. There are no 2-cost creatures in the entire deck, except for Otohime Accelerate. So you have to be careful when messing with the decks as well. The original pre-built deck actually has some 2-cost creatures in it, so make sure you have a nice mana curve going so you can play out your cards efficiently. And that's something you can easily mess up and lose you a lot of games.
So then you're calling out Coach Payne right now, who set that game up for, or that set that deck up for Snake Nade. What would you?
We'll see. We'll see.
What would you
Maybe
say?
I'll be proven wrong.
Well, let's do this. I'm sure that the players who are not currently playing right now are in the chat watching the stream. So what would you say to Coach Payne right now?
Like, I'm Payne. What would you say to me right now if I'm
Look
standing next
dead
to
in
you?
the eye. Look him dead into the eyes.
Right.
Center camera.
Look in the camera. Tell him what you think about his deck. How bad it is.
Watch. Let me show you.
I feel peer pressured, but stop net decking and learn deck building.
Got him. Boom. Mic drop.
No.
Man, you just destroyed him.
He's a strong competitor.
F's in the chat.
Payne will be playing in the Shadowverse World Grand Prix coming up, so
Okay.
He'll have to improve his deck building skills. Make sure to bring some solid decks for that. I'll be practicing with them in the future.
I've never met Payne before, but I'm sure that right now he is just on the floor, like
emotionally in pain.
Emotionally broken. Just absolutely emotionally broken.
I'm the European guys are usually fine with it. Like NA guys, you don't know if you hurt their feelings, but the European guys are usually fine.
You think they have thicker skin?
Yeah.
Or
they're already
NA
dead
person
inside.
That hurts. No. Already dead.
I think we're cool. I think we're chill.
Let's go ahead and look at the format so we can let Payne off a little bit. For the format, each team, one streamer and one professional Shadowverse player who is acting as their coach. Each team has a maximum of 2 decks that they are allowed, but because of this tournament, we are working with pre-built decks as their core. And a lot of teams actually only brought 1 deck, so that kind of throws that rule out the window. The format is a best of 3 in single elimination. Coaching rules for game 1, there are no coaching restrictions, so the coach can jump in as often as they want. But then in games 2 and 3, the coaches will be muted during the even turns, which makes it a little bit tougher for their players. First place will be going home with $2,500, second place $1,500, and third place still $1,000. But that's what everyone who is competing on stream is playing for. For everyone who is at home, you guys could also potentially win something. All you have to do is open up your Twitter and use the hashtag SV Buddy System, and you could walk away with card packs, potentially with Meowskers or any of the other various cat Shadowverse cards. I love them all. Collect them all. I want to collect them all. But let's go ahead and look at the teams and players who are still competing today. We have Amazonian and Koshishiro, Mono Maniac. Is that a reference to something?
Mono, the Bloodcraft card.
Okay, yeah, see, I thought it was the sickness, and I'm like, all right.
They're just very passionate about mono.
Very passionate about mono. Let's skip past that and look at the schedule right now, because I do believe that Amazonian is in that game 3, taking on Deathsea and Coach Azure Cloud. And then in game 4, right after her, we will see Alias and Coach Lewis the Panda take on Snakenade and Payne with that ever so questionable Dragoncraft deck. And of course, our semifinalists who are already decided, Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine taking on Trihex and Cure Mango. I almost said Hot Mouth. I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make sense. Not at all.
I mean, to be fair, Hot Meowth doesn't make sense either.
Well, no. Well,
no.
How much of a Pokemon fan are you?
I like Pokemon quite a bit.
Then like, I don't know. I don't want to go down that conversation.
Okay, never
Let's
mind.
talk about. We're gonna see the key cards in just a second of our players. But Amazonian, do you know what deck that she brought?
So it looks like it's Bloodcraft. Another mech deck. It's gonna be the most popular deck. I think 3 of the 4 remaining players that we'll see are bringing Bloodcraft. So we'll see some Bloodcraft mirrors a little bit. We saw Bloodcraft against Havencraft a little bit earlier. It's a little bit similar in that you go wide very early on, try to get some damage, and there's not a lot of healing besides Slain. So Slain can deal damage and heal your leader at the same time, or just attack into something and heal at the same time. So that's a very important card to look out for. There's also the 5-cost draw. The man, let me cheat a little bit.
While you do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our first
Metal
team's
Blade Demon
deck.
So you have to make sure that the opponent doesn't have too many Machina cards left on the field so that they don't get extra value off of the Metal Blade Demon, draw additional cards off of that effect. Techno Lord, very, very important in the later game. So you want to hold on to it if it's before turn 7. Turn 7 onwards, the Mono is going to come into play, and you can evolve everything on the board, as well as Mono herself. So you'll see that combined on turn 9 with Mono 2-drop plus Evolve, and it'll evolve everything. That's an important thing to look out for. Mono Alpha Drive to evolve 2 Monos at the same time means a maximum of about 12 damage. So you always have to keep up with Mono count, the amount of buffs the opponent has done, things like that. Just calculate damage, make sure that you're keeping up on board, making sure you're clearing on important turns. Those are going to be the things to look out for, but generally just try to make sure their board isn't very strong. That's going to be the key part.
Now, for novice or amateur card game players, how difficult is it to count and keep track of all of those different elements?
It's easy to mess up, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some difficult moments and coming up, especially after that. The first series we saw, the Bloodcraft side is really complicated. You have to play out a lot of things, trade in specific ways, so it's not going to be as difficult of a matchup as against Haven maybe, but you do have to keep up with your life totals a little bit more compared to against Havencraft.
And is this going to be another mirror matchup? Is Deathsea also running Bloodcraft?
I think so.
Okay. I know we're going to get their key cards in just a second. In fact, here they are right now. Any major differences that you notice? Because the key cards we see are primarily the same.
I think they are maybe some minor differences here and there, but honestly, the 10 card limit means that every deck is, all these blood decks are very similar, but where they choose to cut the cards, like Hoverboard Mercenary being at a 2 or Mecha Wing Angel being at a 2, means that it's going to be slightly less consistent in drawing your mech cards and also getting your mech count up. So I think it's really significant that they chose to cut down on those cards specifically.
Why them specifically? Oh, well, if you look at that, I believe there was only one team that brought in a second deck, and it looks like this is their second deck. Cloudy with a Chance of Death, Face is the place.
So this deck runs 2 copies of Dark General, and then most of the other cards are the same. I don't know when this deck would be chosen over the first deck, but to talk about the first deck a little bit more, Hoverboard Mercenary, we saw in the Swordcraft mirror, is a 2-cost 1/2 that replaces itself. It draws another mech card, and it's very important to, as a card that you can just toss out there, especially going first, keep your resources up. It's easy to leave up because it'll lead into Metal Blade Demon, things like that. Just having extra mech cards is important in order to activate Slain. It's important just overall, and I'm really surprised to see only 2 copies of Hoverboard Mercenary.
I did want to learn more about Furfur.
It wasn't a cat. It was just a deer.
It was like a deer, but it looked like it had
wings.
As
deers do.
Tell us more.
It's a 3-cost 2/3 card that buffs the attack of a follower by +2. I think it has to be a Bloodcraft card.
Yes, it is.
Of a Bloodcraft creature by +2 attack. And so kind of like we saw Hellblaze Demon earlier. So attack buffs are very good for Mono. There is also the Dark General. I don't know when you would use that deck though.
Well, here are our third quarter finalist teams. Amazonian with Coach Shishiro somewhere overhead, and Deathsea and Coach Azure Cloud. Look at how, I like our polar opposite in differences. We have Amazonian in very like a nice warm room. We often see her cat run across in the background. Deathsea, he's giving you the stare. He's like, I'm taking you down. This is my game. Oh, and here we go. We are jumping straight into game 1. Amazonian taking on Deathsea. Who's going to take it?
All right, I'm going to take a crack at what this second deck is trying to accomplish with the more aggressive strategy. In a field where the meta is not optimized, aggro tends to thrive.
Yeah.
When the decks are super unoptimized. I'm not saying these constructed decks are necessarily bad, but they're not as optimized as the current constructed deck that you see at the top of competitive play. And so against those kind of decks, aggressive decks tend to do a little bit better.
I would agree.
And so I think if you look at your opponent's deck and you see this isn't as good as it could be, I think they're going to lean more towards that aggro kind of play style, try to get as much damage as possible in. But if not, I think they're going to probably be going with their first deck. This is the first time we get to talk about it because, like we said, they're the only people who actually brought a second deck.
Yeah, especially in this specific format with these pre-built decks and then the building restrictions. We're also thinking about introducing a format where you could use any of the pre-built decks and then add in 10 cards from any expansion. So any of the unlimited cards, cards that aren't in a rotation, any of the cards, just be able to create a wacky deck from any of the constructed pre-built decks. But in this case, we decided to go for a more limited, a little bit simpler format.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the unlimited cards because there's a lot of wacky stuff you can put together pretty quickly.
A lot of crazy stuff.
Because you tell a card game player, hey, by the way, you can pull from anything that's ever come out in the game, and you tell them to pick 10 of them, oh, they're going to have a field day.
Yeah. Maybe in the future we'll get to see something like that.
All right, Hellblaze Demon going to add 2 attack. I believe most likely pick the armored bat.
0 attack.
It adds 0 attack. Oh, wait. The number of other play. So he just played it for tempo just to have a 2/2 body out there. Okay. So hypothetically, if he had some other followers on the field and he gave it to the Momo, when you evolve the Momo, does she maintain that attack buff?
Mono, yes.
So if you gave her +2 attack, so she's a 4/2, and then evolve her, is she now an 8/6?
Yes.
Okay, very cool.
And you can deal 8 damage at once.
That seems very good.
Very, very good.
So here comes the draw. Going to get some drain action as well, or just summoning the 1/1s because he had both the Bloodcraft and the Machina follower in the hand.
Yeah, and it always goes in the order of the Forest Bat and then the... if you notice, the draws were mech and then regular card.
Right.
But you actually get the Forest Bat first, no matter what.
Is that relevant?
If you have a full board, then you might, and you only have 1 board space.
Oh,
you
okay.
might summon.
You're going to summon the bat, and then more often than not, you're going to want the mech for stuff like the Techno Lord.
Ooh. This is a very wide board, and there's no answer so far.
Oh, no.
So that means that Metal Blade Demon might draw, like, 4 cards? Ooh.
That's going to be quite... Okay, wait. Yeah, okay, I was going to come up with, like, some Galaxy Brain play where you trade in the bat into the 2/2 and then pass. So
you can do
that.
that.
So he can't play anything, but then you're just denying yourself, spots on the board.
That is a viable play if you can maybe Technolord clear in a future turn or something like that.
I mean, how many have died? So 1 have died so far.
Yeah, not gonna work.
I think this is you're just gonna have to bite the bullet and hope he doesn't have it.
I guess the alternative was something like Armored Bat the previous turn. Well, they are gonna manage to clear 3 things at the same time and leave a 4/3 up.
Yeah, assuming they go with the evolved play, which I assume they will.
Yeah, important thing about 4/3 is that most likely the opponent's gonna hit a 1/1 dude into the 4/3 and then use the evolve effect to deal 2 damage. Meaning,
right, but you want to play it first to get the draw.
Yeah. But creating 4/3 stats makes it a tiny bit awkward for...
Right, but at the end of the day, he's trading in just 1/1/1. It's not that big a deal. He just has to do it in the correct order. Well, it doesn't matter now. He can evolve, then trade.
Ooh, that was actually pretty close because there's only exactly two Machina cards in hand. Ooh, and
do you have to have a Machina card in hand to do the damage?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought that just happened regardless. So he drew into the set.
Pretty much does.
Yeah, so because you usually draw so many cards, it's very unlikely to not have it.
Yeah. Sometimes you like queue up the evolve and like try to move your cursor to clear something, and it just doesn't do anything, just evolves immediately, and you're like, oops.
1,000 apologies. More. Give me more.
So are these the emotes?
Yes.
What is that emote classified under? Because usually the emotes are like shorthand, so it's like
Yeah.
the thanks, sorry, GG. Like, which button is that for give me more?
There's like a... I don't know. There's a threaten emote on the bottom right. Maybe
Might be it's a threaten.
like
Okay. Let's talk about the hero leader meta right now, because I'm looking at Desi's hero leader right now, and that's like a very old-looking vampire dude.
Yeah, that's
and it is very clearly not a cute girl. So what I feel like that's a misplay.
That's a default leader.
Default. Ugh. Dan's game. Default leader. What is this?
Mono. This is kind of awkward, actually. There's a lot of dead cards in hand. Usually you don't play that many copies of Kiss of Lust. So
this is a very removal-heavy deck that they're running.
it's also not very good for value, and it can heal your opponent up a bit as well.
So I'm assuming it came with the constructed deck, and they just
Yeah.
didn't have enough cards left over after everything else to get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's still a removal at the end of the day.
Probably something like Armored Bat, but Mono is activated this turn. So ideally, you would want to clear more stuff. It's too early and too low value to use
Enhanced
the
6. Ooh, Armored
Technolord
Bat gets +4/+4, however.
and Ward.
Kind of a fan of that.
Yeah, that's going to be the strongest
Because
play.
it's going to... this is a really good setup for Mono as well. Because
Yeah.
you're going to set up a Ward +4/4, so he's going to have to trade a bunch of stuff into it, and then you're going to get 1/1s. And then
Yeah.
the following turn, you can Mono evolve everything and get a
Exactly.
huge board.
Exactly. That is exactly right.
Except they didn't do that.
And it would have increased the Technolord damage significantly as well. I think you
So
just
what you're
have to-
saying is I'm a way better player than Deathsea and Azurcloud. I just want to hear you say it.
I think you have to take some risks at some point and then try to come back with the Technolord later on.
Right.
I don't
Well, I
know-
guess if your opponent also has a Mono, you would get kind of blown out.
Yeah, but
a
you do
little
have
bit.
the Slain in hand to kind of heal up a little bit, and the Technolord's the most important part.
Right. And they've had it since the beginning of the game. They've just been waiting for the right opportunity. And also for the number to get up, because I think the Technolord's only at about, like, 4, if that.
Not that high, I think.
Barely any mechs have died, really.
Yeah. On the other side, I think Amazonian and Hishiro, they already have a pretty big heal last or draw last before heal.
1,000 apologies.
Oh, okay. They apologize for it. An Armored Bat. So this does set up into the Mono like you're talking about.
Yeah.
And it just
Except
really
Amazonian got it down first, which I think gives her a pretty big advantage right now.
Yup.
Also, Amazonian has access to one more evolve point as well, while
Yup.
Deathsea has used all 3.
was able to hold on to that.
So that's going to be a pretty huge turn coming up in the next. Obviously, you're not going to use it on the Mono. You're going to use the, I forget the name of
Yeah,
the card
you
she gives you.
literally cannot use
Yeah.
it on the Mono. It won't evolve.
So I guess it's likely going to be used on the remaining Metal Blade in the hand to deal 2 damage. But Slain coming in hot. Fanfare, if you have at least 7 other cards in your hand, gain Drain. So he gained Drain, but that's kind of irrelevant right now because of
You're at
the
20.
you're at 20. But you
you're-
also have 6 other Machina cards in your hand. He gained Storm, so that's what the important part is.
If you want to play a longer game, you want to hold on to that and do it after your opponent has committed something like
Right.
a Mono. But it is a big threat, and it might win enough tempo to be worth it.
Maybe he's doing this to set up for Mono the following turn. Because he's technically setting up lethal right now.
Mono,
Because Mono's 6.
Mono, the thing with Mono is that you want to use it on turn 8 because turn 9 instead of turn 8 because then ooh,
You definitely trade there,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, okay.
because
He also could have evolved this lane as well.
Yeah, evolve trade in would have been an option, but I think Amazonia and Hishiro are pretty set for the late game. There's
Also, one of the
double
monos aren't active currently.
both.
I believe Amazonian's mono is only at 5, and then Deathsea's is at 11. Or I might have that flip-flop.
Opposite, yeah. Deathsea.
Oh yeah, so mono on Amazonian's side is active currently, but
Yeah.
Deathsea still needs to kill 2 more things.
So I don't know about just hitting face there. You want to follow up an attack to the opponent's face with more attacks, or at least have that threat there. And it wasn't really a threat this time around.
All right. Well, I think there's a card in the hand that we haven't gotten to see yet. It's Bloodlust. What is that? The 2 costs next to the repair mode. Blood something?
Blood Pact. So
Blood
that's
Pact.
the card Amazonian was using to draw cards.
And then deal 2 damage
Yeah.
to your leader. That seems like a very good card.
Yeah.
2 damage is not that big of a payment to draw 2 cards.
Usually you have to pay somewhere around 3.
All right, and we're going into turn 9. These turns are getting ever more crucial. Let's listen in to see how they're going to be spending this last evolve point.
Slain and then Techno?
Slain. Play technology. One bat train into.
Now I got 2 of them.
And maybe we Evo.
Evo who?
Me
One of
think.
these?
Sure, there's nothing left. Yeah. No, it's okay. Let's just keep.
Alright, because that way we can keep
Evo
that for the Gear
for,
Snake. Yeah.
Okay,
In case we
snake.
have to refill the board.
All right, the Techno Lord right now is at 8 currently, so it is going to be a full clear if they decide to go with it. But what's the follow-up to that? With 6 mana remaining, it's not enough for a mono.
Yeah.
And everything else in their hand is a little clunky
And
right now.
none of these cards are going to set up a heal or a ward, and that's not going to be able to prevent mono.
Oh yeah, you
following
can have 2
turn.
monos.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 12 damage?
12,
Oh.
14 with the 2 attack buff.
Oh, because one of them does have a 2 attack buff from earlier in the game, correct.
So, forced to use the mono and trade the 1/1s into the 10/6.
And what's really interesting is all this kind of could have been not prevented, but could have been the health could have been used a little bit more effectively had the slain not been used so kind of haphazardly. You know, you used it earlier on to push 6 damage face, but didn't get any heal out of it.
Now, in the long game, they're really going to struggle here.
Because mono, alpha drive.
There's also Gear Snake Evo Mono, one of my favorite plays. Gear Snake summons 2 serpents. Mono will evolve both of the serpents that come out, and you get the 3/5 and
Nice.
a bunch of 1/1 serpents that are evolved.
So you could trade the serpents into the mono.
6/5, and then 3/5 into 3/2.
Yep, and then push 8 damage. Put them down to 1.
Damage. You have
I
a
like
lot
it.
of damage from hand. You have Succubus, Razory Claw that can deal direct damage. You have the second mono.
Okay, so because you have the second mono in hand, I think I want to trade it slightly differently and leave the wards up instead of pushing 8 damage. Leave a little bit of a wider board state.
I don't know why you did that.
Yeah, this isn't mono. This isn't either of our plays.
Huh.
Using the last evolve point to kill the 3/2
I guess they're
and then
trying-
trading into the 6/5.
Maybe-
They really want to save these monos for direct damage.
Yeah, they would have gotten the direct damage in anyway. think they're gonna set the opponent.
I think direct damage OTK. They want to do it all at once. They don't want to get incremental damage in.
It does kind of get punished by a second copy of Slain.
Well, there's yeah, I mean, they got a lot of options right now. Let's listen into Desi and Azure Cloud, see what they're going to do on turn 10.
We can't really do anything about that. Okay, so...
If we unleash, our board's going to be full. If we unleash Destructive Succubus. Do we have to unleash here?
I'm thinking, can we save the Succubus, or is it too scary?
Do we play Unleash anyways?
Yeah, I think we unleash. We unleash Kiss, or okay.
So that's
wait, that's better, right? Yeah, this is better. Oh, wait. Mono doesn't have Can't Evil. My bad. Never mind.
No.
So I think we kiss the 1/3 Succubus and then heal ourselves.
Okay. Is there any reason to double kiss it? Probably not, right?
Yeah, there's because playing the thing to heal our own face accomplishes the same thing. Right?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was heal too.
Yeah. I think we're probably dead here.
Really? You think we're dead here? Okay.
I mean, Mono with Techno Lord, we're dead.
That's true.
Alright, looks like he correctly called that Mono plus the Technolord would be lethal, but he only has the Monos right now, so these wards are actually preventing lethal.
This is pretty close. With a good top deck... yeah, with a good...
Succubus is going to deal with everything except the 6/6. And then the Mono in the hand of Desi is going to push 14 damage. So they're 2 off currently. Can you kiss face?
No.
Okay.
It's only 12 damage.
Wait, does the Succubus not evolve into an 8/8?
No, it's not a mech.
Oh, Mono only evolves Machinas.
Yeah.
That is correct. Oh, the Succubus goes face too.
Yes.
Okay, very interesting.
So setting the opponent to 1 would have been really significant.
Right.
Heal 1 with the kiss, and I guess you're living.
By a technicality, but there's still 2 Monos in the hand. You need to make wards. You need to heal. You need to remove stuff off the board. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done right now. And I don't think any of it's getting... Like, one of those 3 could maybe get accomplished.
I think it's... The only way to survive is, like, kiss, Goblin... get 2 wards out. If you do this play, you're at 4, and then the 3 damage from Succubus is gonna be lethal here, as well as double mono. Probably just gonna go for double mono.
So how are they gonna get the second ward?
There is no second ward.
Pair mode not good enough.
So
had they not used the Slain early on to just push damage and used it to heal, they would be outside the range right now. And they'd be in a much different position.
And they even have a Technolord. So Technolord's a really, really strong card, and they got the Succubus down at a really good timing. I think both sides could have played it much cleaner. Just gonna use the fancier lether. It looks like it's
classic
one off,
Amazonian.
but
Spamming the emotes.
A Mono will deal 1 damage to herself and the leader.
And that's going to be game number 1 going over to Amazonian.
That's rough when your own unit delivers the final blow. That's a yikes.
Ooh.
the nature of the mirror match.
Definitely. But I do appreciate Amazonian popping out those emotes at the end, really rubbing in that BM, because that's what I like to see. I like to see the emotion. I like to see the mind games that come out, especially since it's only game 1 of that series, and she still has 1 more to win if she wants to move on to the semifinals.
I'm really liking the fact that Amazonian is playing 3 copies of Hoverboard Mercenary and 3 copies of Blood Pact, and we saw a lot of draw coming out in the mid-game and then setting up for those crucial later game turns. I don't think it was played perfectly at the very, very end there, but it still is very solid, and the draw made a lot of difference. I think the setup into doing the Slain early and things like the Slain early and not setting up the mono count really hurt the side of Deathsea and Azure Cloud.
And it was interesting kind of listening into Deathsea and Azure Cloud as they were doing their coaching segment and hearing them be like, oh, well, nope, I think we're done. It's like, oh, but what about this? What if we could do this? And it's like, well, no, if they have mono, we're basically done.
Like, so, don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, I do. But, I do appreciate the let's keep trying to think of things. Let's not just, concede immediately.
No, that's definitely something that card game players, the more experience they get, is something they think about. It's when you're playing, sometimes it's like, it's a 2% thing to happen. Like, why even bother? Like, I'm just going to move on to the next game. But you play 1,000 games, that's 20 more wins than you would have had you not gone for it. And so over a long period of time, it's definitely something that pays off.
The crazy thing is that with caster vision, they could have survived that final turn there.
Yeah, just be able to see both hands. It's like just have caster vision.
But maybe, I wonder if it was possible to predict Mono and second Succubus. I don't know. It's hard to say. You have to choose to not play around one thing when you're that far behind. And I think you do need to get that 6 damage to the opponent. And trading the Succubus just wouldn't work. But maybe some other turns could have been a little bit different. A lot of things to consider.
I know we are going to get into that second game soon, but before we do, any predictions? Do you think that Deathsea is going to be able to bring it back in game 2 and turn this into a series?
Yeah, I think the mid-game wasn't super solid. The Amazonian Hishiro side used Armored Bat really, really effectively. Armored Bat, definitely a key card. I think Gear Snake Tamer actually didn't come out from either side much with the Evolve effect, so that can be really, really powerful as well. If you have a decent early game going second, then turn 4 Gear Snake Evo is one of the strongest things you can do. So that's one of the advantages that you can get off of going second, and they weren't able to capitalize on anything like that. I think their early game turns are pretty weak, and they got Metal Blade Demon for 3 cards. That's a pretty big deal. So I think it's going to be way closer. It may be closer in the future games.
Oh, and would you look at that? We turn around and we see Amazonian's cat. What is she doing tricks? Oh, she's getting num-nums. Look at that. That's adorable. Aww. Amazonian petting the cat. Deathsea has his green screen ready and death written on his microphone, except we're going to find out who that message is for in this second and potentially final game for him. I want to know what the cat's name is. Is it Meowskers?
Is it Zonian?
Is it
Maybe it's like her name's Amy, and then he's Zonian, and then together they're Amazonian.
Oh, we're gonna have to do some deep diving. But here we go. We are getting into our second game. Amazonian and her cat taking on Deathsea.
Prepare for defeat.
Deathsea going to be going on the draw this time around, and I definitely think that going second is I think I like it better in this matchup, just because I think there's so many good evolve targets in this deck that can swing the game very quickly, that being able to get that extra evolve down is pretty cool.
If you have Unleash the Nightmare or get a good Metal Blade Demon going first, then first is favored, but I think otherwise second is really good as well. Oh, and we see the Gear Snake Tamer.
And that's what I really like about Shadowverse, just in general, is that there's not necessarily a correct answer. In a lot of card games, it's like, I'm going to go first. and I'm going to go first again, and I'm going to go first again, because that's just what you do. It's just better. But in this game, there's actually really good benefits to going second.
Yeah, especially I think in this expansion, Verdant Conflict, we're playing. This is pretty much an older meta, but in the newer meta, it's kind of back to first is incredibly strong, and there's not a whole lot of upside to going second overall. So it's really refreshing to get to see this metagame where there are powerful evolved creatures that really make your deck stronger going second, and you're also more consistent going second. The Crane expansion has a lot of draw power. The main mechanic are the trees. We saw the trees the last two buddy systems, but they draw a lot of cards, and that makes your deck way more consistent. But that also means that going first is more consistent, and you can play out stuff and still draw into whatever you need, and that does make going first a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it's kind of refreshing not to just see trees constantly in the game. We probably easily saw 500 trees get destroyed over the course of the last buddy system.
Yeah, a lot of trees right now. If you play on ladder, you're gonna face some tree decks for sure. Increasing. Armored Bat is good in the early game, but also really great later on as well.
To get that +4/4 and ward down.
Yeah.
I kind of, just looking at the rest of the hand, wouldn't mind seeing the armored bat held back, because it is like the most mana efficient play. But at the same time, I think there's just a lot of, looking at the context of the hand, you don't really have a whole lot going on later.
Yeah.
And so I would have liked to have seen these 2-drops come out and then see the armored bat held back just a couple of turns.
Yeah.
Because it's not like you're applying pressure with this armored bat. It's kind of annoying. It's a sticky minion.
So, if you've noticed, this expansion or this set of cards, the Machina archetypes, they're pretty slow. They're not
very
extremely
slow.
fast. You have to get your attack count, your droid count, Machina's destroyed up to 7 in order to activate some effects like Mono.
Right.
And that means you're gonna wait until turn 7. Mono can't gain Storm until turn 7.
So you want to have 7 things die before turn 7, ideally.
Yeah, and Mono, you usually play it at the earliest on like turn 9, so the games get pretty long, and that means that you can plan out for a longer game, and that also means that back in the day, you used to toss all your cards going first to try to get cards that draw cards. So you wouldn't hold on to 2-drops and just keep Hoverboard Mercenary, Blood Pact, and Unleash the Nightmare, and look for those specific cards to try to make your deck more consistent.
Makes sense to me. I love the look on Amazonian's face when she's emoting. It's just like this very smug smile starts to creep across her face. She's just like, I know what I'm doing. But I feel like Desi is experienced enough in the field where I don't think some emotes are going to be enough to get him off his game.
And when you know that the opponent isn't doing it in a malicious way, oh, that's a great card. Definitely needed that card draw.
Alright, card. I mean, it's not coming out till next turn, though. So you're going to go as wide as possible. So Hellblaze Demon going to give one of these +3 attack.
Is the Gear Snake Tamer coming down as well? I would assume so.
I would think so, too,
Maybe
just
the
because
Gear
it's
Snake
on
Tamer
curve.
Is going to get buffed, and then...
That's a 3, and then it would be a 4/3?
Yeah, that's a pretty good...
That seems pretty powerful to me. I'm a fan.
I like that.
Sign me up.
Oh.
Didn't play it, though. And what do you think he's holding it back for? Or what is Amazonian holding it back for?
Oh, it is an even turn, but basically it is an Evo follower, so I think on turn 3, at that point, they were conversing that Gear Snake Tamer you should hold on to so that it's an Evo card for turn 5. I think that's what they were talking about. But in this circumstance, 4 attack means that a 2/2 follower, which is often one of the stat lines that you would evolve with, won't trade with a 4/3 very well, and also it can survive this board.
But I feel like
behind a ward, it's also incredibly strong. You can Evo Face plus Metal Blade Demon to draw like 5 cards maybe.
I would be very interested to
There's
hear
so many
what the conversation was going into turn 4 from turn 3, because the Metal Blade was in the hand. So I don't think
on turn 3?
Yeah, I think because it's on the far left side of the hand, isn't it?
That's a top deck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the far right side of the hand is what the oldest cards are.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. So she just drew it then.
Yes.
Okay, this makes more sense now.
So hitting in the armor bat now is gonna be
only summon one guy,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
the second
And
one
evolve.
gets banished away.
All right. Turn 5, it's a Metal Blade turn. I just can't imagine anything else. You got Evolve up, Metal Blades up. You're going to kill a thing. You're going to draw 3 cards.
Sounds good.
This is just, it's too good.
Sounds great. The only issue is that you make yourself very weak against an opponent's Metal Blade. So let's say you Metal Blade Evo, shoot the 2/2, hit into 3/3, maybe trade away or something. That leaves a 1/1 on board, and you have a 6/2 on your side of the field. That's actually incredibly weak against an opponent's.
But what
Metal
other
Blade
options
Demon.
do you have?
You don't, and the opponent doesn't have Metal Blade Demon.
So everything we're saying means nothing. Because, I mean, like, even with Caster Vision, even if they had Metal Blade, this is still on your side. From your point of view,
But you still
this
need
is
to
still
draw
the best
those
play.
cards.
Right.
Yeah. The other option would be Unleash the Nightmare plus Gear Snake Tamer. Okay.
Well, if they play the Gear Snake Tamer this turn, I'm going to be kind of bummed because they could have just played it last turn.
Yeah. I think another option would have been Gear Snake Tamer Evo, hit the 1/1s into the other 1/1s, and then play Unleash last, and that would have reduced the number of mechs on the opponent's side of the field. Although it leaves like the 3/3 up, I think it's more important to get an extra 1/1 off the field. Blood Pack can draw Kiss of Lust. Most of these decks are running many copies of those. Let's get the Techno Lord count. Ooh. No Storm cards, no Monos on the side of Desi and Azure Cloud yet.
Right. This is actually kind of a complicated turn. I think I want to listen to what they're talking about right now.
Okay.
A bit weird. So we could, I think we're probably doing Gear Snake Evolve.
Yeah, but do we Blood Pact?
No, I think we're still at the.
I need to speak a little bit louder as well here. Okay.
Okay, I think it's still Gear Snake Evolve Hellblade's Demon, and then we trade 2 1/1s into.
Trade 2 1/1s into this thing. So I traded 1/1/1 first. Into...
Yeah. So trade 2 in because Gear Snake's creates 3 bodies, the Hellblade gets full value.
Okay.
Do this quickly, and then next turn we can play the Blood Pack if you need like to find options, and we have the Techno Lord.
What am I Hellblazing? What am I
You only have one option. You only have one target.
Oh, okay.
Full trade quickly. And then yeah, good luck with the next turn.
Okay, thank you.
Just Techno Lord if necessary.
Okay, so that's 2 evolves on our Succubus.
Okay, isn't it better to kill off the assembly bots off the board as opposed to the snakes?
The snakes are also mechs.
So they're all mechs?
Yeah.
How are the snakes mechs?
The Gear Snake Tamer turns the snakes into serpents into mechs. Yeah, don't ask.
Okay.
they're mechs, okay.
Okay. Close your eyes and believe they're mechs.
Yeah. Depending on the count. So, an incredibly powerful thing you can do is Gear Snake Tamer Evo in place before the mono turn, and you have a full board. And if any of the 1/1s survive, then you can activate mono off of it, or you can get the Metal Blade Demon draw off of it as well.
So the Techno Lord, I believe, was at 8, I want to say. So it's not enough for a full clear.
And most likely 3-1 survives in that case.
Yeah, which is not what you want, because that's going to be 9 damage coming at your face.
That's actually pretty difficult.
Well, he has 2 Techno Lords, so I don't think you ever double Techno Lord here.
Yeah,
that just feels so bad.
Yeah. It's a little bit surprising how small the hand size is for Deathsea and Azure Cloud when they were going second.
Well, they didn't hit those critical cards. They didn't hit the Metal Blade. They didn't hit the 3-cost draw card either.
Yeah.
So it's at 9. So it is a full clear. So yeah, definitely one of these is coming down. It's just a matter of what do you follow it up with. I think you follow it up with Pact to draw some cards, or you try to develop something with the Robo Goblin.
Okay.
Choosing not to evolve either.
Oh, another Unleash the Nightmare.
Okay, that was the card I was referring to last turn. So yeah, so Amazonian has gotten the Metal Blade, and this is the second Unleash the Nightmare. And then Desi has not gotten either of those cards.
First Unleash the Nightmare, I think. They got, I think they played, like, Armored Bat on turn 3?
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
And looking at the deck sizes, that makes sense because they've only drawn one more card. So yes, this is the first Unleash and also the first Metal Blade. Haven't played either, but it's going to be pretty big.
That's
so
really
2
good.
assembly bots.
That's really
So I didn't know it could summon 2 assembly bots.
Yeah. If you draw 2 mechs, you get 2 assembly bots.
Okay.
Technology.
And again, going wide.
That's a pretty freaking wide board. And so you have your Unleash the Nightmares of your own, but there's really nothing else. What are you hoping to draw that could potentially clear this off? You still have an Evolve point.
Might have to just use the Technolord here. You're taking way too much damage off the Mono otherwise.
It's really unfortunate.
Next turn onwards, though, your Succubus will be online. So
yeah, I was about to say, the Succubus is 1 away from being online.
Or you could evolve Face and drop the Succubus. That'll lower the cost of Succubus every time you evolve.
Oh, it lowers the cost. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's pretty good. You're developing a 10-6, denying your opponent
board.
You want to
still hold on to the Technolord. But evolve is also pretty important.
Yeah, but what are you like? You can't play with the cards that you want. You have to play with the cards you have.
Yeah.
And at this point, there's really no other evolve target.
And it seems like Amazonia and Hishiro, they don't have a Technolord of their own, so
if they make a big board, it's sticking.
Yeah, if
they're gonna have to use the Momo.
6 and 4/4 on the board.
Right. They do have
stick.
They have the Slain to trade into.
Yeah.
So that's gonna heal. And also take out the 10-6.
Heal because of their hand size.
Oh, right. It has to have a, there has to be a certain amount of
destruction
before to get the drain. 3 damage to everything. 4 damage going face. Timing.
Ooh.
There's another Momo. Or
Mono.
Mono. I apologize. To all the Mono fans out there.
Mono.
Is it Mono or Mono? I've been saying Mono.
I don't know.
You've been telling me she's been Mono this entire time?
I think it's Mono.
I hope it's Mono.
Reminds me of Kim Kardashian's kimono. Did you hear about that? Like,
anyways,
she made like a.
I'm willing to talk about
brand?
a lot of things on this couch. I'm willing to talk about anime. I'm willing to talk about which the best waifus are. I will not talk about Kim Kardashian.
Yeah,
I refuse. That is where I draw the line.
She made her.
He's still going.
Her.
He's dedicated.
Tights, like skin tight, whatever, something. Clothing brand.
Sure.
The name was Kim Ono. Like kimono, but it had nothing to do with like Japanese kimonos.
Right.
So people thought it was like cultural appropriation and got really mad. So that's the gist of the story.
I'm glad we had this conversation.
Yeah, that's about it. Armor Bet though. Awesome top deck.
And an awesome transition. Perfect.
Oh,
So mono of their own.
And Deathsea muted, but playing confidently, going to draw first. Like, I really think he's playing really
Good
well.
card game professional. You know, he's had experience. He knows never draw last.
There's also Unleash the Nightmare plus 3 cost Armored Bat. If you have the mono, if you want to set up the mono, that might be even better, but
I definitely want to play the 6 cost
hard.
Armored Bat.
5/5 is really strong.
5/5 ward.
Yeah.
Mono evolve is only 12 damage, however. So it's not quite lethal.
I like it. I like it.
There it is. All right, we're going into turn 9. There's quite a complicated turn coming up, so we're gonna listen in to Amazonian and Hishiro,
Ooh, and
see what they
he's not
say.
gonna attack on purpose. That would set the opponent into vengeance. You see on the top right, there's a 4 there. That's because they're 4 away from 10 health.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna use up Mono. Oh, actually, Succubus kills one of those. Metal Blade don't trade. This at least kills one of them. Vengeance is not active. That is notable. There's no such thing as 3 mono in a turn. Kind of want to just use one now. Or even like mono and then Metal Blade, and then I'll have the thing for another turn. And that leaves me with 2 left. Oh, but that doesn't let me evo mono, so I don't get Summon Ward.
I wonder
Let's
if
go
they're
with this.
aware that it's a
Yeah, I'm
odd
supposed to
turn.
have you, I think, on that turn, so I'm still concerned.
Is Hishiro okay?
3 mono in hand. Useless.
Is Hishiro okay?
What's wrong?
He wasn't responding that turn. That was an odd turn. And there is a lethal here. 7 plus 7. If you Hellblaze Demon first on the mono and then mono, then that'll evolve the 5/2 on the board and mono for 7 damage. Nice.
Solved. Good job, Azure Cloud.
Nice. That was a good comeback there. Technolord doing a ton of work.
Yeah, Technolord with the exact clear was
And
very
the
crucial.
Evolve Face plus Succubus and Armored Bat. All those cards.
Right.
Really, really strong.
There were a lot of decisions this
Yeah.
game and a lot of turning points
it's
and a lot of
weird
branching
because, like,
paths,
that
and I
stuff
think
hasn't really
Desi and
come up
Azure
for me,
Cloud
and I
were
was
able
like,
to navigate it very well.
Hear the last bit of Deathsea and his coach. I'm like, oh, are they revealing strats? What's going on? Are they celebrating? But let's talk about that last moment for Amazonian, because it was a odd number turn on turn 9, and it looked like coach wasn't there.
Yeah, I hope everything's okay.
Right.
It's a significant disadvantage.
I mean,
not
it
to have the
sounded like
coach.
she was having a conversation, so maybe we just couldn't hear his half of the conversation,
maybe.
or maybe she just likes talking to herself to talk through these plays. Who knows? I've done it myself plenty of times.
I think Deathsea was playing immaculately, and his even turns didn't look like even turns. Those were really well played, had a ton of pressure going in. The turn 7 with the Evolve Face plus Destructive Succubus ended up being the crucial turn that probably won the game, and his coach made that call. I think they're working really well as a team, and they're looking really strong.
I actually just got some game-changing news. It sounds like Amazonian. Yes, the name of her cat is Scraps McGee, Cat Detective. Is that correct? Did I hear that? That is correct. Yes,
So is
Scraps McGee, the Cat Detective.
So that's the Cat Detective,
The
not
cat-
comma Cat Detective.
I believe there is a the.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe there
Is
is
it
a the.
comma the? These are important.
You know what? I don't know. We're gonna have
Okay.
to find out later. But I do want to point out, I think in every single buddy system, as soon as Amazonian's cat came in, she lost. We saw
some sabotage
We
potential.
saw the overconfidence while it wasn't her turn. She was turning around playing with Scraps McGee. She was doing like strings everywhere, and I'm like, I wonder if this is gonna come back to bite her.
You might be onto something.
I
we've
think
seen her.
the cat is jealous that she's not playing with the cat and playing her video game. So he's like, I'm going to sabotage it. I'm going to pull some wires, pull some levers in the background, mess up the game for you, so you have to play with me after.
Yeah, send the strats over to Deathsea. It looks like the cat is gone. Scraps McGee has left the room. So maybe that will swing, the tides back into Amazonian's favor. Or perhaps Deathsea will be able to pick up Game 3 and close it out and move on to the semifinals himself. Thoughts from you guys?
We saw Amazonian and Hishiro commit that early evolve point, that final evolve point, especially going first. You only have 2 of them, but they chose to commit it into the Gear Snake Tamer, which got promptly techno-lorded off the full board.
Well, here we go, jumping into the third and final game of this series. Who's going to take it, Amazonian or Deathsea?
All right, Deathsea, is he going to get the comeback, the 2-0 reverse sweep, or is Amazonian going to be able to clean it up right now?
Unleash the Nightmare.
It seems like a pretty solid opening hand from Deathsea and Azure Cloud. Mecha Wing Angel on 2. Unleash the Nightmare, go really wide, get all those activations online for future draws as well.
Very good. Now they want a Gear Snake Tamer, maybe try to get a Mono to buff for later. Good cards they can draw from here.
I mean, this is not bad from Amazonian side as well. The Techno Lord is removal. Hoverboard Mercenary replaces itself and also combats the assembly droids that are going to come out from Deathsea. Armored Bat's just a solid card.
Armor Bat, definitely one of the strongest cards in this matchup. I think it's been a defining card in each of these games.
All right, getting rid of the removal.
Ooh, Destructive Succubus.
And the opening hand's pretty good.
Yeah, you get the cost down, reduced each of the evolve turns. You can make sure to play it as early as turn 7. If you play it later on, you get the Mono evolves off and reduce the cost of Succubus down even further. Wow, pretty solid hand. Pretty solid hand.
Double Succubus, really good. Gonna do...
Succubus.
Not only is it removal, it's also just good reach.
Yeah.
Just that's between those two, that's 6 damage to the face, and that's over a quarter of the health.
That
pretty
probably sets up 2 monos for lethal damage.
Right. You get like, a little bit of chip damage in the beginning of the game, plus that 6, plus a mono
buff or something.
You're good to go.
Yeah. Just taking their time on the odd turn.
I'm just distracted by Amazonian's mug, like what she's drinking out of. It's just like a very, very elaborate mug, and what's she drinking out of it? You think she looks like a tea person?
I don't know. I'm just looking at the game.
Gotta look outside the game in order to master it, you know?
Nice pickup. 2-2. Sorry, I'm not
It's
just
all
ignoring.
good. It's fine. When I say something remotely intelligent, you can talk back to me. But until then, just keep doing what you're doing.
So the 2-2, of course, trades very well into the 1-2.
Nice little value trade. Gonna be able to go 2 for 1 on the board currently.
And the Unleash the Nightmare is coming out, so looking really good for Deathsea and Azure Cloud. No Metal Blade Demon in hand for Amazonian and Hishiro yet either.
So this Unleash the Nightmare, I think is, depending on what it gets, is gonna, I think, what decides the pace of this game. Because if it picks up like a Metal Blade and a Mono, that's just gonna be absolutely insane. And the rest of the game might be just decided on the spot unless Amazonian can pick up something very critical soon. So right now their hand's a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah. Definitely want at least a Mono or something to build up to. Probably gonna evolve one of the Gear Snake Tamers on turn 5, but it's just not a lot going on. Best draw would be Unleash the Nightmare for Amazonian Hishiro, and
1,000 apologies.
for Deathsea Azure Cloud, I think they just have a ton of good draws. Ooh, Slain, another good pickup. Now they have some insurance. I think this might be one of those games where you can play in a way that you just don't lose by having those Slains in your back pocket.
Right.
That's
War of
another way to
attrition.
another way to play it. But there aren't any draw cards in hand with it, so it's gonna be something to think about for the future turns.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's still just a 6/6. Like, he doesn't necessarily have to get the Devour in order to be effective in this matchup. It's nice.
Yeah.
But if you got nothing, if you have no other options,
Yeah. I think though, turn 6 is a critical turn to get your mech count up. On game 1, we saw the Slain come out on turn 7, and Death's Yadger Cloud ended up having only a death count of 5, I believe, somewhere around there on turn 7, and that made the Technolord much less scary from the opponent's perspective, but pretty awkward hand. A couple options. You can go all in with double Gear Snake and just hope to draw into a Metal Blade Demon. No, not gonna do that.
right? That seems like kind of a long shot. It's
Yeah.
it's a one. I'm assuming 3 in the deck.
That might be what it takes to win this game, though. It's looking pretty tough.
I feel like turn 4 is a little bit too early to be going for, like an 8% out in order to win the game. I understand that, it's a very important card, but
Enemy identified. Shutting down.
Gear Snake, Hellblaze on maybe the Slain? That's really strong.
yep, value trade over. Summon some snakes. Hellblaze Demon. Which one are you picking? I think the Slain. Alright. It's a 10-6 now. My goodness.
And very, very good ordering. Wow. Impressive. Ooh. So if they went all in, they could have drawn 2 cards here.
Oh, they actually picked it up. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, you have to pick up either an Unleash the Nightmare on turn 5, which you probably get a 2 to go with it, or try to top deck a Metal Blade. So going all in on turn 4 might have made sense, but...
And I don't think the Turbo Lord is that high either. It's at maybe...
Yeah,
6?
Technolord. Probably fewer than that, but I guess there was an Armored Bat Blade already?
Right. Let's find out. 2, 3, 4, 5.
What?
Oh, okay. So it's only 5.
This is an odd turn.
Well, here's the Evolve, so it's going to be able to take out one of these.
I wonder...
I think they were hoping that the Ward would die, and then they could trade over into the 3/3. But unfortunately missed that coin flip at the end there.
Yeah. It's not super likely to have the 3/3 and the 2/2. I probably would have just played the Metal Blade Demon and taken the 1 card. It's not great, but using up the Technolord also reduces your chances significantly. Is that Boba?
Now I want Boba.
From Deathsea. Let's listen in on Deathsea and Azure Cloud.
6 Slain. So I want to stack on the same Slain because in this matchup you usually don't need more than 6 attack to clear something.
Okay.
So we can ensure maximum burst from like 1 combo.
Okay. So, are we evolving the Hellblaze?
So Hellblaze the Slain first, and then I think so. Repair mode the 3/2.
Or do we want to repair mode the 4/4 after we trade in?
No, because repair mode heals extra Machinus.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
so
I think we do want to evolve because we have 2 Succubus here. We want to get them online for turn 7.
Okay.
So let's evolve. Yeah, and then just double trade.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah. And then next turn, maybe like Slain Rush if we don't have any card draw.
Okay.
Man, that's impressive. Azure Cloud just says, just trade, and Dusty makes the right trades. That's awesome. That's what you want as a coach.
Just trade.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched Buddy System a couple times now.
It's like just trade, and they do it completely wrong. Right.
It doesn't work that way.
There are definitely times where the pro will take for granted what is normal card game jargon or what is quote unquote the obvious play.
Yeah. And in that case, I mean, you're trading either way. You can trade. It's not completely obvious, you know.
Right. But this lane is a 13-6 currently.
The only thing is that this lane requires a larger hand size. This lane doesn't even have rush right now.
You don't necessarily need it to. The board's going to be empty after this turn.
Yeah, I guess you can just put a big lane on the board.
You just slam it down. Whirlwind slam that bad boy on the field.
Drain. No drain, no rush, but I guess the stats are good enough.
6 mana, 13-6? I'd say so.
Huh. I guess you just...
You got to follow this up with another one and then play 2 succubuses.
Yeah, so my experience would tell me that this lane is never going to get Storm. So I would just drop the 13-6?
Right.
Or the 6-6. Either one, for sure.
How many things need to be in the hand for it to get Storm?
6 other mechs.
And Slain is not a mech, I'm assuming?
Slain is a mech.
So there's 5 currently.
There is...
Or only 3.
Yeah, 3 other...
So the Succubus is not a mech?
Yeah.
Okay.
Succubus is not a mech.
I'm just assuming everything's a mech. You told me the snakes were mechs.
Yeah,
so I'm just assuming everything is.
Yeah, it's crazy because, like, Slain... That guy doesn't look like a mech, right? But I guess if you look...
He has the red laser eye?
Yeah. So it's like hard to tell, but Succubus is
it's like
not
Dracula meets Terminator.
Wow. Huh. Again, no answer.
All right, looks like this guy's staying around.
Ooh.
Man, so much damage would have been pushed if they played the 13-6.
We might see Evo face Destructive
I think
Succubus.
they're waiting for
again.
them to play something so they can go Slain Evolve, kill it, push 6.
Oh, man. There's no rush on the Slain. They're hovering over it, but...
No, I mean, when you evolve it, though. When you evolve it, it gets rushed, though.
Yeah, there's no evolve on Amazonian and Hishiro's side.
No, I'm talking about Desi. Like, they're going to play like an Armored Bat or something, and then Desi and the Azure Cloud are going to come over the top of it with the 13-6 and then evolve it. But I would have liked to have this done in the reverse order. Because I would have liked the 13-6 to come down and then go over anything that comes out with the 6-6 that gets evolved. So you push 13 damage.
Ooh. Yeah.
Mono.
8, 3.
7.
Mono. You're expecting the opponent to have at least 1 mono. This is actually really hard. Rush.
So the Slain has rush.
Yeah. But you're completely right. If the 13 was out this turn, then you could rush the 6-6 and then Evo face set to 5, and then you might have mono lethal on 8 or 9 or something.
Right, but instead, like,
yeah,
we're not doing that, and that makes me bummed.
That would have been pretty cool. Alternatives.
I think Mono's active.
Mono is active.
It's not the best play.
Mono evolve. You don't want to set Mono to 1 health because of the evolve effect. If you look on the bottom,
Storm, right, deals 1 damage to itself.
Beginning of your turn, deal 1 damage to your leader and this follower. So you probably want to hit in with the 8-8 into the 5-5.
I think they're seriously waiting for this Slain to have Storm, and I just don't think that's happening.
Sorry, you were saying?
But I guess the 6-1 protects the 8-8.
Right.
It's hard to say.
Because
I would.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
I'm not
one
sure. I'm
bit.
not sure.
I'm just the longer I look at this 13-6 in the hand, the more sad I get. It's like this should be on the field right now. Their opponent could be at much lower life total. They'd be at 7 right now.
You're not wrong. I think you have to draw Technolord here.
Right. No, it would be evolved, so they'd be down to 5, and then you could set up a turn 2-turn lethal with just the succubuses from hand.
I think you need to draw Technolord.
Well, their Slain is not going to be active either.
Yeah, that's
for the
crazy.
Drain.
No Drain, no Rush.
7 other cards. So he has 6. So you need to Unleash.
That's not lethal yet.
It's 1 off right now.
8. What else can you do? Kiss of Lust.
So that Technolord is a board clear. They need to spend mana first, though, because you can't play the Accelerate cost, right?
Maybe Succubus Evolve and then go face, set to 1. And the opponent... oh... But if you do that, then they can Unleash plus Slain to drain. Not that you'd see that. I think he's still set to 1.
Right.
Or...
Well, he's got to do something quick. He's running out of time.
It's about the same, so I probably set to 1 HP.
You give me the option of dealing damage to my opponent and not dealing damage to my opponent, I'm choosing the former. I'm dealing damage and put him down to 1. I want to set up lethal. I want to kill his man.
Put him down. Succubus.
Deal 3.
Okay.
So had this been
Nice.
the 13 attack Slain, this game would be over.
And now that I think about it, the 8-2 survives, so... Oh, but now there is Kiss Succubus, and then that dies to Succubus. Awesome.
So Succubus, and then the Kiss is going to heal for 2. Or heal for 1. And then the wards don't matter because Succubus is direct damage. Game number 3. Going over to Desi and Azure Cloud.
Man, that turn 8, he actually set to 1 the perfect play, and
you know what's better than setting your opponent to 1? Setting them to like -20, because that's how much damage we miss by not playing this 13-6.
13-6.
Oh,
might
the
have
cat.
been
The cat's there. It never left. The sabotage.
a missed opportunity of the 13-6, but I think that was a super solid game from Detsy and
Look at
Magic
the
Club.
cat just like refusing to look at her. It's just like looking the opposite direction. He's like, yeah, I know what happened. I know what I did. I'm not even going to give you eye contact. All right, 5 mana 6/6, deal 3 to everything, or just even the Razor Claw too. The top tech BM. Congratulations, Desi. The 2-0 reverse sweep.
That was really solid. That looked convincing to me.
That was pretty convincing on the side of Detsy, but I mean, oh, we should rename him to the Cat Saboteur for Amazonian because, oof, that cat brings nothing but bad luck for her every single buddy system.
I mean, it's also a little bit her fault for, spamming the emotes. It's kind of just the karmic nature
How dare you.
of the universe. You just coming at her for doing that.
No, I think emotes gives you a little bit of good luck. Gives you that good luck spam. But okay, walk me through. How did Detsy come out so ahead in that last game? It was a close series, but still overtaking Amazonian.
overall, just preventing the first turn player from drawing a lot of cards, or if the player going first aren't able to get an Unleash out or a good Metal Blade out. Yeah, the first Technolord was used on turn 5 really, really early, and later on they weren't able to clear the 6/6 without the Technolord, so maybe some of those things. Maybe, yeah, really difficult, but overall coming down to how to use the cards. Do you play out cards at a certain time? That was pretty difficult, honestly.
To use a throwback from earlier in the broadcast, this is all about card advantage and how important it is. It was less important early on in that mirror match, very important in this matchup because they're much better at effectively using all the cards in their hand.
Awesome. Well, I do believe we're going to have the brackets, the updated brackets, ready in just a second so we can see. Oh, here we go. And there we go. We see Desi and Azure Cloud moving in as our first team in that second semi-final. And to find out who's going to face them, we're going to go ahead and jump into Game 4, where Alias and Coach Lewis the Panda will be taking on Tempo Storm, Snake Nade, and Coach Payne. And for those of you who are just tuning in, Potwasher threw a couple shots towards Coach Payne over his...
A couple? Those were those were cannonballs. Those were mortar shells. Those
he
were...
went in. You definitely went in. I mean, before we
we'll see.
Yeah, before we jump back into the BM, we can go ahead and recap the format of the tournament just to catch everyone up who may be jumping in just to see that Payne BM. Each team, one streamer, one pro coach. Every team has a maximum of 2 decks, but for this week, we are using pre-built decks as our core with about a 10-card variation. Tournament is best of 3 single elimination. We are on our final quarter match game right now. And for coaching rules, Game 1, there are absolutely no coaching restrictions, but in Games 2 and 3, the coaches will be muted during those even turns. Now, this is what everyone is playing for today. First place will go home with $2,500. That is a lot of cat toys for any potential pet owners. Second place, $1,500, and third place, $1,000. And don't forget, it is not too late. If you are watching from home and have your phone or computer next to you, go ahead and open up Twitter and use the hashtag SV Buddy System for your chance to win some card packs. And if you had a card pack and you just opened it up right now, what would your dream card be?
Mr. Meowskers.
Meowskers? If it's not Meowskers,
there's a correct answer, Pot.
We have to kick you out.
I haven't gotten the Mono leader skin yet, I think. So
but you can get leader skins from packs?
Yeah.
Does she have cat ears?
No, the Mono...
All right, Potwasher's point is now invalid. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the teams that are here playing today. We actually only have 2 more teams that we haven't seen yet, and that is Snake Payne. As you could see, is he riding a horse?
I believe he's riding a horse with an explosion behind him, and he's shooting some sort of machine gun into the air.
That's sick. That's sick. And then taking on a quirky cat and a handsome panda. Uh-oh. Well, so far, cats have been pretty bad luck in Buddy System, so we're going to have to see how this Game 4 plays out. And this is the remaining schedule for the day. We are going to see Alias take on Snake Nade, but for that semi-final game that's going to come up soon, Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine taking on Trihex and Cure Mango. That's going to be our first semi-final game. But let's find out who is moving on to the second semi-final game. Now, for these decks, are we looking at yet another mirror matchup? I know we have a Dragoncraft.
We have Dragon against a Bloodcraft. So
Bloodcraft, there we go.
A lot of Bloodcraft today, but it is one of the easier decks to build off of the pre-built deck. So it was very popular. We saw the Havencraft tearing it up on the other side of the bracket. We might see Haven against Blood again, like we saw in the very first match in the finals. That's what I probably would predict, personally.
Yeah, I do believe that the first semifinal will be Haven versus Sword. So yeah, and then this one will be Blood versus whoever moves on here. So we could potentially have that second mirror matchup. Yeah. I'm assuming that's your prediction since you don't think very highly of the Dragoncraft.
Right. I mean, I got to give it to the Blood as well, and just because, just looking at the deck, how it's built, it's very, very late game oriented. And
well, yeah, let's talk about this Blood deck.
This one first.
So I'm already looking at the key cards, and already we're seeing the pattern between all of the Bloodcraft decks that we've seen so far today.
Only one copy of Destructive Succubus, and this one with 3 Slain, 3 Mecha Wing Angel, 0 Hoverboard Mercenary. I don't.
I think this is.
Don't like that.
But you also see like 3 copies of the Razory Claw and the Blood Pact. I think this is much more low to the ground. I think it's a nod to those kind of aggressive decks that you're going to be seeing in the format.
Very, very aggressive for sure. You're right.
This is also one of the only decks that they brought. So, like we said, Desi was the only player who brought 2 decks, and you know, so far it's paying off.
Well, I mean, didn't we look at that second deck and say who's
I don't
going to
know.
be playing this? Except they had Furfur, the flying deer that looks like it's from what is
Some
it?
sort of Miyazaki film.
Oh no, I was going to say Harry Potter or something.
Same thing.
I've seen
You're
like
right.
5 minutes of a Harry Potter movie, but
5 minutes too many, if you ask me.
But yeah, so I mean, going against the Dragoncraft deck crafted by Pain, which again, you aren't thinking very too highly of. So what do you think? Oh,
this Dragon deck has a lot of ways to deal with a wide board. There's 3 copies of Ian, and just 3 copies of Ian, I guess. But there are ways to deal with a wider board. So compared to the previous matchup where a wide board resulted in death over the long run, this Dragon deck can actually deal with it. Righteous Dragoon can add a Dragon's Wings, I think it's called, that deals 1 damage to every follower on the board. So those 1/1 tokens you can remove with that. There's Galmu, which deals 1 damage to everything, and other effects as well. And Ian Dragon Buster, which deals 2 damage to all enemy followers.
But in this deck, they have a Dragon Waifu?
Yeah, that's a cool card.
This deck wins.
Go on.
I'm on Pain's side.
Pre-evolve storm. Oh.
You have my attention.
Yeah, the card effect, it was a little bit confusing that it said pre-evolve, but without evolving, it has the same effect before and after. For last words, you gain +3/+1, +3 attack +1 health to a random Dragoncraft follower in your hand. So let's say you play Forte, evolve, and hit the opponent's face. You deal 7 damage, and then your own Forte is removed. With the last words effect, you might buff another Forte in your hand by 3 attack, and next turn deal like 7 damage +3 and deal up to like 10 damage there, so 17 damage over the course of 2 turns with 2 Evo points or something. You can set up pretty crazy lethals like that. There were also other storm cards with Elios.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little bit surprised that they weren't running the gold card. It's a 4-cost 1/5 storm, which whenever it takes damage, it increases its own attack by 3.
I will jump in to go ahead and point out
by 2.
To point out our competitors that are on the screen right now. We have Alias and Snake Nade. A lot of green screens that we're seeing today. I really wish that we had the ability to throw some fancy stuff behind them, but there is no time for that. We need to get into our first game of our final quarterfinal match. So let's see, Alias, Snake Nade, who's gonna take it?
I'm going to give it to Snake Nade right now because if you look on the right side of Alias's webcam, I believe you see a cat in a bed right now. So I think it might be sleeping, so it's not really in a sabotaging mood, but you know, cats can be you know, a little deceiving sometimes.
Snake Nade and Pain, although I mentioned that they probably wouldn't curve out, they did draw the Dragon Oracle and the Otohime, so the only 2-cost cards in their deck that you can play on turn 2 besides removal cards.
I mean, yeah, this Dragon Oracle is just like such a crucial card in the Dragon deck. It allows you to just do so much more stuff that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do. Getting that extra mana crystal, or I apologize. What is the correct terminology for the like the resources?
Orb?
Playpoint mana orbs? Okay.
I think it's Playpoint Orb.
Playpoint?
Yeah, Dragon Oracle. If you mouse over Dragon Oracle, it should say like gain an empty Playpoint Orb. Yeah.
They're mana points.
Yeah.
Dropping out this new 1 cost. So tell me about this 1 cost card. This is a 0/1.
After you play a spell card, the dragon will evolve, and then every time the dragon attacks after it evolves, it discards the lowest card from your hand and adds the and draws a card. So you essentially make your hand worth more.
Okay.
By discarding the cheapest.
So that card into Dragon Oracle is like the best opener you can ask for.
Probably, yeah, sure. But now they're out of cards.
Right. But hey, at least they have all these play points to use.
So Dragon Wings, the card I mentioned that deals 1 to everything. That's really important in this matchup to clear all the token cards. Dragon's Handspur will...
And it's also all followers, not just enemy followers.
Yes. And that's what they're going to pick up. But oftentimes, you do want to take the Handspur, the 4 costs, deal 3 damage to anything. And that will draw a card if you're in Overflow, if you have 7 or more play points. So that's often the choice you make, but for this specific matchup is taking Dragon Wings, and that means that that's a lot less value in hand as well. Ooh,
how about another Dragon Oracle?
That means you can play Otohime for 7 next turn. Otohime has an effect 7/3/4, but it summons 4 2/1s with Rush. 4 2/1 followers with Rush.
Wait, that's the 8-drop?
It's a 7 cost.
Oh, the 7 cost one.
So
okay,
they can play it next turn.
Wait, so it's a 7 cost that summons 4 2/1s.
And
is there anything else you have to do?
And a 3/4.
What? That is a lot of stuff.
Strong. It's borderline not good in regular decks, though.
In the current constructed meta?
Yeah.
Well, that's just because I think the current constructed meta is just so fast.
Yeah, you have to play multiple cards per turn, and it doesn't really matter whether you have good value off of each of your cards.
Right. All right, I think right now, so Elias is going as wide as possible, trying to get as big of a board as possible for this Mono coming down on turn 7. So still a couple more turns away from there, but we can listen in to Snake Nade right now because they were able to ramp into turn 7.
That's a great top deck.
Let's do it. For Evo 2. Then we cleared the 2/1.
Yeah, it full clears.
Yeah. That card's amazing, man.
It's broken as well.
It's so good, dude.
If he has the 4/3/5 drop, okay, we win every time. I think now.
I have faith. We're so far ahead, man.
Yeah. Dragon Oracle MVP.
What are we throwing at here? Roller next round? Roller Evo damage? Unless he gets a board up.
I think because of his deck, he doesn't have a clear to anything, I think. You can play either the Otohime, which is the most board pressure he has to clear, and he can't do it with his deck. It's pretty hard. Or you can go for the Evo Face, which is worse to a ward. Let me think about that.
Okay.
All right, so a lot happened that turn very quickly, and all of it was done by a single card. So walk me through what just happened, because a 7-mana 5/5 came down. It cleared the board, it evolved itself, it traded in, and then it killed the rest of the board by taking damage.
Yeah, unbelievably, Kamyu isn't played and constructed anymore. in the meta because everything is like 2-2 or higher, or maybe you have stuff like 1-3 Meowskers on board with a 2-2 beside it or something. Galmew just is way too slow and doesn't do too much. There's not a lot of one health followers out there anymore, so might be hard to believe, but Galmew is not played right now and constructed.
So she evolves when she kills something with her fanfare effect.
She evolves whenever she takes damage, and it usually costs 5. If you enhance it for 7, it'll activate like a Dragon Wings effect. So basically, deal 1 damage to everything, and that includes herself.
So she'll evolve. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yep.
All right, Techno Lord coming down, only dealing, what was that, 4?
4.
That was awful.
And double Techno Lord is not great here either.
No, that's just such a bad use of resources.
There are no other plays, but the Evo in place from Snake Nade and Pain paying off.
Gosh, hitting both the Dragon Oracles this game was just absolutely insane. Just look at the mana difference. 9 versus 6. There's just so much more that Snake Nade and Pain can do every single turn.
You know what? I'm going to say that they got lucky this game. Okay.
Hey, it's not bad to say that. Every once in a while, as far as card games go, there is variance.
Yeah. I'm not wrong that this deck is bad.
I think they heard you and they just wanted to show you up. They're like, we'll show you what this deck can do.
Now they're going to high roll.
It's the caster's curse, man. These things happen. Pushing as much damage as possible. Going to use this final evolve point just to put their opponent down to 3.
I don't think
Is there any direct damage in the hand?
Galmew plus Dragon Wings will probably kill, like, no matter what.
Does that deal 3 damage to the face?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kiss? Nope. Has to spend the Razor Claw here to clear off the board.
Okay, evolving, dealing 2. The Razor Claw is going to finish, and then you're going to trade into the other one.
Yeah, not great.
But this is just, you're playing to survive at this point. Going to put you down to 1.
Oh. They did play into Galmew. That's for sure. There were 3 Galmew in the deck, and they did not play around Galmew.
Alright, Loyal Dragoon at the start of your opponent's turn. Never mind. 4 damage going to the face. Game number 1 going over to Snake Nade and Pain, much to the dismay of our dear Potwasher.
Yeah, Potwasher, what's going on there? I thought you said that there was something
pretty
wrong with that deck, huh?
They drew 2 Dragon Oracle. They only have Dragon Oracle as a playable 2 cost.
Right.
And they
sounds like you're backpedaling right now, man.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because that looked pretty dominant.
It was. It was. I'm not gonna say anything. I'll let Game 2 and Game 3 speak for themselves.
All right, we probably have Pain in the chat right now going like,
got him,
Potwasher. But okay, well, let's think about it from the other side. What went wrong for Alias?
They critically didn't play around a specific card, Galmew, and allowed for a full clear that left a 5-2 on the board, took 3 damage. So if you set up the stats in a different way, you could play around it. Probably just slipped his mind because it's not a card that's being played very often in constructed play right now. So
and also they didn't
play around it.
You often look at your own mana and assume your opponent has the same. And so they see their mana, they're like, oh, we only have 5 mana. They're not going to play anything that costs 8.
I guess
it's like you forget that because you forget that they ramp.
Yeah, exactly. But oof, that was quite a first game to this match. I'm excited to see, like you said, what Game 2 and potentially Game 3 look like. And if we're going to see the weak sides of the Dragoncraft deck that you had so wonderfully highlighted beforehand. But it doesn't look like Alias is too shaken up. Still looking confident. And do we confirm, is that little black fluffy ball in the bottom right corner, is that indeed a cat?
I believe it is. I can't imagine what else it would be, especially in something that's sitting in a bed.
Stuffed animal, perhaps. But I mean,
Take
hey,
care of your stuffed animals.
let's go ahead and see if Snake Nade and Pain can finish it off with this Dragoncraft deck in this second game.
Looks like Snake Nade's going to be going on the play right now, or on the draw. I mean, apologies, but already picking up the first Dragon Oracle. Potwash, are you sweating right now? He's already got one of them. He's going to mulligan for the other one real quick. There's the second one. I called it. Woo! It's a card. Dragon Oracle is absolutely insane of a card.
Yeah.
I don't because traditionally, ramp cards just do that. They just ramp.
Yeah.
The fact that there is a ramp card that also cycles itself to draw more cards is nuts.
I really like that 7 effect when you have 7 or more play points. If you're an overflow, you gain an additional draw card if you overflow. Yeah, that's a cool effect.
It's really cool.
Draconic Core, another ramp card, so a ton of ramp.
Also recovers an evolution point at 7. That's very cool.
All the core cards do that. Those are introduced a few expansions back.
I'm just a huge fan of dragons in general. Every time there's a card game and dragons are an option to play as, I like going for it.
And it seems like Alias and Luis the Panda, they might be running out of gas this game. Ooh.
Like, it's turn 2. How are they already running out of gas?
Double Technolord.
The road trip hasn't started yet.
What do you... Unleash the Nightmare. Oh man, this brings back memories. You just hard mull and hope for Unleash the Nightmare.
And you just don't get it.
Man. I remember why I didn't like this deck very much.
Okay, so the Soaring Dragon Newt on the right side of the hand.
Yeah.
If you use it in tandem with the Draconic Core, can you recover an evolution point you haven't spent yet? So can you go over 3? Can you go to 4? Or do you have to spend 1 first and then go back to 3?
So let's say you go Core and then Dragon Evolve. You would gain an empty play point orb and then restore 2. So...
But you would restore 2? Wait, I need to reread Draconic Core then. That card does a lot more than I thought it did.
Let's read the effect of Draconic Core.
Read it to me.
Ooh. Sneer of Disdain, another cool card.
Cool in what way? What does it do? Tell me about it. There's the confirmation. Wait, that is a cat, right?
Looks like a cat.
It might. It has to be a cat. I was like, for a second, I thought it might be a bunny. But that is a very... That's just a ball of fur.
And there's also Ian in hand as well, which is very good against the wide board. Yeah, yeah, that's actually quite a lot of area of effect cards. It's pretty good. Not gonna lie.
Thing is, the Dragon deck has a lot of options because it's very versatile and a well-built deck. Is that what you're trying to get across right now?
It's doing pretty well so far.
Slowly but surely, we're making progress. So this with the Dragon Oracle, it's going to evolve the Newt. Are they going to go with the Righteous Dragon? Okay. Going to go with the wings, I'm assuming.
The Sneer of Disdain does the same thing with deal 1 damage to everything. I think the effect damage goes off before the Dragon evolves, if I remember correctly. Yeah, no card draw on the blood side, so that's a big deal.
They should fix that, like, sooner rather than later, probably.
But they're not playing any copies of Hoverboard Mercenary, so it's kind of understandable that the deck would be less consistent.
Also choosing not to kill this Newt.
Ooh. So committing a lot of resources. If this gets full cleared, which it will, spoiler.
So what is the full clear?
Full clear is Ian. Ian, a new card from the Verdant Conflict expansion. We'll see
Newlyweds. This was in the last time we were playing Buddy System. I remember this because you evolve it and then trade it into the dragon and it wipes everything.
Ian Dragon Buster.
Deals 2 to everything. So it's not a full clear. Oh wait, wait.
He can still attack.
Yeah, he can still attack. Never mind.
So strong.
Wait, so how to deal 3 damage to the guy? With the dragon.
With the evolve effect.
So the evolve effect deals 3 damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't directly deal 2 damage to everything. It has to kill the dragon.
Yeah, it kills the dragon, which deals 2 damage to everything. But I didn't know that its evolve effect also got to deal 3 damage to the dragon.
Yeah. It's a cool card.
And here's also one of the downsides of not getting all your draw, like the Unleash the Nightmares, is this Slain right now. Not going to be activated. It's going to have Rush, but it's not going to have Devour.
It does have Rush, yeah, and no Drain.
Is it Drain or Devour?
Drain.
Ah, okay. I apologize. Where'd I get Devour from? Anyways.
The 5/4 is going to stay on the board?
So it can't be attacked.
What?
Interesting. Well, how is he going to kill it?
Yeah, he cannot.
So it looks like it's staying on the board.
Yeah, but it is crazy. That's what I want to say.
Right.
That's crazy. 8, 9. Accelerate.
Enhance, deal 1 damage to all followers. Okay, so that's not quite a full clear.
You can start pushing some damage here.
I'm a fan.
6. No storm yet. I wonder if you ignore some of what the opponent plays and just shoot the opponent's face. 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 1 off. Oh, I guess you can't set up a 2-turn lethal without top decking something.
Hey, sometimes that's what it comes down to. Also, finally got the evolve off. So what does the evolve version accomplish?
It discards the lowest card
Uh-huh.
from your hand and draws an additional card. Didn't discard the core.
Is that what the ideal discard is?
Yeah.
But another evolve point.
You probably want the other card.
Right.
The Righteous Dragoon. Righteous
Well,
Dragoon.
A lot of power is coming down this following turn regardless.
Yeah, definitely. Finally got the Unleash the Nightmare.
Verifying access.
Ooh.
Let's see. Okay. Good start to the turn.
Evolve. The mech count is at 6 right now, I think. Gonna use the Technolord. That's not
Well,
really...
they have 2.
Yeah. It's not threatening. Maybe, it's hard to say. Huh.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Well, this is definitely going to do a lot of damage right now.
3, 6. Man. There's no way to set up...
Okay, so it's Enhance 7, Recover 1. During your turn, when an allied follower evolves, gain an empty play point, recover 2 play points, then banish this amulet. That seems very complicated.
So, Dragon's
Galmi,
Hands
though.
Burn...
Now, this is a card I can get behind. This deals 6, clears the board, deals 3 damage. Makes a 5/5.
Yeah, it won't deal 3 damage without hitting into something.
No, well, when you pay for its enhanced cost, it'll deal 3 to the face.
No.
What?
It'll evolve, but it won't deal damage.
Okay.
Shutting down. It won't be
Oh,
long
that's
now.
kind of a weird... Oh, it's an even turn.
Her Majesty's claws.
Yes, it's their turn 6 because they've ramped twice. All right, it's at 8, so this is still a clear with the Technolord.
Let's listen in on Luis the Panda and Alias.
The only follow-up could do is play Mecha Wing Angel.
Yeah.
Which is not the worst thing ever because we have mono to represent a lot of damage.
Yeah.
If we instead play Mecha Wing Metal Blade, we draw 3 cards. Metal Blade clears the 2-1 and the 4-3, and then we potentially just die.
Yeah.
So I suppose Technord is the safer play at this point.
I would like to live, so let's see if we can live.
Yeah.
So this then Mecha Wing?
Yes. Okay, so the next couple turns are... Yeah, go ahead. Technolord and then Mecha Wing. The next couple turns are very, very crucial. So, Mecha Wing gives us 2 1-1s.
Yeah.
If they are not answered, you would just play mono and that would be lethal, right?
Yeah.
He's probably going to commit something to them. I mean, he might not. We still have an Evo, so... Using Metal Blade next turn to get some card draw and then use the Evo to clear.
Yeah.
To try and then set up another mono would be great. If the Metal Blade isn't looking too good, Slain is available as well.
Okay.
But just looking for the mono lethal and try and set up a good Metal Blade to draw cards and clear the board because we don't have a lot of life to work with.
Okay. No pressure.
No pressure indeed.
Yeah, again, no easy way to get the Galmu off. At this point, I would go Handspur. I wonder, we could probably just listen in on Snake Nade and Pain. They'll probably do what I'm talking about.
Is to Dragon's Handspur phase first.
Okay.
And then Galmiox and manually evolve here to full clear, and he is at 3 HP. I think he can't kill us yet.
We're throwing Gal right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we evo here.
Yup.
Time to say goodbye.
We evo, kill one of the minions, right? And then it clears?
Yeah.
Such a
We
good
have
card.
to win next turn most of the times, because on turn 9 he can kill us, and that's the problem with double mono.
Okay. Did I just cut my coach off again? Did I just do the same thing twice?
Yes, he did indeed cut off his coach. When you hit that end turn, it's immediately cut off. No more communication. But Payne really, summed it up pretty well. I'd say it's we got to kill him next turn because he can kill us, and that's bad.
Yeah.
And I think that's just a fundamental understanding of card games.
So Galmu has to survive damage in order to deal 3 damage to the opponent. And that means that if this Robo-Goblin is played out, it's going to be lethal. If it's not played out, or if the Robo-Goblin Evo trades into the Galmu, then they'll survive. But I don't know if that's going to be played around right now. Robo-Goblin trade is preferable along with the Metal Blade Demon just because it also heals your leader up to 4. In Robo-Goblin Evo Repair Mode, your own leader's face. Sets your leader 4. If Robo-Goblin has to be evolved here, either evolve in place, and that's going to be lethal if Snake Nade knows what the card does.
It's kind of the story of the Buddy tournament. It's like, if he knows what this card does, he can win. Let's see.
Once each turn, when this follower takes damage, if this follower is not destroyed, deal 3 damage to a random enemy follower and 3 damage to the enemy leader.
Right. There's one.
Wow, it looks like a quick 2-0.
Quick is not how I would have thought this series was going to go going into it.
It would have to be
Or if
quick.
it was quick, it was going to be quick in the other direction. Because the Bloodcraft deck was going to kill...
Bloodcraft deck doesn't go very quickly. You know what? As I was introducing the Dragon deck, I mentioned the area of effect removal, clearing wide boards using some of the cards, and that really came into play. more than I expected. I think there were fewer draw cards in the Bloodcraft side, and Slane wasn't able to drain at all. So if it's a slightly longer game, Dragon has no ramp, there's card draw on the side of Bloodcraft, you're able to get drain off with Slane or something, or put pressure on the Dragon in some way. Maybe they don't have Ian on turn 4 or something like that, and they can't clear a board. Then I think Blood does significantly better, but that looked a lot better than I expected.
So now, is there anything that you'd like to say to Payne after seeing his deck in
I
action?
still don't
Double
think
down
it's a,
right now. Do it.
I don't think it's a good deck.
Oh my gosh!
I mean, I just don't think it's a good deck. So, just how the mana curve is. There aren't enough 2s. I like playing a lot of 2-drops.
Right.
It's I like 2-drops.
Have you ever played against Payne before?
Actually, no. Yeah, I haven't. Some of the European players you don't get to play against.
Do you feel confident playing against that deck if he was to bring it out?
I mean,
Right.
sure.
No, the correct response to that was no. I'm usually in the winner's bracket,
Oh!
and then that's how. But you're learning. It's slow, but it's happening. I can tell.
Yeah, well, man, maybe we need like buddy system exhibition match, and then it's you taking on whoever. But let's go ahead and focus on today's buddy system and take a look at that updated bracket. We do have, again, congratulations to Snake Nade and Coach Payne filling in that final semi-final spot against Deathsea and Azure Cloud. And our first semi-final game that we're going to see coming up next, Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine taking on Tempo Storm Trihex and Cure Mango. I'm very excited for the semi-final match, especially seeing if Coach Zero Fine is going to continue his streak of good luck and again propel yet another player to the finals of Buddy System.
Yeah, Hot Mouth is playing really hot right now. He's playing...
I see what you did there.
That wasn't very good. He's experienced in Shadowverse, and his coach is experienced some coaching in the buddy system. Knows what is pretty concise with what he has to say. You were talking about Akamar Red and a stream of consciousness a little bit, but with Zero Fine, maybe it's more like straight to the point. Do this on the most important turns, and gets his message across, and that gets the player, they know what to do, and they're not second guessing themselves.
Right, and another thing I'm super excited for in the semifinals is this, we're actually like playing for the real cash prizes that we've been talking about, because 4th place doesn't get anything. We're playing for that top 3 spots, and so a lot's on the line. The pressure's on.
Yeah, well, I'm very excited to get into that semifinal match. But before we do, we are going to take a quick break. But stick around because you don't want to miss what we have coming up next. Welcome back to Buddy System. We have a very special event for you guys before we start on our first semifinal. This is a first for us here at Buddy System. We are going to be doing a card reveal. Potwatcher, do you want to go ahead and take it away?
Yeah, the new Verdant Conflict mini expansion is coming very, very soon. And we have a new card to show you guys. Probably go to that.
There he is, Balto Malice Deflector. This is super cool. Will, you want to go ahead and tell us what he does?
Accelerate for 1 will deal X damage to an enemy follower, and X equals the number of times that your leader was damaged during your turn in this match. And also, Fanfare, deal 1 damage to your leader and 5 damage to an enemy follower. There's a lot going on right now.
Look at the art on the card, too.
Oh, that's a beautiful art, too. That's solid.
That's really cool. And Bloodcraft, one of the most popular decks that we've been seeing today. It looks like this card fits well into it. Is that right?
Yeah. This current Bloodcraft in the expansion Verdant Conflict isn't super popular, but a lot of the archetypes are pretty decent. There's like Vengeance Blood. There's a more control-oriented Vengeance Blood. And then there's also Machina Blood that we've seen today, as well as, and those kind of archetypes there. And Balto Malice Deflector is just overall a very solid card that can deal with a lot of those mid-game threats. Kel Evolve, we saw Alana Haven today with Zero Fine and Hot Meowth play Kel Kel, very, very powerful, deals a lot of damage to everything. With Alana, you get the health buff on it, so you wouldn't be able to remove it with Balto immediately, but in a regular deck, Kel is still played very, very commonly, and the 6/5 stat line you can remove with just the Fanfare effect, and that's really solid. Otherwise, there's cards like Valdane from Dragon that we saw last Buddy System. The Dragon Nature deck, you play a bunch of trees, you play Valdane Evolve, and it turns into a 6/6, attacks into something. It's going to have 5 or less health, and you can just remove it with Balto with 1 card without spending any extra evolve points. Has high attack, so the opponent has to deal with it. They can't really ignore it. It's not too hard to remove because it has just 3 health, and if you have any kind of removal effect, it's not going to be too difficult to deal with. It's not going to be great against a wide board of maybe more than 3 followers. It's not going to do too well against, but if your opponent is playing 1 larger follower per turn, then it's going to do a lot of work. Very solid card.
So you would recommend this and say like if you go up against like another mid-range kind of deck where they're going to be playing 1 threat at a time, you would highly recommend putting this in a secondary deck.
In that best case scenario, it's really, really good. The Accelerate effect, though, it doesn't. It deals X damage to an enemy follower. The number of times that your leader was damaged during your turn
in this match.
Yeah.
So if you're playing a bunch of cards that damage yourself, such as Balto, assuming you're running multiple copies, so that could potentially deal 3-4 damage.
It's really hard to get that damage up. The only notable card that you play right now would be something like Blood Pact. We've seen Blood Pact played a couple times. Yeah, deal 2 to your own leader.
Also, the Razor card, deal 2 to yourself and deal 3 to an enemy. So, potentially with those cards, you can get up to 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, right now, a lot of those cards aren't played too much, and in the early game, turn 1, turn 2, it's going to deal 0 damage. That really sucks. Maybe turn 3, you might be able to get it to 1 damage or 2 damage or something like that, but that really limits the effect of the Accelerate, and it makes it so that it's not replacing any early game removal. You can't really use it like that, but later in the game, you might be able to fit it in for a couple damage and use it as a cheap removal spell, but early on, you can't use it in the same way like other cheap removal spells.
So when will this card be available? Is it available now?
No, it will be available in about a week or so. Maybe even sooner than that. I'm actually not completely aware of when the mini expansion launches, but
will it line up with the Haruhi leader art portrait?
Yeah, probably.
So you can get
what day
Balto.
is it today?
Today
25th.
20?
No.
Saturday the 25th.
23rd.
23rd? It might be like
23rd.
Tomorrow, actually. 24. There's an update. Yeah, maybe 24 or something. Man, I should know this. I should have looked it up beforehand.
It's okay. We should know this as the weebs of the couch whenever a new anime portrait goes in. But okay, this sounds super exciting. I'm excited for Balto. I'm excited. Is this the only card that's going to be coming out with this expansion, or will there be more?
There have been a lot of cards revealed. There's a legendary card and a gold card for each of the classes, in addition to 1 neutral card. 1 neutral gold card that's revealed, and you can start opening those in packs. You can start crafting those cards as soon as it comes out after an update. And this Balto card, we talked about it briefly, but there should be a YouTube video live now, right now, and an article in English and in Japanese. Got both languages in there. Article will release right now as we speak, and on the Tempo Storm website and YouTube channels.
What's his Japanese name?
Just Baruto. Baruto.
So
that's
Balto.
It's very anime of you. All right. So cards to come out next week or soon, as well as the anime leader pictures. Let's go ahead and focus back onto Buddy System and take a look at our format. We're almost done. We're at the semifinal stretch, so one more refresher. Each team consists of one streamer and one pro Shadowverse player who is their coach. Each team is allowed a maximum of 2 decks, but this week we are using pre-built decks as the core with a couple card variation. This tournament is best of 3 and single elimination, and for the coaching rules, Game 1 there are no coaching restrictions, but in Games 2 and 3 the coaches will be muted during the even turns. And we are almost at that prizing stage of the tournament. First place will go home with $2,500, second place with $1,500, and third place with $1,000. Now, for everyone at home, don't forget you guys still have the opportunity to win some card packs, maybe even including some of the new cards that are coming out. All you have to do is use that hashtag SV Buddy System. But enough about you guys. Let's go ahead and see who else will be competing for the rest of today with our teams and our schedule. Look at these were all of our beautiful competitors who came in here today, but we could go ahead and skip to our schedule to see who remains. So in our first semifinal, we will be seeing Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine take on Tempo Storm Trihex and Cure Mango. And then in that second semifinal, we're going to see Deathsea and Azure Cloud take on Tempo Storm Snake Nade and Pain. We could potentially get a Tempo Storm final.
Yeah, honestly, I've been really surprised by the Dragon deck, and during the break I was thinking about it. You know what? I didn't give that Dragon deck a fair chance, and
oh, really?
It's definitely a really fun deck to watch play out. The aggressive nature of the deck, just dealing a lot of damage to the opponent. That's always fun, a fun play style, and they've been playing it really, really well. Definitely have to give a lot of credit there. Also, the SV Buddy System hashtag, card packs are at a premium right before mini expansions because those card packs can potentially open up new cards. So hold on to those card packs, try to get those card packs, and then whenever the update comes, open it then, and you'll have a decent chance of opening some new cards.
The super secret strats from Potwasher.
Yeah, I like how he was kind of covering his backpedaling up with the, by the way, card packs. Use that hashtag. I'm totally not trying to cover something up. No, but I am excited to get into this first semifinal. We are going to see Zero Fine's Haven deck take on the Sword deck that Trihex and Cure Mango put together. So any first, I guess, thoughts in terms of that matchup?
Yeah, Haven, if they draw into the Alana very early, then it's going to be a very uphill battle, I think. Having a wide board doesn't really matter in the long run against Alana Haven, and Alana Haven will be very, very dominant if it gets the Alana, so it might come down to whether or not Alana is drawn. Maybe the Sword side might be able to take it into some kind of attrition thing where if there's no card draw from the side of Haven, that could open up some possibilities, but Sword doesn't have any card draw either, so I don't think it's going to be able to compete in that way. It's really hard to think of ways to do this. Probably play into Kel, not play around Kel, and hope they don't have it, and keep on going wide, get some damage in, hope for the best, something like that.
Here's the deck of Hot Meowth and Zero Fine, just to give us a little bit of a refresher going into this first semifinal game. This was the first deck of the first series of the day I believe. For our first quarterfinal match. So it's nice to see it back again. This is the only Havencraft deck that was brought to Buddy System this week. And yeah, like you said, it did work out for him, and we're going to see how it faces up against the Sword deck, which you already think that Sword will have the disadvantage, correct?
And if you look at the 2-cost cards, if you count all the 2-cost cards, the creatures alone, there are like 11 of them. There's Ephemera, Unicorn, Robo Falcon, Precant, 13 actually. 13 2-drops, that's what I'm talking about. Just hard mulligan, toss all your other cards, look for the Alana, have a lot of 2-drops. That's how I like my decks, with a lot of 2-drops.
Nice, nice. Well, let's go ahead. We're going to have the Swordcraft key cards up in a second, but so then what is going to be the main goal of the sword deck? Like, what are you trying to focus on? Let's kind of take a step outside of please don't draw Alana early, please don't draw Alana early. What's their game plan?
Yeah, I think you'll have to make use of going wide, and if there's no Kel in the opponent's hand, they might not be able to clear it and try to get some damage a little bit at a time, or maybe Autoblade Patroller. That's the 4/4, potentially 4/4 that evolves into 6/6 and destroys an enemy follower that's selected target. So that can be really, really strong when the opponent has a ton of stats. So if you're able to hold onto your evolve points and use them on the Autoblade Patroller, maybe you'll hold onto that card so you can deal with the huge followers that Havencraft is going to play out.
And I do believe we have that second deck ready. My waifu is better than yours. Try hard army. But there's that sword dance that we saw be, I guess, so important during this team's play.
Yeah, it's really hard to get enough damage on it, though. The highest attack follower is Stampeding Fortress, which is only 6 attack. 6 seems like a lot of attack, but when you're talking about dealing 6 damage to random enemy followers, it's not enough to clear a Haven board, an Alana board. So Ivory Sword Dance, maybe Technolord, get the Technolord stats up pretty high.
Right. Also, don't forget the 3 copies of Azor, Duke of the Mist, as well. That's going to be a little bit more board clear, lower the health total on the board.
Azor and then RNGing the 1/2 Bane might be really key here, because Bane, of course, deals with followers regardless of stats, so a deck like Haven with huge stats might just get blown out by the 1/2 Bane.
I have a potentially random question, but something that I was thinking earlier when we were seeing these decks come out. I've noticed that Technolord, was I crazy? Did I see it as a 3 cost originally instead of an 8?
That's the Accelerate effect, so you can play it as a spell instead, and it has a different effect. And so you usually just play it for 3. Yeah, you're not mistaken at all.
Okay, cool.
You almost always play it for 3.
Awesome.
Got the Technolord card.
Oh, here, show it to that camera. Wah, 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 wah.
There it is. That one. Perfect.
There you go. Beautiful.
It's really nice. Where'd you get that?
Internet.
Internet.
Yeah. No.
Let's see it.
Yeah.
All right, I could show it to the close-up. Oh, that's cool. And he's got like, oh, well, you know, life is sometimes not focused.
Okay.
That's a
Too
real.
real.
Words
Too real.
to live by. Yeah, we're just waiting for our players to get set up. I wonder. I'm honestly wondering. Like, they've probably been sitting in the chat for the entire day while we were going through the quarterfinals. They were kind of sizing up their opponents and everyone, but especially Hot Meowth and Zerofine, who are our first game. I kind of wonder what's going through their head right now. Are they going like, this is super easy, I've got the coach, the most winningest coach on my team? Or is he looking at this Dragoncraft deck and going like, oh gosh, if it can take down even the mighty Pot Washer?
I think Alana Haven will take this this tournament, maybe
the entire tournament.
They're looking really good so
far. All right,
far.
Pot Washer's making his bet right now.
You're 0 for 1 so far, so be careful.
Against, if Bloodcraft beats Dragoncraft in the next semifinal, then I think Bloodcraft against Havencraft will be more up in the air. If Havencraft makes it through and Dragoncraft makes it through to the grand finals, then I think it's going to be heavily Havencraft favored.
All right, well, here we have Hot Meowth and Trihex on screen. Did Trihex go through a costume change?
I believe he did. I think he put on a jacket.
I think he just has a towel on his shoulder.
We're still trying to figure out what's behind him.
Are they wearing the same jacket?
It actually looks like it.
They're both wearing Twitch jackets.
Okay, so we have a request out to Trihex right now, asking him both what he's eating, what's behind him, and what's good.
Okay. You're really interested in that background.
I really want to know.
It's very important to us. Oh, he's
pointing.
He's pointing to it. Will
I
he
tried
do a
to
reveal?
He's scooting over to like block
Will
it.
he
He's like,
reveal?
forget about it.
Let's see, what is he gonna do?
But I guess it's kind of late now because we.
Okay, like I guess when the chance comes, then like.
Oh, just kidding. We're in game. Those questions will have to be answered at a later time. But here we go. Game 1 of the first semifinal between Hot Meowth and Trihex. Who will take it?
A guaranteed $1,500 is on the line because moving on to the finals, we guarantee you that second place prizing of $1,500 and one step closer to the grand prize of $2,500. The loser going to be going into the lower bracket and going to have to play for that $1,000 prize. Fourth place is going to go home with nothing. So a lot's on the line in this game. A lot of stuff is very important. Things have to play out exactly as they plan. But you mentioned, I believe you're on team Hot Meowth right now for this game.
I think, I mean, I'm rooting for the, let's root for the sword side.
Okay.
Haven does well all the time. Haven's very good in rotation tournaments right now as well. I'll probably root for the sword side. They have a pretty good hand this turn.
I'm a proponent of bet on the jockey, not the horse. And so I think between Hot Meowth and Zero Fine, I think they're two good, very good pilots. And so even if their deck, say, isn't as competitively viable, I think they're just too good to, you know, sleep on.
I think Haven is winning, but I want to root for Swordcraft.
But we want to know who in the chat you guys are rooting for. Please type 1 in the chat if you are voting for Hot Meowth and Zero Fine, and 2 in the chat if you're on team Trihex and Cure Mango. Do the global emotes also count for like voting for them? So if you spam like BlessRNG or the Tryhard emote, does that count as a vote for Trihex?
I don't think so. I don't think that's implemented into the...
I think it should.
Yeah. Oh, nice. So the Bane will be able to take out a 3 health follower played out the next turn. That's pretty nice. Getting some...
We haven't actually seen the other mode yet. It's been 3 maids in a row.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine with.
And turn 4, the bell will pop. Looking really solid on both sides, actually. It was actually an option to hold on to the Azord until a later turn where maybe you get an empty board, and you just want to RNG the Bane on a different turn. This isn't the highest value Bane that you could get, so it was possible to try to go for that.
All right, I don't think it's getting any better. Black and Scripture coming down. So they're not going to get the Duke back in the hand either.
Yeah.
So this is essentially a 2-for-1.
Oh, yeah,
card.
you could say that.
It's a lot of value was just lost.
I don't think Azord has a lot of value in this matchup, though.
I mean, hey, that's still just another card.
It is.
It's card advantage. So even I would rather have one suboptimal card in my hand than no cards at all.
So Blazing Lion Admiral, you'd rather not draw it because later on you're going to automatically draw it through the invocation. It'll put it from the deck into play. But we saw it being played for 8 earlier. Against Havencraft, usually you're not going to have time to do that. Gonna play out the Hoverboard Mercenary in order to activate Stampeding Fortress for the following turn.
Alright, another Black and Scripture is picked up.
Yeah.
But not exactly any good targets. You definitely, as much as you want to remove your opponent's board, you also have to develop your own board for yourself, especially as the Havencraft player. So Sonya coming down, Protector of Hope. Fanfare is only when it's enhanced for 7. So this is just a 4/4 warded follower.
And ideally, I think you'd hold on to the Trampling Fortress for a different turn to kind of refill the board after it gets cleared. But in this case, there's no clean answer to this 4/4. A lot of attack.
Well, this is a pretty... The Fortress is a pretty clear answer because it's going to be a 6/5. It's going to left over as a 6/1.
Yeah,
it plays a little bit into Kel. But I think that's fine.
Ideally, you'd hold on to it to refill rather than to use it this turn, but it is a good card against Alana Pierce Prayer specifically, and that just might be good enough. In that case, I guess there's like Scripture plus Iron Knuckle Nun or something. Holding on to Evolve Point is a pretty important part of the matchup as well.
So you're opting to not use an Evolve Point this turn? Or
for the Haven side, but
Oh,
I
Haven,
guess
okay,
I was...
I was like, this is turn 4. Like, we're evolving. I don't care what you say.
Yeah, but it looks like Trihex and Gearmango are going to hold on to the Stampeding Fortress.
Use it in tandem with potentially the Ivory Sword Dance.
Yeah, that might be an option as well.
Yeah, Stampeding Fortress, evolve, Ivory Sword Dance, clear off 6 health off the board.
This is a really easy Alana turn, though. Just gave it to
Purist
him.
Prayer.
Yeah.
And then you're going to be a proponent of using the Evolve Point as well to get down the
amulet.
The amulet,
yeah. You want to get that online, and then everything in your hand gets more value, is what I'd like to say, but there's not that much heal in Hot Meowth and Zero Fine's hand. Only the Robo Goblin and Iron Knuckle Nun, so a total of 2 heal cards out of 7 cards. Ideally, you'd run more, but of course, it's the deck limitations are really lowering the power of the deck.
5-6 coming down. Amulet on the board. So now, one of the problems is that he actually doesn't, Havencraft doesn't really have access to any sort of heal in the hand as far as I can tell.
Yeah, just the Robo Goblin and the Iron Knuckle Nun.
All right, but it's turn 5 for Team Trihex. So let's listen and see what they're talking about, because a lot of pressure is being applied right now with this Alana.
Alright, so I got a 5/5 and I want to get rid of this piece of shit ASAP.
I like Evolve Ivory Sword Dance.
So you're talking about Fortress, Evolve? No.
No, I'm talking about Evolve something on board, Ivory Sword Dance.
Okay.
Because it'll be a 3 plus 2 and then do the 5 damage.
It won't be long now.
Yeah, just keeps up pressure without spending your key
And
card.
you want to do the full 5 in hand, so they get plus 2 plus 2 and then do the... Okay, that's good. Okay, yes, that's actually nice.
Super clean, plays around Cal. As long as he has an Evolve, you gotta worry about him wiping a board of small things. So having one big thing is really nice.
Yeah, really heads up play from Mango. Alluding to the Cal that we were talking about earlier. So against the Havencraft, it's very much beneficial to what we call in card games to go tall as opposed to going wide. You prefer to get one big creature as opposed to a bunch of little creatures.
I think kind of some of both.
Call me out. Tell me I'm wrong. Say I'm stupid. Say anything.
The Haven side wants to create one larger board that the opponent can't clear all of, but that's really hard to do right now. So either save up and play conservatively with the Lamonia like they're doing right now, or...
No, I meant the sword player go tall against Havencraft.
Yeah, and... but a lot of the dudes, if you evolve them, are going to get even taller. You're not going to be able to evolve over a lot of Haven threats.
Right.
So it's kind of hard to say.
But you want to make them tall, just tall enough to not get blown out by Cal. So that 3/3 stat line is like very important.
Yeah, the lack of repair modes in hand really makes it easier. In fact, now that I think about it, there's no Rabbit Healer in Hot Meowth and Zero Fine's Alana deck. That's a really important card.
Which card is that?
That's a 1/1 that heals your leader and all your allies. And so for a 1/1...
For how much? For how much mana?
It's a 1-cost 1/1.
It's a 1-cost 1/1 that heals everything?
Yeah.
What?
And so with the heal, it becomes a 2/2. And it you can combine it with a lot of other stuff. It's just super busted.
Yeah, I was about to say. That sounds pretty busted.
Yeah, and it's possible to even make sure this Leod doesn't die, like, ever. If you Leod evolve and leave the 3/5 up, you're pretty much guaranteed to get 2 attacks off with it.
All right.
The only issue is that it's going to be hard to get through wards, things like that. Let's listen in on Hot Meowth and Zerifying the next turn. They sure are feeling the pressure right now.
Cal. Oh no, that's not Cal.
That's so sad. So sad.
Can we do?
Can Ephemera kill the 2/2, then Steel Wing kill another follower? Yeah, that's what we do.
Okay, so Ephemera first?
Yeah. And kill the 2/2. And then Steel Wing.
We evo the 1/1?
And kill the 1/2. At this point, I don't think I don't think we need to clear anything. Like we need that Evo for kill. We only die to the Ivory Sword Dance. If they have the Ivory Sword Dance, fine. We have to play to win. We just hope we'll draw.
We just hope he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so not a lot of finishing power from Trihex and Kiramango. They are not playing the Regal Wildcat like BlessRNG and Akamar Red. So even though they're only 1 damage off with the Evolve point, 3 attack plus 1 attack plus 1 attack, it's still a long ways away, actually. So especially without any heals coming in, it might start to become uphill somewhat soon. I would personally just Leod. Get the Leod out. Man, this is hard. Stampeding Fortress. They don't have a Kel right now. You know the opponent doesn't have a Kel right now, and you want to set up the Leod. That's true.
So you overplay into it.
So
The
each
mind
of
games.
yeah.
Going with the ambush. I like the ambush guy because this is almost a guaranteed 3 damage.
Ooh, gonna attack in.
So this is definitely not playing around Kel.
No.
The way he's trading. Okay, pushing face.
And then gonna hide the Leon, I guess? Okay.
You really need to, though?
You do need to hide the Leod.
Because I guess you just go all in on the hiding it, because if you were playing around Kel, you wouldn't have traded that way in the first place.
Yeah. So here, he has to get a ward out or else just immediately dead. I think Hot Meowth and Zerifying played a little bit too conservatively this game. Or maybe turn 5? There was a...
What would a more aggressive line look like?
Just... He has the Robo Goblin and the Iron Knuckle Nun in hand. So, I'd say... the play where... turn 5, Alana Evolve. If you held the Alana Evolve and played Steel Wing, it might have been a better turn to Steel Wing. Turn 6 was very, very slow with the Lemonia. That's also another option. But overall, it's...
Fly with your heart, not your wings. I got this.
Ooh.
Okay, ward's in the way. Repair mode's gonna heal a little bit.
I guess
Only
they
heals for 1 though.
Robogoblin afterwards and evolve. Okay. They get the attack
This is
off.
a 5/6 ward.
Ooh, and that's gonna be lethal. Okay, if they got the attack in, no, that's still lethal even if you got the attack in. What if it was scripture? If they played scripture, it wouldn't have been lethal.
So this attacks gives everything else +1/+1. Yep, okay, that's super lethal.
Too slow.
If you got the attack off and played scripture over Robogoblin, that wouldn't have been lethal. That's kind of
really unfortunate.
Wow.
Because he was gonna win next turn, right? If I didn't get him this turn. Because he was gonna win next turn, pretty much.
Yeah.
Because
Pretty much if you don't do that play and win it right away, then you get into a really behind because his board is so huge.
Man, we got to hear a little bit of the chatter post-game, but Potwasher 0 for 2. What is going on? You told me that Haven was busted?
Haven,
the series isn't over yet.
Yeah.
Series isn't over yet, but Potwasher's prediction
honestly
success probably is.
I think the sword deck is weak enough that you should keep Kel an opening hand, and if they see it in the mulligan, they're gonna keep it now.
All right.
And Alana, you have to create stronger turns, and I think using the scripture on the Azord turn 3 might have just lost the game. I think not having any heals in hand, not being able to get the Robo-Goblin out, things like that, hoard your repair modes, and then create a large turn. The turn 5 Alana wasn't really a significant use of the ward.
Right.
So in the late game, the ward would have been used in a better way, or maybe trying to push onto the board with the heal on an earlier turn or something. But overall, it was pretty good. The Hot Meowth and Zero Fine were set on getting that Kel, and they weren't able to draw. Even if they drew a Kel, they didn't have the repair mode in hand to be able to do
effectively use it.
Yeah, effectively use it. So I'm not sure on that, on the line of play they were taking.
No, definitely not. Well, going into this second game, we're going to find out if Hot Meowth is going to be able to pick up a win and tie up the series, or if Trihex is just going to go ahead and take the whole dang thing.
Very well played from Trihex and Kiramango that game, though. Nice game plan.
I think the problem that Top Meowth and Zero Fine ran into is that there are times to be proactive in your game plan and times to be reactive. And if you spend the entire game being reactive to what your opponent does, eventually they're going to overcome and overpower you. So I think if they spent more of the game being proactive, staying on their game plan, being more aggressive like you were saying, that game could have gone a lot differently.
Oh, and now I'm going to go for a pretty conservative mulligan with the pre-cant Kel and drawing into the Iron Knuckle.
I mean, it's not so much of a criticism because they had the Kel in the opening hand.
Yeah.
And so without having to aggressively mulligan for that, you can be a little more selective in how you mulligan.
It's a great 2-drop to have. Guarantees those repair modes in hand. And just having that Kel means that you can play super greedy in the mid-game. And just disrespect, not clear anything, not use the Evo point, and then on a later turn, maybe turn 6 or turn 7 or something, just Kel evolve, repair mode, clear everything, heal up a few points. There's no damage in hand from the sword side, and maybe just make sure that Leod doesn't get through, things like that. You can hold on to this Kel for quite a long time, I think.
So as far as going first or going second, who are you giving the advantage to in this scenario?
I'm not sure, actually. I think both have its merits and demerits. In that case, usually you should default to going first is a little bit better, but of course, Mech Sword is just a little bit stronger going second naturally because of Stampeding Fortress.
Right.
We didn't see that being played at all last game, so, but still, the evolve points and evolve phase with the all the evolve points came into use, and in the end, the Leod evolve was really good. The 2-drop evolve, the 1/1 evolve, plus the Ivory Sword Dance on 5. All those evolves are critical in the game plan, so might be pretty good to have that extra evil point.
It definitely is. And if you look on the left side of the screen right now, you can see that it's about 50-50 on who everyone's cheering for between Hot Meowth and Trihex. So type 1 in the chat if you think Hot Meowth is going to take game number 2 and the rest of the series, or if type number 2 if you think Trihex is going to finish it off in game number 2 and take this series. Heading into the grand finals. I don't know, the way the hands are shaping up right now, I think I'm favoring Trihex a little bit more. 2 Stampeding Fortresses in the hand. He's about 1 card short. Maybe picks up an Ivory Sword Dance, and I think he's looking pretty.
Not too much to do, but I think Haven can afford to go for a slower game plan. There's not much Swordcraft can do when you have repair modes and also Kel in hand. So, I think the spectator really wants him to use the banish, but I don't think it's necessary. Azor's not a big deal. Deal 2 damage to stuff is not that strong against Havencraft. So Cyber Cannoneer, the most likely card to be played on this turn 4 going first.
Makes sense. I mean, that's just kind of like the premier 4-drop.
Yeah.
Kind of the whole point of including it in the deck is to play it in this exact situation.
But I think it's going to be really important for Hot Meowth and Zero Fine not to overreact and get the Cal down immediately, is what I'd like to say, but if it's behind a 2-3 ward, maybe you just go for the Cal. It seems like a really strong play to do that, actually. But in general, you wouldn't want to do that too much. Maybe you play around Kel by hitting the 2-1 into the 2-3 in Cyber Cannoneer, and then you can Quick Blader, hit into 2-1 ward, and Stampeding Fortress into a Kel. So that would kind of hedge against it, Cyber Cannoneer, and then hit the 2-1 in. Oh, double trade?
Ooh.
Leon?
Don't know about
also,
this. So develop
yeah,
the 1-3 ambush?
Really good, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna play Cyber Cannoneer. That doesn't set up for...
I think he forgot that he needed all 4 mana in order for that to do its thing.
It draws the Lana off the top. I don't even know if you...
This
how
is gonna
greedy you play it.
This is going to be very hard to come back from. This is going to be a 5-4 body. Like, he has the Stampeding Fortresses, but, you know, really don't want to be just trading him into an Alana.
Yeah.
You're just going to slowly but surely fall behind.
Oh, man. That's tough.
But I mean, like, hey, this is the situation he put himself in. He does have 2 other Machina cards in the hand, though. So these are going to summon the 3
just
assembly
barely,
droids.
though. I really would have considered playing Leod instead. If you're only going to spend 2 mana on a dude anyway, make sure you can get the Stampeding Fortress Evo off.
All right, 3 assembly droids coming out. Gonna have to trade, a little bit unfortunate, but at least you get the 3 1/1 bodies behind.
There are copies of Technolord and Trihex and Kiermango's list. I think like 2 of them.
I think there was 3, yeah.
Yeah, like 2 or 3.
We know there's between 1 and 3 copies of Technolord.
Sure. I'm pretty sure it's 2, but...
Well, you got the deck list right here. Let's take a gander.
Okay. So that might be a good way to try to deal with it.
2 copies, dang it. Okay, you're 1 for 3.
Okay. I mean, you're at 20 health, and Sword cannot pressure very hard, so I'm a big fan of taking it really, really slow.
But how slow is really slow?
Like, play a 2-drop, maybe play another 2-drop, no heal. Just hit Maybe like Unicorn Knight, grab a spear pass. Like, just put it 1-3 on the board. The opponent can't really pressure you. And they don't want to evolve or anything like that. You want to hold on to the repair modes because...
You want to use them with the Kel.
Yeah. If you hold 2 of them, then that plays around the odd evolve. That sets to 5 health, and then Kel and each of the heals will deal 2 damage to everything each. So that would kind of play around that. Honestly, anything.
Well, he's got to do something.
Yeah, anything is good. Like
anything besides just passing is good.
No, just passing is good too. That's how slow you can play it.
Just passing on turn 5?
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Oh my goodness.
In fact, 4/4 might be better because it's kind of awkward to use. And this forces the opponent to do something about it.
Right.
Man, that's awkward. Yeah, probably Sonya Pass. Yeah, I like that. Very awkward. And then the Kel after this just cements the game, I think.
Darkness is lit by truth.
All right, Ambush coming down, Evolve coming out as well. What's the follow-up to this as well? You just trade these guys in, then do you play out the Assassin? Are you drawing cards with your Hoverboard Mercenary? You're out of Evolve, so maybe you just be mana efficient and play the Stampeding Fortress.
Yeah, the Stampeding Fortress doesn't do a lot until turn 9, where
it gets +3/+3.
Yeah,
right,
and can evolve for free.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know it got to evolve for free. So yeah, we're gonna wait a couple turns. We're not playing Stampeding Fortress.
But if you compare it to the last game, he's really not getting any damage in.
Right. I mean, Hamiel's at 17 right now. He has the Howl in hand.
That's a pretty good Kel.
I said hell. It's Kel. I said Hull. I don't know why I see him.
Ugh.
All right, Kel.
Disgusting, Kel.
I mean, you got to go for it, right? This is about as good as it's going to get.
It is,
you don't
but
even have
you
to use
can
an
milk
evolve.
it even harder. Like, you can...
But
yeah.
like, your opponent can't play anything if they have 5 cards out. So like this, I don't think it can get any better.
Yeah, you can get... you can all in on a later turn with the Kel. So, just ignore what you're... it's hard to say.
Well, the 6-drop gets a free evolve.
Is there any way to clear the Kel? Probably like Johan plus something else.
Well, Trihex no longer has any evolve points. So once this Kel hits the board, he's going to have to, you know, kill it the old-fashioned way. He can't kill it with the rush. Unless it's something like the Johan, like you said.
It's a good Kel. Okay.
Okay.
Nice order. Did he get the Evo off? Yes.
There's the Evo. That's a 6/5, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere anytime soon. So it has to be a Johan.
19 health on the Haven side. Let's listen on Trihex and Cure Mango.
Pretty much if he has that card in this matchup, we lose. That's why it's so bad. Let's see, okay. We can... Hoverboard Mercenary, I guess.
Yes.
I guess. There's not much else to do. What's your follower count at? Dead followers?
11.
Okay, so if you fill the board here, which you can, you can get it up enough.
Yeah, so you want to do another hoverboard mercenary? Wait.
Yeah, hoverboard mercenary plus a Mechwing Angel will be enough to start getting the line admirals. I think it's just gonna be a little slow.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
So Mecha Angel. Mecha Angel adds another 2, which is 15. Yeah. Like, you can't play decks like this in rotation because of...
Okay. Yeah, and then I have to start, like, you know, whatever, suicide swinging next turn or some shit, or you just start stacking me.
You lose your whole board. Cal is such a broken card. You can't beat it. Every time
oh my, dude. Yeah, it's gonna...
Yeah, it's impossible to come back now. Pretty much.
Tough.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. And you saw the moment right there where Trihex was like, well, the Kel did its thing, now we can come back, and then Mango had to explain, no, he does that multiple times. He can do that over and over again. We're not coming back. And you can see it right there. Kel, once again, just pushing, clearing the board, repair modes, giving everything +1/+1. 15 damage is getting pushed to the dome right now. This is there a single card in the game that could come back from this situation?
For 8, not really. Ooh, Technolord, how much?
I think that's at 15.
11.
So if you trade in,
no,
you're still like 8 off.
It'd have to be Johan, Cyber Cannoneer, Technolord, or something.
It would have to be Johan into a 0-cost Succubus, 0-cost Succubus.
Oh man.
Technolord, perfect. I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, this is kind of what I expected, but no Kel the previous game, Kel this game. It did
I'm noticing a trend.
Yeah.
Between games that don't have Kel and games that do have Kel.
Ooh. A lot of people don't like Kel. I wonder why.
I like Mango's take on it. He's just kind of like, yeah, it's a card. It sucks. And then it's like he's so resigned by the fact. It's like, yeah, I'm used to it. Okay, Fortress coming down. You know, there might have been a world where, like an Ivory Sword Dance could have been picked up in tandem with this, the 4/4 that just came out.
Triple Ivory Sword. No, that costs 9.
So this would have been 6. Yeah, it still wouldn't have been good enough. Ivory Sword, trade in.
I guess like double Technolord.
Yeah, it would have been double Technolord would have been good enough. But unfortunately, only one Technolord was picked up off the hoverboard mercenary. So game number 2 going over to Hot Meowth.
To the finals, and then wait for another hour. Maybe take a nap.
You can hear
we
the
need
confidence.
to win this. Okay.
We need to draw Kel, dude. We need to draw Kel.
Kel and Delana. Please.
I mean, you heard him say it.
Right.
Kel was the complete difference between game 1 and game 2, but I like the confidence that he's already like, all right, we're just going to win one more, wait an hour, I'll take a nap in between games. I love that. But there we go. That was the answer. Draw Kel.
That is a very Hot Meowth answer as well. I've been to other card game tournaments with him, and he's like, I'm going to go to my hotel room to take a nap. I'm like, are you sure? And he's just like, yeah, I'll be back. And then he doesn't come back. And so he definitely should not take a nap because he has a history.
I mean, luckily, at least he's in his own room, ?
I think maybe Kel without Alana can win. If you get multiple Kel, at the very least, that can be game-winning against Sword without Alana. It seems that powerful.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and get into our third and final game of our first semifinal. Hot Meowth versus Trihex. Let's see.
The winner's going to be going on to the grand finals to play our winner on the other side of the bracket.
Ooh.
Guaranteeing themselves $1,500. The Alana already picked up.
Good.
But do you keep the remaining parts of the hand so you have a guaranteed 2 and 3 drop, or do you hard mulligan for Kel?
1/3 stat line is actually pretty good against mech decks if you are expecting something like a Mecha Wing Angel to come out soon. Unicorn Knight is also one of the few cards that can deal with Auto Blade Patroller 4/4 on turn 3. So maybe like Unicorn Knight, toss Robogoblin, you can keep all, you can... I don't know about tossing Unicorn Knight. You could toss both of the 2s, but I doubt it.
So I think keep Unicorn Knight, toss Robo Goblin.
Sure. I think with this good of a hand, like if you get heals early and into Alana, you're not gonna need Kel to win the game. So just holding it sounds like a solid plan too.
Also, as far as going first or second, do you think, given the hand context, you prefer to go first or second in this regard?
Alana having more evolve points is great. If the sword side had more evolve points to deal with Alana's dudes, it would make it a little bit easier as well, I think. But going first, they're going to have to get some early damage in and make it stick. And with the Alana in hand, with like the other cards in hand, it doesn't really look likely, to be honest.
Alright, picking up another 2-drop as well.
Let's listen in on Meowth and Zero Fine. It's actually a pretty difficult decision whether to Unicorn Knight or Robo Goblin on turn 2.
Probably the 1/3. The 1/3. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you play the 1/3, yeah, and get the
Okay.
I'm kind of surprised that they didn't talk about whether, like, branching out if the opponent played a 2/2 or if they played a 1/1 or a 1/2. I think the play changes depending what the opponent plays out.
Oh, it definitely does.
Yeah. So in this case, playing out a 1/3 doesn't contest the 2/2 very well.
But it does kill the 1/1.
Yeah. But once you get the value trade off, you put a 1/2 on the board as well.
Right. I mean, you're basically just trying to prevent as much damage as possible up until the Alana comes down where you can start fighting for board again. So I think the 1/3 stat line is definitely probably better. Or do you just play the 2/2 and just give him an even trade?
If you get the even trade off, I think you're
fine with that.
Yeah. The only thing is there's a combination of plus Robo Falcon that's also making it difficult.
Right.
Robo Falcon gives a Machina follower, a mech follower, +1/+1, and rush. So you can use it on like turn 4, turn 5, or something, and not use your Evo point. Get something in. You can also get some good value trades off by buffing something immediately and then trading. That's more commonly seen going first.
Okay. Hoverboard Mercenary picking up another Hoverboard Mercenary. Not bad at all. Thinning the deck a little bit more.
Yeah.
More likely to draw your good cards.
Especially in the early game where there's not too much to do. It's nice to...
Right. Just cycle.
Yeah.
Just draw cards.
Too slow.
Okay, making sure not to get value traded.
All right. I would have been kind of sleeping on this Quick Blade right now. You know, just a 1/1 Storm, you don't really think too much of it, but this has pushed 3 damage.
Yeah.
And for a card that you only spent 1 play point to play, it's pretty good.
Goblin and Quick Blader are just 1-cost cards, but you don't see Goblin being played very much anymore, but they used to be some of the strongest cards.
Because you said Goblin was just like one of the strongest cards in the game. Just a 1-mana 1/2.
Yeah, it used to be.
Used to be, okay.
There aren't that many strong aggro decks anymore.
Unfortunate. Aggro is definitely one of my preferred archetypes to play.
Yeah, and it's a great introductory deck, you know, kind of archetype. Just gets stopped in its tracks by Kel.
Basically. You mean heal and board clear in tandem together stop aggro?
Yes.
Gonna be interesting to see what happens these next couple turns because they're these crucial turns that are going to decide how this game plays out. Because Hot Meowth and Zero Fine are definitely going with this Alana evolve.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of what can Trihex do to stem the tide. He has the Stampeding Fortress, which can trade into it, which is very nice. And that's kind of it, really, going into the next couple turns. He's going to probably, I'm assuming, going to play the Hovercraft Mercenary.
Yeah, the hoverboard.
Or hoverboard Mercenary, I apologize. You know, draw some more cards, then maybe play out these 2 1/1 assembly bots off the Mecha Angel.
That is committing a lot of resources, but if there's no Kel, it's pretty good.
I mean, it's still, wait, Kel is 4 cost, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. I mean, yeah, but like, do you really care? Because you're not playing Hoverboard Mercenary for the stats and the pressure. You're playing it to draw cards. So if it gets killed by a Kel, then you can just follow that up with a Fortress Evolve, kill the Kel. And I think you're fine with that.
One must use every means available.
Quick Blade to push 4 damage. Single-handedly.
It's going to have to deal a little bit more. Ooh. We saw double Lana come down in the first series. Maybe game 2? Game 1, game 2? I don't quite remember, but the stats get insane after double buffs off of Alana, and I think Sword is one of those decks that really cannot deal with it. It depends on whether Hot Meowth is feeling the pressure, though. It is turn 4.
There's a sizable board, but I'm not really feeling pressure. I think I got a lot of heal in the hand. I got a lot of removal. I'm a little interested to see, like, because he kept the Alana in the opening hand, but he choosing not to do it. I think, is he going as wide as possible so that when the Alana comes down, he can use it in tandem with the
heal
repair mode,
yeah,
and then get an immediate +1/+1 across the board.
When you do a play like this, sometimes the opponent isn't sure whether or not you have Alana in hand. Of course, we know there's one there.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
The Hot Meowth and Zero Fine, they kept 3 cards, so you have to assume that there is an Alana or a Kel, maybe. But
right. Did they keep all 3?
Yeah, they kept all 3.
Okay, I knew they kept the Alana. I didn't know what they did with the other 2.
One, 2. You can heal the Stampeding Fortress up after hitting it at 3-4. I don't know if that does anything. I guess after Alana heal, the 1-2 buffed up by 1 wouldn't be able to trade into a 6-2 Stampeding Fortress. If you trade in, if you use the repair mode on the Stampeding Fortress.
Alright, Fortress coming down. I'm assuming he's going to go with the Evolve.
Yeah, great Evolve.
Yeah, this is trades right into the 3-4 as well, creates a board. It does get blown out by Kel, but I think at this point you're just banking on them not having it, because they would have done it the previous turn. Or maybe this is just a bait.
There's another Stampeding Fortress.
Also, repair mode can just be played on the Fortress cannon.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So never mind, this doesn't play into Kel. Very good.
I don't think.
But the Alana is actually a very good play still, though, because when you evolve it and then repair, it's going to become a 6/7, and it's going to trade really nicely into the Fortress.
Exactly.
Ooh.
Sometimes when you're starting out, it's hard to anticipate the stats of like Alana followers, so it's really great that you're able to calculate that out from hand without seeing it. Yeah. It can be hard to do when there's a combination of things to do.
Oh yeah, for sure. Alright, repair mode coming out. Do you think it was worth healing the follower instead?
It only heals 1 because it's not a mech.
Right, and I understand that, but the when you're only healing for 1, I feel like that 1 health is much more valuable on a follower than it is on your own health total.
But it will buff by 1, which is essentially the same as healing 1.
Yeah, but you could also, but then you could heal it for 2. instead.
No, it doesn't work on your. It's only if you heal your leader.
Oh, okay. So the
Yeah.
+1/+1 only heals. Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Yes. Okay. This makes sense now.
Yeah. That's a pretty common error as well.
I'm glad I'm not alone.
Yeah, definitely pretty common.
Also, we haven't really talked about this. These Johans are 0 cost.
We might see like an all-in here. It's gonna be, honestly.
Johan.
Yeah, like Johan, Fortress or
Yes.
something. Just get everything out on the board.
Might as well. That's a lot of stats really
Not gonna
quickly.
win
How
a
do you
long
come
game.
back from that? Oh my goodness. It would have to be like Kel, Evolve, Heal. But even then, geez.
If he goes for it, I think Sword has a pretty decent chance, actually.
I think so too. It's really hard to come back from.
Yeah.
What follower would you evolve in that scenario if you go Johan, Stampeding Fortress?
Leod or no Evo?
Leon? Okay.
Get him.
Get him.
3-5. Maybe you leave 2 3-5s on the board and go like Stampeding him into 2-2 Johan, and then you leave like 3-5 3-5.
Okay, play the
You know they only
Johan,
have-
evolve the Leo. That creates 9-11 damage on board. Choosing to hold it back.
So this plays very hard into Kel.
Right.
So
I
if
was
you're
about
gonna
to say.
all in, like I think you set 5 health followers up. You only, they only have 1 repair mode in hand.
Right.
Hope for the best, but it might work out still. Second Alana looks pretty strong. And Hot Meowth's on his own. These even turns have been really, really important. Yeah.
I mean, the even turns are like those very crucial turns. The evolve points matter the most, and you do not have access to your coach. Experience takes over in these scenarios.
Lamonia is a pretty solid choice.
Evolve's coming down.
A little bit slow.
Give your leader the following effect. Whenever an allied Machina dies, what happens?
You gain a 0 cost. The 0 cost spell.
Oh, the Salvation?
Yeah, Salvation.
Okay.
That
gets the Heavenly Aegis.
Yeah.
Discount stuff.
Ooh, Azord actually does something.
Nice.
What the heck? Let's listen in on Trihex and Cure Mango.
This was on me. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, and then I just started swinging for face big time. I agree with that. Let's do it.
I have no interest in weakness.
Salvation circuits malfunctioning. Enemy identified.
Would you should I go so aggressive to the point where I even evolve thing, or we keep going for advantage? at this point?
We're still absolutely terrified of him having
That's what I thought. I wasn't making sure that you kind of agreed with that, because like I know that when I don't have the evolve crystal, I have nothing that I can possibly stop if he throws out what's his face.
Yeah, I would be a little bit defensive here until you see the last crystal go away.
Gotcha.
So it seems like their game plan is to play a little bit conservatively until the last Evo point is gone.
Right. I mean, it's a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
right? Because you're playing around the card that could potentially blow you out of the game.
They
but
didn't
the slower,
have the Kel last
right.
turn.
But that's what I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
is like the slower you take the game, the longer you're giving them to find it.
Exactly.
And so I would have really liked to have seen a very aggressive line right there. I thought it was funny. Trihex was like, I wasn't going to do it. I was just testing you. But, yeah, I mean, the longer this game goes, the more it favors Hot Meowth and Zero Fine.
I think very soon, very soon, we're going to see an all-in come in from the Haven side, maybe even this turn. I want to listen on this turn with Hot Meowth and Zero Fine.
So the Robo Falcon. Little bit faster. Play the Robo Falcon on the 2-2. Kill the Quick Blader. Kill the Quick Blader. The 1-1. Yeah. Yes. Kill with the Unicorn Spear the Azord.
The spear?
Yeah. And use one repair mode on your face. Then on the next turn, you can go for Eactar and repair mode. It will buff the tokens they will have. Like here, they will probably be forced to use an Evo point. And
Okay.
they will win.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, potentially some comeback mechanics.
Ivory Sword Dance.
Johan. So Johan evolve Ivory Sword Dance.
Do you evolve? Hidden 3.
Also, you could just evolve the Stampeding Fort.
I think it's Johan hidden to 3/5, evolve Leod, Ivory Sword Dance on Leod.
Push
and
the
then,
damage phase.
Yeah, push the damage.
Ooh, I like where your head's at.
Yeah. And then there'd be 1 HP left, so you'd use the spell you get off of Leod on the remaining 1 health on the unit. Hit face. Push 5 damage. Maybe you have something the next turn, but that's kind of a difficult play to find. I doubt that's gonna be...
Okay. Choosing to do it on the Johan. Not a fan. That's less damage going to the face. Alright, trade the 1-1 into the 5-1.
And it looks like he's gonna hold on to Evolve Point.
For the Stampeding Fortress?
Yeah, but Stampeding Fortress evolves for free on 9.
Right, so use it, push 3. It's just like, I feel like this Leo is just being,
Yeah,
going to sit there the entire
If that
game.
was an odd turn, I think they had a very real chance.
To push a lot of damage.
Yeah.
They could be down to like 8 right now. How much damage did that have pushed?
Yeah, like 6 damage.
Right.
Akhtar. They're on how many play points? 8.
Alright, another Alana.
I like how Hot Meowth is just going for plays on his own. Really like it.
He just goes for it.
Yeah. He's making decisions.
Peace in the hearts of all.
We might see both repair modes being played if it's gonna all in already.
Divine punishment.
Sounds good. Like there's no heal. The difference here might be that Hot Meowth is making very aggressive plays while he's on his own, whereas Trihex wasn't able to make the same
Right.
play. That's really making the difference here.
I think that just comes down to experience with the game.
Yeah.
Meowth has a little more experience than Trihex. I think not only in Shadowverse, but just in card games in general. And here's a big boy play.
Man, if that last turn went...
So this evolves, becomes a 6. You unfortunately can't trade in the fortress before you Ivory Sword Dance. Also, you just don't have the mana. It's going to cost 2.
Ooh, maybe you value trade over the 6/7? It's a 7/6 with +3/+3 and then...
Oh, it's +3/+3. Right.
I think it's +3/+3.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. 7/6...
Oh, and so wait, it
+9.
+3/+3 and evolves 2 more.
Yeah.
So it's +5
9.
+5 total.
Yeah.
Okay, very cool.
9/8?
Yep. So value trade over the sword or the ward on the left, the 6/7, and then
Yeah.
you can hopefully it lives. and you can Ivory Sword Dance the following turn to clear off a bunch of stuff.
So I made a really big mistake in tournament in Contenders Cup with Ivory Sword Dance. Yeah, the spectator knows about it. Ivory
Maximum 10.
Yes.
Interesting.
How
often is that an issue?
It rarely ever is an issue, but it was.
So you buffed up this fortress, assuming it would do 11 damage?
Yeah, I had a 9 attack Leod.
Oh no. That's a big Leod though.
Yeah. That's... Yep.
Alright, well this is game number 3. $1,500 on the line. Let's listen in to Hot Meowth and Zero Fine, see what they're talking about this turn so they can hopefully close out this game.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Yes. Actually, give me a second. Go to the scroll. Right arrow. Again. Opponent. Oh no. Opponent. Followers destroyed. 14. So if we kill one follower, they spawn a Blazing Ryan Admiral. So we should deny them that. Okay. So we go for the Father Refinement. Yes. Okay. Play the Father Refinement. No, we ignore the 9-2. We don't care about the 9-2. Kill your face. Yeah. And hit face.
Both?
On the next turn.
Okay.
On the next turn, you should be able to win. Otherwise, do a Nectar Unicorn Spear way. Play.
Okay.
But I think you should be able to win anyway. Remember the Unicorn Spear, if they play any kind of ward and the Father Refinement survives, which is very likely, just use the Unicorn Spear, clear anything, it will get +2/+2, and it's 9 exact.
Alright, sounds good.
Oh my god. Are you like, can you see the future or something? Because the 9-2 survived.
And now the Ivory Sword Dance is coming down.
Yeah,
it's going to deal 10 damage. I don't think it matters, though. It has to be some very fortunate rolls. So maybe
It's
by
still a chance.
So often in RPGs, in video games, by defeating a boss, you absorb their abilities and they become your own. So by Trihex defeating BlessRNG, has he become the BlessRNG? Does he have the capability within himself to roll several 50-50s in his favor?
Oh my god.
Because he has to roll all these on one of the wards and then trade into the other one.
Honestly, it has to all hit the Father Refinement.
So it has to hit the Father Refinement, trade into the Alana, upgrade the Leo, trade into the 3-2 that's going to be remaining.
Sounds good.
Cannot take more than 3 damage at a time. But this is 1 damage at a time, isn't it?
Yep.
So it's 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So even after 3 hits, it still counts.
4, 10, 6. No, maybe you just Leod, evolve, hit into...
Stop. Pick a guy.
Ooh,
oh no.
That's not...
Well, that Unicorn Shield's going to be enough. Or Unicorn Spear, right? Because that deals 4 damage to anything, or just followers?
Followers.
Okay.
Ooh, oh.
Okay. He just passes. Not even going to trade. Go and face. No extended BM coming out from Hot Meowth.
Oh.
And that's it. Hot Meowth takes the win and moves on to the Buddy System finals.
Oh boy.
1,500.
Yup. You just need one more.
Yup.
Zero Fun does it again, brings yet another player to the finals of Buddy System. And Hello Meowth, or Hot Meowth, I wonder if he's going to be taking a nap after this moment.
I hope not, because he has a long history of taking naps and then not waking up for quite some time.
Oh no.
And I really want to watch him in the grand final, so no nap.
So we do have to give credit to where credit is due. Havencraft did end up winning. So
50-50 on your predictions. Not a bad
day. Not bad at all, but it's still pretty close in some aspects. It was just
the first game was really, and the last game, if they pushed a lot of damage, but the second Ivory Sword Dance draw might have been able to get through some of the boards there. Depending on how it goes, like they decided to play around summoning the Blazing Lion Admiral, which meant that the 9-2 was left up. So let's say the Leod went face and did that play and made the proactive play, and then later on the 9-2 survived. All of a sudden, if you pushed a few more damage and attacked a few times, if there were more attack buffs or something, if several things went their way, Swordcraft really could have won that.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our updated bracket and see. Look at them. They're pretty names moving on to the finals with Hot Meowth and Zero Fine. And then third place, we are going to see Trihex and Kiramango move into that third place playoff match, which will be played off stream. But I'm excited to find out who else is going to slip into that second and final spot. So why don't we go ahead and jump into our second semifinal game. Deathsy and Azure Cloud taking on Snakenade and Pain. Going into that, that's our Blood versus Dragon deck.
Yeah.
I know that there's excitement around it.
I don't know who's gonna win anymore. The first games, Dragon looked really convincing, but it's also because they drew a lot of ramp and they curved out very well. They had a lot of powerful cards, but it really was a lot closer. They looked a lot stronger than I kind of expected, and the ways to clear multiple followers that they had really made a huge impact, and the stat lines that they had were pretty big. I think Ian is just a super powerful card, and in general, so it might be pretty close.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our format for this tournament now and forever. The format is teams, each one streamer and one pro Shadowverse player as their coach. Everyone has a maximum of 2 decks, but this week we are using pre-built decks with a slight bit of variance as the core. This tournament is best of 3 in single elimination, and for coaching rules, in Game 1 there are no coaching restrictions, but in 2 and 3, coaches will be muted during those even turns. Now for prizing, we're going into the finals shortly, where people will be competing for that grand prize of $2,500, second place with $1,500, and third place at $1,000. And do not forget, if you are sitting at home right now and you are next to a computer or a phone, use the hashtag SV Buddy System on Twitter and you could win some card packs, which, as Potwasher had mentioned before, if you hold on to them right now, then they're pretty pricey when it comes time for that new expansion and all those new cards coming out. But let's go ahead and look at some of our fallen players from today. Here are all of their avatars and faces. Right now, only, what, 3 teams remain, because we have one semifinal and then a final.
But technically 4 still remain because they're in the lower
4
bracket.
Technically, but we don't count them. Let's look at the schedule. Yes, our second semifinal game, Deathsy and Coach Azure Cloud taking on Snakenade and Pain. And then we have our third place and final matches. But I'm very excited to see this semifinal game.
Yeah, I don't know who to bet on anymore. I guess I'll keep on betting on Bloodcraft, but
against Pain.
I might be incredibly wrong here. That the first match, dragging its Bloodcraft, looks so dominant that I might be making a bad decision here.
I mean, if you draw all the cards that you need perfectly in the right order, then any deck's going to look super powerful. And so I think, it's hard to judge a deck off one performance. It's called being results oriented, and often in card games, it's considered a very bad thing. And so you gotta see it a couple more times to get a true feeling for the deck.
You know what? I predict that Dragon will pass turn 2 and just get run over.
There it is.
Well, you know what? Let's just look at the Bloodcraft deck first then. And this is our team who actually brought 2 decks. Not that we think that they're going to be using that second one, but here is their first. Momono, no problem.
Momono, no problem. Did they run out of character spaces in the deck name? I don't like it.
I understand the reference.
So, Slain, Steel Rot, Vampire, if you're able to have a larger hand size, that will gain Drain, but you have to have a hand size of like 8 or more. That's pretty difficult to do sometimes. And it comes out turn 6, which is kind of slow, maybe, against the Dragon deck if they get some ramps in. Might come down to Slain.
Right. I've honestly been very disappointed with Slain today. I think only one time today I've seen it get Drain, and then one time today I've seen it get Storm. The rest of the time it's just been a 6-mana 6/6.
Drain.
Just been
Slain is very inconsistent, and that's why this deck overall doesn't see too much play. The second version of this deck, honestly, having Dark Generals in the deck would only be effective against the Dragon deck out of the decks being played today, honestly. If you're in
4-mana
Vengeance,
4/3 Storm.
yeah, if you're under 10 HP, the only deck that's going to set you under 10 HP might just be Dragon, so that might be a way
But I feel like if Dragon is setting you under 10 HP, you have bigger issues to worry about. Because Dragon is it's not an incremental damage deck. It's a deck about haymakers. And so if you're under 10, you're going to be to 0 very quickly.
Yeah, but you deal like maybe 6 damage in a turn, 7 damage in a turn. It's hard to get to 10 damage. And if you are able to make the opponent think twice about it, just having that second deck, if it makes them think twice about hitting face, that's a win, maybe.
Well, Potwasher, here is your favorite deck, the Dragoncraft for Snake Pain Fort Evo Face, or is it Forte?
Yeah.
I don't see an accent.
Right.
Forte Evo Face with
I don't speak
Dragon
French.
Waifu.
I still
fromage.
So key cards to mention. There's the Dragon Oracle that we saw, the 2-cost ramp card, incredibly powerful. We saw 2 Dragon Oracles being drawn in both of the games in the quarterfinals. But there's also 3 copies of the Draconic Core, which also is a ramp card. And if you evolve, then you gain an empty play point orb, so kind of a similar effect. And so a good amount of ramp cards. The higher end cards obviously have a ton of impact. We saw the Galamu come down. That was an incredibly powerful card, as we saw against Bloodcraft. Maybe Azure Cloud watched the Snake Nade Pain matchup that we saw earlier and will be instructing his pupil accordingly. We'll see.
All right, well, let's go ahead and get into our second semifinal, the first game. The winner of this series will move on to the finals, so let's go ahead and find out who it's going to be.
This one's for my family.
All right, Snake Nade and Pain going to be going first. Who is going to be meeting Hot Meowth in the grand finals, and who is going to be dropping down to that lower bracket to be playing for that third place prize?
This is obviously a curve.
It's a really nice curve, but do you prefer, as the Dragon player, to be going second or first? Because if you go second, it gives you more chances to draw that Dragon Oracle card, which has been kind of the MVP of this deck.
Unleash the Nightmare. Yes. Robo-Goblin, Unleash the Nightmare, Gear Snake Tamer. Let's go Blood.
You can't just start cheering for the Blood after you see their opening hand.
Dragon. This is the hard part about the deck. If you think that you can't win without ramping, then you kind of have to just go for it, mulligan all of your cards,
right?
Try to find it. Like Soaring Dragon.
Part of me, my decision process right now is I'm either just keeping Anaros, or I'm mulliganing the entire thing. I'm definitely getting rid of the 1-drop and the 7-drop, just because the 1-drop's only as effective as once you evolve it to get a spell.
Oh.
So he's fortunate to pick one up there, but like he doesn't necessarily have a target for it.
Accelerate counts as a spell, so it would activate immediately, and the Blazing Breath is actually a pretty good pickup because it's one of those cards that you don't really care about throwing away.
Okay.
And it's always going to be thrown away, almost always going to be thrown away because it'll usually be the lowest cost card in hand.
So the Otahime is going to come down on turn 2, be a spell, so it's going to evolve the new and also develop some more minions. That's a pretty solid one too.
Yeah. It doesn't always work that way, but
he can't keep getting away with it.
No, he kept a curve.
Well, he didn't keep a curve. Wait, did he keep the left card?
Yeah.
Okay, because in the mulligan, it shows up as 7 costs.
Yeah.
Didn't realize it had the 2 costs as well. Here we go. Evolving Dragon Oracle picked up off the top as well.
It's always a point of contention whether to play on curve on something like turn 3, get the 3 at the 2-3 out or to Dragon Oracle early. I would
it's
probably
definitely
say
play turn 3. Play the Ana Rose. The ramp
I
can
like it.
The whole point of ramp is if you're on a road, right, you need a beginning and a destination. The ramp is the beginning, but if you don't have a destination, something you're ramping to, it's useless.
I like how you think. I like how you think.
So if there was a 5-drop in the hand, I would say 100% go for the Oracle because we want that 5-drop out as early as possible. But without anything to lead to, you can afford to wait a turn or two before you ramp. So I want to Anaros and then Dragon Oracle on turn 4. And then, statistically, we're going to pick up something in the 5 to 6 range. That's
good.
Playable.
The thing is, like, there actually aren't any cards in that range, I think.
Never mind. We're not. We're going to wait all day then because... So looking at... You have the deck list open right here.
Yeah,
so let's take a quick look. So if you ramp on 4, you're going to go into turn 6. Or not turn 6, but, 6 mana. What are you looking for to play?
Man, even looking at the deck list, I don't know.
Like, you have the Haystwing Dragonute, which is an okay card. And then you have the Galamu. Or the Galmaru? How do you pronounce it? Galmu. Which is a 5-mana 5/5, which is, it's nothing to write home about, but it's still a pretty fantastic card.
Dragon is spending a lot of cards. I don't know about this.
Meanwhile, Desi and Azure Cloud is drawing all day.
Yeah,
they're under no pressure.
Yeah, you want the cards to... Ooh, being able to discard Soaring Dragon, it's really great, though.
Discard Soaring Dragon.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does the Newt work? It's when it attacks, you discard the lowest card?
If it's evolved already.
Right, so it is evolved.
Yeah.
So it attacks, and then you discard the lowest cost card, and then draw a card. So basically, it gets rid of the riffraff in your hand that you no longer want, and then draws...
Because the deck is full of riffraff.
Right.
Has to rely on.
Okay, drawing something, and then another Dragon Emperor. Well, I think he's going to Ian this turn.
Probably Ian on the next.
Oh, because when you evolve, you can deal 3 damage to the dragon.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, right.
But
or you can go with the Newlyweds.
Yeah.
Not as good as the Jealous Dragon, though.
I think it was actually super heads up to keep the 1 on the board because.
Oh, that felt bad. We just floated 5 mana. That feels awful. I didn't like that one bit.
It's important to play around Ian here. Let's listen in on Deathsea and Azure Cloud.
What do you think?
Oh, man.
Actually, no. Yeah, the Gear Snake next turn, right into turn 7 give you. So I think we Evo Gear Snake this turn. And we trade 1 in, and I think we still go for the same play. Yeah.
Okay, so just Gear Snake Evolve, right?
Yeah.
Gear Snake Evolve, trade in the 1/1.
Yeah.
Trade in the 1/1, I guess the Machina is better.
Let's trade in the bat, because the Machinas... Yeah, just trade in the bat, because the Machinas will die anyways. And we wanted to keep Machinas on board if possible.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it really matters, but I think...
Okay.
And then Hellblaze the mono.
Oh, it can't be attacked.
Yeah. It's fine.
I completely forgot about that. Okay. I was like, what's this shiny thing around it?
What's this shiny thing around it?
Oh, wow, that's another really good pickup. There's also...
deal 1 damage to everything. Ooh.
Yeah.
So do you... Okay. So do you use this on the ward? So your Newt can attack face?
So
because you don't want your Newt to die.
The only full clear is Otohime into 2/2, Ian to summon the dragon, and then shoot the dragon, hit into 3/5, something like that.
Well, the Sneer of Disdain costs 2, right?
Yeah.
And so you can Ian evolve and then Sneer the 3/5. Oh wait, no, you can't do that because the board's full.
Ian summons something on your opponent's field.
And if there's no room, it's not going to do anything.
It's kind of cool that the way to play around a card is to have a full board.
Right. It's usually when you're playing around a card, you hold stuff back.
Yeah.
But in this game, with only 5 slots on the board.
Sleep with the fishes.
Okay, it seems like they're gonna go for the full clear here. but that uses a lot of resources.
Right, and the Bloodcraft has so much gas in the hand with those, Unleash the Nightmares early on, drew so many cards, and, the dragon was not able to apply any pressure.
Do you prefer to have your AoE clear everything at the same time, or use your AoE and then finish off your opponent's dudes?
No, you have to, or obviously assuming that both plays are equally optimal.
Yeah.
You have to have them all die at the same time.
Okay.
There's too much wrong in the to do anything else.
Ooh. There is a lethal setup coming out for Snake Knight and Pain with the Forte Evo phase. Oh, Technolord!
Technolord is a clear, or at least it should be at this point.
And with the repair mode in hand, it's gonna be able to play around the...
So how does Forte has Storm, correct?
Yeah, so that would be 7 attack into Righteous Dragoon, which can deal 3 damage. But that's barely not enough if you play out the repair mode. I want to listen in on Snake Knight and Pain on the following turn. Are they gonna Forte?
But they ramp though. Didn't they ramp?
What?
This game. They ramp. So turn 7 isn't okay.
Or 7 play point turn.
Yeah, 7 play point turn is an even turn. Because they gained a play point.
This is game 1.
Oh, right. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, gonna Evo in place. Okay.
Okay, Evo the hoverboard just to create a board. All right, let's hop in with Snake Knight and Pain.
That's Forte Evo phase.
Yeah, Forte smack phase. I'm down. And then we kill him with the Righteous spell after this. If he kills his card.
Yeah, we got this one, I think.
Yeah.
It won't be long now.
Pain not taking into consideration repair mode.
Hit him with the weebness. Who is this, by the way, that we're playing?
The player or the coach?
The player.
It's Death Sea.
Okay.
I think they're severely underestimating Bloodcraft. The turn 6 is the drain turn.
That's assuming they have drain active.
Yeah, there's 8 cards in hand, so it would be active.
So you just have to have 7 cards in your hand?
Yeah.
Other than Slain? Okay. He doesn't have it, so no healing. So these cards in hand are going to deal the direct damage needed. I'm assuming they deal 3 damage?
There's the repair mode and the Kiss of Lust.
So that's 5. Wait, so how much do these cards in hand do? Because he has 2 of them.
You have to spend 7 play points total
to deal 3 damage?
Yeah.
But over 2 turns, that's going to be enough.
It is.
And I don't think Deathsea can do enough damage over 2 turns. So I think in the race, Snake Knight's definitely winning. This is 5 damage. Or, I mean, 3 damage. Yeah, there's no way. This is definitely a race that's in Snake Knight's favor.
There's also...
Dragon's Handspur.
And now it's not possible to drain. Yeah, you're right. Ooh.
Well, isn't it better to just wait and just play the other one? Play
Then
the other
your
dragon?
opponent knows that they have to play around it.
I mean, yeah, but it's also just a strictly better board state.
Don't let it get to you.
Man, if
Because like against like a Slain, for example, I guess they can just trade off with the other 2 anyway.
There's
no, whatever.
There's no heal. Man.
Alright, I take it back.
If there's a Slain the previous turn, I think, like, you see dragons just running out of gas.
But just enough gas.
Just enough gas.
Hey, if you're going 50 miles, your car gets 10 miles to the gallon. You only need 5 gallons. You're going to run out when you get there, but hey, you got there.
So that's gonna be game 1. And
Going over to
the
Dragon.
Azure
How does that
Cloud-
make you feel, Pot?
Just draw Slain. Yeah. They're playing well.
Playing as well as you can, but burn damage is going to get there in the end.
Yeah. I think both sides are playing really solid. We'll see how it goes in game 2. Second Righteous Dragoon will add a spell to hand.
Think, Rowan.
Oh.
Ride on for justice. Your strength is for
Game number 1 in the bag for the Dragon deck.
Snake, Need, and Pain taking that first game of their semi-final, and something that I really liked from them was, who am I playing against? Like, who is this? And they're like,
Right.
Death Sea?
I mean, that's definitely an aspect of just not even just card games, but just tournament play in general. Is sometimes when you kind of psych yourself out when you know who your opponent is. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, it's so and so. They're so good. I don't know.
Oh,
Why am
no.
I even here? Do I deserve to be here? I don't know.
Yeah.
But when you just like, it's just an anonymous person. It's just another like person on the other side of a computer screen. You don't know who it is. You don't get as nervous. So I don't blame them.
I do wish that, Snake Nate owned a proper webcam so we could see the emotion on his face and maybe his poker face as well. Because right now we see Deathsea. We saw him vaping. We see his microphone of death. And now looking a little bit more serious than his quarter-final match.
Soaring.
But it sounds like our game is about to start, so let's go ahead, jump into this second game of our second semifinal. Blood or Dragon? Who's going to take it?
Dragon going to be going on the draw this time around. Blood on the play. Looks like another one. Pretty good opening curve, but on the other side, Desi curving out quite well himself, going into the Tamer, Bat, into Metal Blade.
Honestly,
Not
I can't
bad.
believe Dragon is curving out every game.
Hey, these
Soaring
things happen.
Soaring Dragonute into Blazing Breath into Righteous Dragoon, that sounds pretty
Right.
good to me. Maybe you want some kind of ramp, but this is also a pretty solid hand.
Right.
Going first, having that Dragonute into Otohime curve we saw the last game, that was really, really powerful. That Soaring Dragonute, how much damage did it deal? That was pretty crazy.
I mean, the new probably dealt like 5-6 damage just because it was attacking like every single turn.
Yeah.
And then you can't attack it, so.
Was
Little bit
Deathsea?
unfortunate.
Yeah, Deathsea and Azure Cloud are playing 3 copies of Kiss of Lust. I guess they just didn't get it. Same with Metal Blade Demon. That would have been able to ping off the Soaring Dragonute as well. Dragon Ranch might be a little bit too slow.
Hey, what is Dragon Ranch? This is a card we haven't seen yet.
It summons one of 3 random dragons, and then on the following 2 turns, it summons a different dragon.
Ah, okay, so over the course of 2 turns, it summons 2 dragons.
What
are the stat lines?
3 turns, it summons 3.
Oh, so it's going to summon all 3 eventually?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are like 4-3s.
4-3 rush.
4-3 rush, 5-5s, and 5-5. So these are like pretty good stat lines.
Yeah. And one of them has Storm.
So the third one is just strictly better than the second one. It's a 5-5 with Storm, and then the second one's just a 5-5.
Yeah, but you're going to get one at some point. You're going to get each one at some point. So although it does come down to luck sometimes, if you're playing it to use it over the course of 3 turns, then it's always going to have the same amount of value. And Sneer of Disdain, able to clean that up. Maybe discard Ramp. It looks okay from Snake Nate and Pain's side. Sneer of Disdain is the only card that can deal 1 damage to everything. And this is gonna be strictly worse than Sneer of Disdain.
Dragon Oracle picked up though.
Yeah, Sneer of Disdain would have directly removed the 1/3 off the board, so strictly worse.
Big fan of those plays, just the strictly worst plays. Does it upset you that the Dragon player made the strictly worst play and they keep winning?
Well, you know how I feel about Dragon.
They did pick up some ramp, so that's pretty nice.
Yeah, let's listen to
Desi.
I want to listen to the Dragon side on turn 3 after this.
Well, we can do both.
Well, sure. Yeah, this is just Unleash the Nightmare though.
I mean, yeah, they're talking about the next couple of turns.
Yeah,
as well.
Unleash the Nightmare into Armored Bat into Metal Blade Demon looks pretty straightforward. I wonder what situations you wouldn't do that.
Also, the Metal Blade Evolve is a way of dealing with the new. Double bat. Unfortunate.
No max drawn. So, the cool thing about the card is that it's busted. 3 mana, draw 2 cards, summon 2 1/1s, but it does give your opponent a little bit of information. It doesn't...
Yeah, that information is I just drew 2 cards and created 2 1/1s.
Yeah, but you know whether or not they drew a mech card or a regular card, and so the opponent should know that there's either Hellblaze Demon or a Destructive Succubus in hand.
But at some point, like, it doesn't really matter if they have that information, just because the turn was so powerful that they still have to deal with it.
Yeah.
But let's listen into Snake Nade and Pain as they go into turn number 3.
You could have played just Sneer of Disdain, and we missed 1 damage, because Sneer of Disdain does 3 damage instead of 2. But it will not matter probably, so don't worry.
Oh, it does. I thought it did too, my bad.
Yeah. Now, there's one line of play here, I think, which is you play the Dragonic Core and just pass. You don't attack because it might discard the Dragon Oracle.
Yeah, it's not worth the risk.
And the next turn you play the Righteous Dragoon. You evo it. You play the Dragon Oracle because you get 2 mana back of the Dragon because of the Dragonic Core.
Yep, that's what I was thinking too. I like that play.
And you trade with the Dragoon.
Okay.
You might think still to not attack because you will probably pick the AoE option from the Dragoon, and we will have Sneer of Disdain, and we need to double AoE on our 6 mana.
Okay. So
Dragon Core pass.
We're playing Dragon, evoing, and then throwing down Oracle.
The next turn, yeah.
Yeah, of course. This turn's just righteous.
No. The
No?
Dragon Core. Play the Dragon Core now.
Yeah.
This one.
Got you.
A little bit of a close call there. Accidentally almost playing the wrong Dragon card. What do you think about this, like, the Draconic Core card right now? Is this kind of like, what's it really accomplishing?
So, it will ramp, and it also restores 2 play points whenever you evolve. So, effectively, you're playing a 1-cost ramp card over the course of 2 turns, but the initial investment is 3 cost.
Okay.
So, it allows you to add more mana to your following turn, which is kind of cool. And it also means you have to plan out your turns pretty well, kind of like how Pain was really talking about.
Hypothetical situation. Well, when you evolve, you get 2 empty play points.
Yeah.
So if you play
you
Mono,
get one empty play point and you restore 2.
Okay, so if you play like a card like Mono,
yeah,
do you just get a bunch of play points? You evolve like your whole board.
It only activates once.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you evolve your whole board at the same time, it only activates once.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
There are ways to evolve 2 or more things at the same time. Like let's say you had the Dragonoot and that evolves on a spell, right? So if you had like 3 Dragonoots and you evolve them all at the same time with the spell, it still wouldn't
Makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, so looks like it's a Dragon Wings evolve, get some play points back, play the Dragon Wings, kill the ward?
Or I think they're just gonna go with what the coach suggested with the Oracle, but especially
saying don't clear this board?
Yeah, because
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
this is a spooky board.
There's a 1 in 3 that the Dragon Wings doesn't stay in hand. It might discard it.
Oh, from attacking with the newt? Well, that's why you do the Dragon Wings first.
But then the...
You're already at 5 mana, you don't need the Oracle.
Your own dudes die.
Oh, okay, okay, I see what you're saying. Who cares?
It shoots everything.
How important is this newt?
Not that important.
Correct. So it dies.
Yeah.
Whoop-de-doo. Snake Nate agrees. Kill this ward. Play Dragon Oracle. Next
turn, though, with the 6/5 on board, like, this is pretty strong.
Which 6/5?
The blood side is still at 20 life points, which is way higher than any of the...
But here's the thing, the next 2 turns are going to be Dragon Oracle into Dragon Ranch.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to... the Metal Blade
Dragon Ranch pot.
Man,
when's the last time you went to a Dragon Ranch?
You
know how powerful that is? To harness the power of dragons and raise them on a farm?
My teammate actually did the card reveal for Dragon Ranch, and I was trying to convince them to make it like a parody of Ram Ranch, but
no.
They did not. They did not
go with that one.
Go with that one.
So was Dragon Ranch played at all in the previous meta before Golden City was nerfed?
No.
Where you play Golden City, Dragon Ranch,
Similar
get 2 dragons.
cards have been powerful in the past, though.
Okay.
There used to be Canyon Valley of the Dragons or something.
Sure.
Canyon of the Dragons. Canyon.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, there was a canyon or a valley or something, and that was pretty good. But that was back when.
Was it a hidden valley? Did a lot of people know about it? Was there a ranch in the hidden valley?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But it was played back in a time where you'd ramp to 10 and play big stuff all the time. So, okay, that's a way to.
I mean, I'm a fan
clear
of
it.
that meta.
Yeah.
Any game that allows me to just like hoard resources and then just play this giant thing all at once, I'm all about it.
Yeah, like I think I mentioned a huge 13-13 earlier in the stream.
Yeah.
But that's when
that destroys everything.
Yeah, and so you play a canyon, which is a similar type of amulet. It was nerfed down to 9/9, and then later in the meta, a lot of things happen, and then it was nerfed, and then there were balance changes and whatever. But Canyon of the Dragons, or Valley? Canyon of the Dragons was played when that card as a 9/9 became unable to destroy amulets, and then so you get a dragon left over later on.
Okay, this is fine.
And so you play a huge dude, and a dragon would pop out every turn. So you could play that long game, summon a couple dragons, and it would be worthwhile. But nowadays, if you even play one larger thing, it's a little bit too slow a lot of the time.
All right, but a big turn coming out from Snake Pain right now. Ramped up to 9 next turn, so this Dragon Ranch is going to come down lickety-split. And I don't know. I read the effect. A lot of really powerful dragons are going to be coming out, but is that enough to overcome the amount of value that Desi has in hand right now?
Yeah, so in each of the previous games, we hadn't seen Dragon when it's forced to play after its resources have been depleted. And now I'm assuming we're going to see the Armored Bat come down. Super powerful ward. 5/5 ward. Still has the Last Words effect of the 1/1s coming out. I wonder if we can get a check on the number of destroyed Machina followers for the Blood side. If you can click on the Techno Lord.
4.
So
not
that's
that many.
5, 6, 7. I guess if you hit everything in,
there it is.
that would be able to.
So this is the Rush Dragon.
Not the best one.
What's unfortunate too, even if you upgrade it with the Evolve, it still trades evenly into the Armored Bat.
Yeah, exactly. But a second Dragon Ranch in hand, that's actually a good amount of value.
I mean, a lot of stuff's going to be coming out very quickly. Honestly, there might be an issue with overcrowding on the board because these amulets are taking up 2 spots, and then 2 things are coming out every single turn.
But the first amulet will be going away relatively soon.
Right. It's going to be close, but there's a... it's hard to say, just because if Destiny takes a route that doesn't kill the dragons, not as many are going to come out, but then you're also just leaving the dragons up.
Yeah.
They're going to be dealing a lot of damage.
You're completely right, though.
Thank you.
Like...
Stop whatever you're saying. Just stop. No buts.
Okay. You're completely right that...
Say it again.
No.
Okay, go. Say what you're going to say.
If the 4-3 is left up and you know the 5-5s are going to come out, then if it's going to keep them board locked, then it's better to have the dragons be banished than have one 5-5 dragons pop out some of the time.
So the Dragon Ranch is definitely kind of the top end of this curve.
Yeah.
Right now. What other cards can he really be looking for to finish off this game? Are there 3 Dragon Ranches?
Yeah, there's 3 Dragon Ranches.
That just seems excessive.
Yeah, I would agree.
What's the market on Dragon Ranches right now? There's too many ranches popping up.
Kind of awkward. Very awkward. You could tempo mono.
But only have 4 right now.
Yeah, like one of the monos, the second mono drawn, if you tempo mono and the opponent... so you hit face, the opponent's at 13, or maybe you evolve face or something, and you Razor Reclaw the 4-3, then if the ward dies, then afterwards... might be able to activate double mono on turn 8, but that's quite risky. Maybe you don't do that.
I mean, there's a lot of money on the line right now.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to go for those riskier plays. Razor Claw is a real nice answer to this 4-3, though.
Oh, going for the tempo mono.
All right.
Wow.
Upgrade the Armored Bat as well.
Wow,
it's a 7/7 ward.
I'm actually kind of surprised that they went for that.
Wait, so let me think. Okay, so this is a 7/7. If they get the 5/5 Storm, if they choose to upgrade right now, but they just picked up the Galmu.
Galmu doesn't really deal with that though. Galmu doesn't gain any
upgrade
stats.
It becomes a 5/5. You can trade it in, and then it deals 3 to everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, I want to see the last evolve point be used on this Galmu.
Spectator is pointing out to draw first, clicking on the Dragon Oracle.
Right. Hey, don't forget this.
Yeah, you should probably draw first. The coach is muted. Okay.
Good work.
Forte.
Okay.
Not bad.
So this Armored Bat is so crazy right now because the Momo's at 7. The Armored Bat dies, it's going to go to 5, and then the 2 assembly bots, or assembly droids, are going to go to 6 and 7 respectively. So by fully clearing off this Armored Bat is activating the Momo.
Mono, yeah.
Or Mono, I mean. I apologize.
Exactly. He's going to have
do?
to evolve
the 5/5, trade into the Armored Bat, then he can trade in the 2 assembly droids, play the other Mono, and then... evolve them both, deal 12 damage.
Hit into the mono.
Yep.
That's lethal with the 1/1. If you trade in 1/1/1, and then
they have to do this.
And then the
the mono is at 6 of 7 currently.
Wow. It's at 6 right now.
Right. So is there a way to kill off one of them?
Yeah, if you just trade here.
So trade 1, and the mono
should be lethal.
Wait, is that mono a 6 attack right now?
Yeah, +4 attack.
Where'd it get +4 attack from? When did that happen?
Magnet Followers destroyed 6. So if he just hits in with the 1/1.
So hits in 1, plays the mono, evolves both of them with the Alpha Drive. That should
is
be
it
lethal.
possible that he loses if he doesn't do that? He's at 16. I don't think so.
Well, why wouldn't you do it? It's lethal.
Yeah, but I wonder.
Are you saying hypothetically, if he misses lethal, will he lose?
Yeah.
Okay.
But with the Succubus into Mono, that should be a win as well. Hopefully.
There's a lot of ways to win.
Yeah.
Don't you do it, Desi.
10. Ooh. If he doesn't deal damage this turn, he can win. He can lose.
So you're telling me there's a chance? Come on, Desi.
I'm still rooting for Blood. Okay.
I mean, you should be. They're in a winning position. Okay, so that's 3 damage.
And the maximum damage.
So the Mono on her own is going to deal 8. So as long as there's not a ward in the way, it should be fine. But
I don't think
if
there
the storm,
oh, the dragons
double
don't
fives,
do anything.
It's no good. The
have to,
Galmew,
yeah,
can't be evolved.
It will evolve because for 7.
Oh, for 7 it'll deal the 1 damage to itself. So that's a full clear, right?
Yeah, gonna want to.
So it has to be that.
Ooh, that doesn't work. Galmew. Ooh, that's gonna be game 2. It looks like. Let's listen in on Snake Nate and Pain.
1 damage to all follow. Oh, I can kill it. I'm fucking stupid. Let's go. This is the perfect card, baby. Yeah, we're good. Easy math, chat. We're still in this shit. He's about to nuke me. He's just gonna kill me out of hand.
I guess he was playing on his own that turn.
Looks like it was, but it looks like this is going to be the game. Desi finding the lethal that he should have had last turn. Doesn't matter in the end. The score is all tied up. Game number 2 going over to Desi and Azure Cloud.
Wow. So the big difference here, the lack of early game damage at the very, very end there. He was still at 14. How much health?
Yeah, you're still pretty beefy.
Yeah. The early game damage, going first, having the Dragon Nuke curving into a bunch of stuff, maybe ramping up quickly and going for the immediate Forte Evo phase, it didn't lead into that game plan. And the mid game from the Blood side was significantly stronger this time around.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is your opportunity to absolutely tear the deck apart and be like, well, if he had included this in his deck, or if maybe he had more 2 costs.
I think it's just an average result. No, when the game gets long, you can't just rely on Dragon Ranch to win the game for you. It's not 8 costs win the game. That's why it's not really played too much. It's never seen too much play. It's still good value, but it's very slow and it doesn't get what you want every time.
Well, we are about to get into our 3rd and final game of this second semifinal. The winner of this will move on to the finals and will have already won $1,500. So let's go ahead and see who takes it.
Prepare for defeat.
All right, Snake Nate and Pain on the draw once again, and once again a pretty substantial start. Desi and Azure Cloud a little bit not as good of a start. They got the Robo Goblin, so at least they have something to play early on. And they do have the Kiss of Lust if they really want to save it for that Newt that they've been having so much issue with. But how proactive do you be with your mulligan? This is unfortunate.
Toss the Sneer and get the Dragon Ranch. Not what you want to see in your winning hand.
So how proactive do you be with your mulligan? Because do you want to keep the Kiss of Lust for the 1 card that it deals with, the Newt, or do you mulligan it away for something more proactive?
Usually you'd play the Kiss of Lust on like turn 3 against Dragon because you don't want to play it on your turn 2 going first. So I think just tossing it is fine. If it comes out, then it's a little bit unfortunate. the Blood side should be more worried about getting enough card draw in my opinion. Last game, they had the Unleash the Nightmare, and that's what gave them enough card draw for the rest of the game. So, just digging for that seems like a higher priority to me. In fact, I would have hard mulliganed just because it doesn't matter too much whether or not you have a 2-cost. The opponent isn't going to have a great 2-cost anyway. Playing a 1-2 out doesn't matter because their 2 mana play going second is going to be removal or Otohime, which is a 2-1 rush, kind of like a removal card.
Right.
So it's not going to be anything super powerful. You can play a hoverboard on turn 2 without having it value traded the following turn, things like that. So I would like to see just digging harder for the Unleash the Nightmare. The deck really doesn't function well without cards like Unleash the Nightmare. And last game, I think another big difference was the lack of Ian Dragon Buster. That card just deals with the wide board so well and deals some extra damage to go along with it.
Alright, but the way this is curving out right now, I think he's going to prioritize just getting as many mechs on the field as possible just to get this Momo online as quickly as possible, which is why he's prioritizing something like the Mecha Wing Angel over, say, the Hobgoblin.
Yeah.
Or the Robo Goblin.
Yeah. And,
and so between these two, Armored Bat is 5. Robo Goblin is a mech, I'm assuming.
Robo Goblin is a mech.
So that's 6. So he's 1 mech short of dying to get these Momos online by turn 7.
Yeah. So he'll get there, for sure.
Just a matter of how quickly.
Yeah, if you want to play around Ian, probably want to get the Armored Bat down this turn.
Oh yeah, definitely this turn.
But if you want to play around Righteous Dragoon into Dragon Wings, probably want to get the Robo Goblin down.
That can wait a turn.
Yeah, it's also a little bit more damage shown to put a 2-2 on the board than a 1-1 on the board.
Right.
But maybe dealing a lot of damage early isn't Blood's game plan, especially with the monos in hand. It seems like Blood is going to be able to clear over the course of 2 turns. For example, Armored Bat is played, and then Righteous Dragoon is played, grabbing the wings, and on turn 4, the Dragon side can play Otohime into the Armored Bat, plus play the Dragon Wings to clear everything.
I don't think Destiny necessarily minds that, just because that's kind of playing into his game plan. He wants these to die eventually, so the Momo gets online. There's the Righteous Dragoon. Do you go with the Dragoon this turn or the Core?
Oh... Core?
Core is ramp.
Yeah, but that means if a Robo Goblin is played, the Goblin might stick on the board. Pretty greedy play, but considering the hand size of each player, it's looking pretty close. Just Dragoon. Oh, Hoverboard Mercenary.
Very critical pickup right now. It curves really nicely with the Robo Goblin, and it cycles itself to draw more mech cards to go in tandem with the Mono and a Lord picked up the. I've said the name 10 times today at least, and I just keep forgetting it. What is
Oh no.
No. The card they just drew. The Lord. Techno Lord.
Yeah.
There it is.
So Righteous Dragoon Evo is not going to be able to full clear or even be close to full clearing anymore. But the two health followers on the board, the wings.
Well, you can get the Dragon Wings, evolve the Dragoon. I almost want to trade into the 1/1 first, the Armored Bat, just to deny them that extra spawn. And then play the wings.
Yeah. So leave
So it's-
2-1.
Because you're going to be leaving 2 1/1s on the board anyway. Whether it's the hoverboard mercenary or this bat. And so by doing this, you're denying them an extra spawn for the mono later on.
Yeah. Will they draw card draw here?
Unleash
Metal
the
Blade?
Nightmares?
Yeah, Unleash the Nightmare or Metal Blade is what they're looking for. Blood Pact is okay as well. But
Honestly, the way the game's going right now, I don't think they even need it. Because they can push 3 damage this turn, their opponent goes down to 12, and over the course of 2 turns with the 2 monos, once they're online, that's just 6 and 6, that's 12 damage. So this is all just gravy. This is whipped cream on top. It's the Maraschino cherry, if you will. Because he has the numbers to, finish off this game. It's just a matter of executing it. Because I really hope he doesn't trade. If he does trade, I wouldn't mind if he evolved one of the assembly bots, or assembly droids, and traded that in and then pushed 3 damage to the face. But I think it's really critical that he puts him down to 12 life this turn.
yeah, getting into... There's no heal on the dragon side besides...
Are there any wards either?
It's only Ian. Ian, if you play it as newlyweds, can give you a ward and up to 5 heal.
Right.
So, generally 5 heal. So that requires...
But that's a very heads-up play.
Yeah.
As well, because more often than not, they're using it for board clear.
Yeah, and if you're not using it for board clear, it's not very powerful.
All right, Desi, please attack the face. Oh, I guess he was just deciding whether to evolve first, so putting his opponent down to 10.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, honestly.
Well, this is 5, 6, 7, so it's not setting up lethal, because the other evolve is just 9 damage.
So the Ian...
He's going to draw a lot of cards, though, if he plays the Mecha Blade. Wait, can the evolved Mecha Blade go face? The damage?
No.
Okay. Then it would be lethal. No, wait. No, it still wouldn't. All right, guys, but this is a very crucial turn. Ian coming down right now, so let's listen in to Snake Nate and Pain, see what they're talking about.
But don't trade the Ian. Just give the 2 mana 2/1 rush.
Yeah, you
so
can use...
he has 5 here. Yeah.
We evoing it? Oh, no, we can't. So we're just killing the 4-2?
Yeah, it has rush. Next turn, you just... It depends on the board, but you probably Otoshime over Galmiux.
Okay.
If it's a bunch of 1/1s and Galmiux full clears pretty clean, just go for Galmiux.
Okay. But if not, just...
Just a slap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big board.
I'll see you turn 8.
See ya.
Yeah. No idea what turn we're on.
All right. Another Unleash the Nightmares picked up, but I think the next couple of turns are pretty laid out. I think, personally, want to see the Technolord come out this turn, clear off this 5/5, and then develop the Armored Bat. Put something on the board for the Mono the following turn, and also creates a very sticky board.
And the thing is that...
the Mono is active. 8 things have died.
Something like Armored Bat Evolve, leaving a 7/2 compared to a 1/1 with the Last Words effect is kind of comparable in value. And you might be able to hold on to the Evolve point if you do your play. So I think that would have been another solid option.
Because the next 2 turns are Mono. There's no other option. Mono is happening these next 2 turns, and so you're never going to have the opportunity to play this Technolord. And by the time you do have the mana to play the Technolord, you've probably lost control of the board to the point where you're no longer winning the game.
Hi, you can play something like Unleash the Nightmare Technolord, and that's going to be really strong anyway.
Yeah, or, counterpoint, you could Mono and just end the game.
Yeah, probably just...
I know that's been a problem today for some reason with missing lethal.
Yeah, it's just mono face.
Yeah, and then your opponent has to pick up a 2-turn lethal.
Yeah, for example, not for example, but Ian selected for the Newlyweds a second copy. If it's top decked, it actually returns every card on the board back to your hand. So it's not great with having a wide board. Plus, you'd have to hold on to the Evo point as well. So if he uses this Evo point, there's not going to be any heal left in the deck. And okay, he's going to hold on to it. But if he holds on to it, then there's not going to be a lot of lethal options later on. Let's listen on Death Sea and Azure Cloud.
Phase, because we're pretty healthy, right? Like they have to clear mono, so like two things can happen. Don't have like heal or ward, and we get them with mono twice over 2 turns, right?
Okay.
Or if they somehow ward up with like the 8-drop storm thing, then we can like techno lord next turn.
Okay.
And I think that's worth like the little bit of extra damage we take if that happens to be able to set up 2-turn lethal, right?
Okay, so instead of techno lording this turn, you mean?
Yeah, so mono phase, set them to 4, make them happy. And then next turn, obviously if we have lethal, we have we have also Kiss of Lust to help with that. And then if they like ward up things, then we just like techno lord and then like unleash, do a bunch of things. I think we unleash instead of Metal Blade Demon if we have to techno lord.
Okay.
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 Yeah. Hopefully we'll get there. There's only 3 cards in the
Okay.
Barely. So, alright, good luck.
Thanks.
Sorry, you were saying?
I love that philosophy. Make them have it.
Ooh.
The longer you wait, the more likely it is that they get it.
And he said there's 3 copies of a card that can ward up, but there's also Ian, so that's going to be 5 cards left. 1 Ian was used earlier.
So it's a 1 in 6, essentially, to draw a ward creature.
Yeah, 5 out of the 30, and he wasn't able to get it this time. 5/5 Storm. So the Storm isn't always strictly better because you want the Storm later.
Right.
Yeah, if this is the regular dragon, then you could save the Storm for later.
And potentially set up a a counter lethal. But that is going to be all she wrote. Looks like Dragon Ranch, a very powerful card, but unfortunately you need to have control of the board in order for it to be the most effective. It is not a reactive card by nature, and with the amount of damage that comes from hand from Desi, it's just no good.
Yeah.
Even in a scenario where he didn't have the second mono, which I think given the prior play, they do.
Yeah.
This is definitely a tell.
Yeah. When you see your opponent just go for it like that,
right,
they're going to have a lethal setup.
All right, Technolord picked up off the top. Mono coming down. Another Evolve with this Alpha Drive. And the Concede.
Ooh.
Actually, the first Concede I think we've seen today. Everyone else has let it play out. But they're not even going to give him the satisfaction.
Yeah, wow, that was shocking. Oh, are we getting any words
so,
from him?
so stressful.
Yeah, good job though. Finals rematch. Oh man.
Yeah, Deathsea was also a part of an incredibly close series, the series that he had played to get to the semifinals, and then now another full 3 games. He's moving on to the finals. But man, that was the first concede we've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, his series has been super stressful. Like, I don't know how that's going to play into going into the finals because I feel like Hot Meowth, just based off their demeanor, very carefree, very light on the shoulders, as opposed to Desi, where he was just like, oh, God, it's just like, oh, we finally won. It's like the man's about to have a heart attack, and he's not even in his late 20s yet.
Those were really close games. Those were really great games, I think. But the second and third game, that's kind of how I predicted the Dragon deck to work out, just not being able to deal enough damage in the mid-game against the Blood opponent. The first series against Bloodcraft, as well as the first game, we saw Dragon really being able to proactively push onto the board, get a lot of damage in. But if you're going to go for that game plan, why not play more 2-cost creatures? That's just all I want. Like, I just want 2-cost creatures that hit the opponent. Maybe have a Goblin in there. Goblin, play the Goblin out turn 1. The Soaring Dragonood dealt a lot of damage, when played out early. So like Goblin does a similar thing.
Well, here we go. We have the updated bracket. Hot Meowth, Zero Fine, our winners from the left side of the semifinals, meeting Deathsy and Azure Cloud in the finals. We're going to find out who's going to be the champion, and then our third place playoff match, which is going to happen off stream between Trihex and Snakenade. I'm very excited to see this final. I know that you guys want to see the final too. I believe that before we get to it, we are going to take a quick and short break just to let our players, you know, get in the zone, get ready. So stick around and we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to Buddy System. You are just in time for the grand finals between Hot Meowth and Deathsy. I'm super excited for this. You're super excited because you get your Bloodcraft decks in there, right?
Yeah, I think that the Bloodcraft deck against Havencraft is a pretty interesting matchup. I think Deathsy has been playing the Bloodcraft very, very well, along with his coach, Azure Cloud, and to see them go up again against the Havencraft, in the very, very first round, we saw some mistakes come out from the Bloodcraft side. It is a tough matchup to do from both sides, maybe more so on the Bloodcraft side, but it's a pretty closer matchup.
Right.
And it should be really exciting to watch.
And early on in the broadcast, I said, I bet on the jockey, not the horse. And in this case, both jockeys are absolutely incredible players.
Yeah.
Deathsy's an experienced player in his own right. Hot Meowth, very prestigious player across many games. And so, honestly, I don't know who to favor right now.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our updated bracket just so we could see all of our teams and all of our players who participated here today and also who had fallen. But go ahead and look at the center of the screen because those are our finalists. Hot Meowth and his coach, Zero Fine, who has, once again, a phenomenal track record with bringing his students all the way to the finals of Buddy System. And then facing him, we have Deathsy and Azure Cloud. Deathsy, a newcomer.
Yeah, I think Zero Fine has brought his pupil to the grand finals with a different student every time.
Because all the coaches move around with their students every single time.
Wow.
Consistent performer.
Very consistent. Again, we asked him in the winter interview last time, like, what's your secret? What's going on? He's like, I don't know. We're just good.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead. I'm excited to get into this game. I think we're going to see the key cards of our team coming up in just a bit. But that's our Haven versus Bloodcraft again. And when we were watching the semifinal game with Zero Fine's Haven deck, it was when that's when you said that you thought that that was the deck that was going to take it all.
If it was against Dragon, I think it'd be convincingly Havencraft side being very favored. As for Havencraft against Bloodcraft, it's going to be a little bit closer. It's going to be more difficult for the Bloodcraft side to play and to efficiently use resources. And so I think it's really hard to say, but if Alana's drawn and there's similar draws on both sides, it's going to be more difficult for the Blood side to play. And so I have to give it to Havencraft to be maybe slightly better off.
Well, here you go. Here is our Havencraft deck, also known as the Best Girl deck. But again, we see Alana and Kel. Kel, a very important card, as we learned from our first semi-final match, going, all right, we're either living or we're dying by not drawing this card.
I mean, yeah, you saw it when we listened in on Mango and Trihex. Trihex like, I think we have a chance of coming back. Mango's just like, dog. No, about that, it ain't happening.
See, there's this thing called Kel, and you done. But we can also go ahead and take a look at our second team's key cards in a second. Do they have answers?
So the Havencraft deck isn't able to play a longer game in comparison to a regular Havencraft deck. Their very best draws are also not as strong because of the lack of Rabbit Healer, which is a 1-cost heal card, and that just increases the power level of the deck very, very much so. And so overall, the deck is much weaker, but it's also easier to pilot and more straightforward in its game plan, and if you get it going, then it's easily going to snowball to a victory.
Also, this is the only deck that was brought today that has 2 decks.
Oh, that's true.
So do you think the more aggressive deck that we were talking about maybe could come into play against Havencraft? Get underneath them, kill them before the Kel could potentially... A little bit of fur action?
I would say the first deck is going to be played again. You're going to need the Technolords to come in with good value. You're going to need a lot of the mech cards to do what you want. But the second deck also doesn't have Kiss of Lust, which is not a great card against the Havencraft deck, as we saw in the very first series. So not having that and just having similar number of mech cards, if it's just the removal card, the Kiss of Lust, that's different in the decks. I haven't looked at it extremely closely, but if that's the difference, then maybe just choosing the second deck and not having the Kiss of Lust and having an actual card instead will make a difference.
So, Will, we've heard the analytical side from Potwasher, but talk to me. Who do you think is going to take this?
I mean, at the end of the day, I got to be loyal to my good friend Hot Meowth. He's an experienced player. I've talked with him a lot. The man knows what he's doing. He knows card games inside and out. He might look like a memer on the outside, but on the inside, he is a stone-cold killer. And I think he's going to take it over Desi.
Is he awake, do you think?
God, I hope so.
Because he, for people who are just tuning in, Hot Meowth said that he did want to take a nap after his semifinal game. Said he wanted it to be an hour long. I don't know how long the second semifinal was, but...
It was close to an hour, I would say. But personally, as far as nap goes, I can't do anything less than an hour.
He's awake! Oh, that's good to see. And he is wearing that Twitch sweatshirt that... one of our other competitors was wearing.
Trihex was wearing it.
Trihex was wearing it, yes. So here are our grand finalists. Look at them in all of their majesty. And of course, not pictured are their coaches. Wait a second.
Hold on, these.
Wait a second.
Hot
Desi. Hot Meowth and Coach Zero Fine, not Deathsy. Deathsy just appears everywhere.
Okay.
I mean, you can just coach your opponent into making the wrong plays, and he'll be none the wiser.
Definitely.
There it is. Panda
there
Global
we
Zero
go.
Fine.
There we go. We fixed it. We figured it out. See, this was actually part of the mind games. Hot Meowth has someone in the control room on his squad. But here we go. The first game of the grand final. Hot Meowth taking on Deathsy Haven versus Blood. Who's going to take game one?
Remember, the winner of this series is going to be walking away with the grand prize of $2,500. Just by being in the grand finals, both teams have locked up at least $1,500, so $750 apiece, assuming it's an even split. You never know. The coach might take a little 10% off the top for the charge for their service, but who knows?
Unleash the Nightmare drawn for the Blood side. That's always great. 2-drop drawn for the Haven side, but...
But Kel... your boy, drawn for the Havencraft side.
Ephemera not the best in this matchup for sure. Ephemera is, I mentioned, as being one of my favorite cards. So the effect of Ephemera is if there are no other followers on your side of the board, gains Rush. And if you evolve it while there are no other allied followers in play, then you gain... it turns into a 7/5, so you can get like a 2-cost 7/5 after you evolve it. On the Blood side, you really don't want to use the Mono early. Kind of sucks not to play anything out, but Mono is so important in this matchup.
You know what else is important? Not having the default leader skin. It's a proven fact that by having anything but the default leader skin increases your chances of winning substantially, at least 15%.
Well, I don't use the default leaders.
Well, that's why you're a winner.
Yeah, I like that the Havencraft skin.
We get the Fate Grand Order.
Yeah, Ilya.
Thankfully, she still has her eyes.
I actually haven't watched a lot of Fate. I only know the characters.
Has anyone really watched a lot of Fate?
Man.
There is so much to that universe, and it's literally impossible to know it all.
That's
I'm
true.
pretty sure you can write an entire PhD level thesis and then still not know everything about the Fate universe. But on the left side, Type 1, if you're on Team Hot Meowth and Zero Fine, and Type 2, if you're on Team Desi and Azure Cloud, give them your love in the chat. We know there's a lot of Hot Meowth and Panda Global fans out there, but Desi has his own following as well. I want you to show him all the love you can by typing 2 or typing 1. So is that just a wait, was that a tempo mono?
That's not what you
Oh
wanted.
no.
So Bloodcraft does have a hard time dealing with a wider board in the early to mid game, and then later on, Technolord's gonna clear everything, absolutely everything. But up until that point, it might be challenging to clear boards of maybe like a couple 2-2s on the board. Stuff like that can be really challenging to face. So just gonna go ahead and clear, make sure that they have stuff going.
All right, gonna be summoning 1 of each of this Unleash the Nightmares.
Bloodcraft does have enough value in hand, so...
Oh, it's a very late game oriented hand.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff that's going to be going on over the next couple of turns. Turn 4 is going to be a little rough in terms of just being able to do much. But turns 5, 6, and onwards, it's going to be the sky's the limit.
That might not be enough, though, because if turn 5 is weak, the Lana's going to come down, and eventually that might be...
Yeah, Lana single-handedly is going to be doing a lot of work this game. But Desi's going to have access to the first evolve. Unfortunately, there is no 4-drop, however. There is the 2-drop on the right side. It's the Cobra.
There's actually no 4 cost in the Bloodcraft deck.
Really?
Yeah, just a bunch of 2s.
Interesting. Also, Unleash the Nightmares, normally a great pickup, but this time around, going to fill up the hand a little too much.
Yeah, same with Robo-Goblin Evolve. That would keep the hand size at 8 with the repair mode added after the last words. And if you blood pack with that, you're still going to...
Well, you're definitely not blood packing.
Blood packed, draw into Gear Snake Tamer easy.
Is it easy? He's going for it.
Not quite easy.
Wait, is this a, what's it called, the claws that deal 3 damage? Is that what that is? So that's a clear.
Sonya doesn't take, you can't select it using spells.
Oh, she's untargetable.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Wow, she's way better than I thought she was. I thought she was just a 4/4 with ward. And I was like, what's this doing in my deck? Now I understand why.
It is part of the pre-build deck.
Hand's going to fill up for Desi, however. So it's going to... I'm assuming the top card drawn gets burned, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can tell if the bottom left
is
red.
The X9.
Yeah.
Are there cards that change the maximum hand size?
No.
So nothing like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do what I can.
Immediately going to use the Lana Evolve. I personally like being pretty greedy, so...
Same.
Like, for example, the thing left on board was just a 1/1 4 spat, so you could just drop a second Sonya down, and if the opponent evolves over it or something...
Then you actually follow up with a Kel?
Yeah, follow up with a Kel, or follow up with Unicorn Knight Spear, or something. You can play it a little bit slower and try to get some resources out of it, but this will be a lot more tempo.
I mean, and also you got to think that as the game progresses, the Bloodcraft deck is just only going to get scarier and scarier and scarier.
Yeah.
And so by developing the amulet early on, you develop stickier boards, more threatening boards earlier. Because I think the game plan right now for Hot Meowth is he wants to end this game in like the next 3-4 turns. And if he's able to do that, then that's great. But the Bloodcraft player, like I said, just has so much value in the hand. A lot of healing, a lot of damage. Slain in the hand, double Succubus. Metal Blade as well to draw even more. There's just so much going on.
So you'd like to dump your hand just to use up the repair mode, but then Slaying doesn't always have Rush the following turn if you do that. So gonna hold on to it. Oh, Bell is a very nice pickup. this opens up the possibility of a slightly longer game plan.
Mhm.
Sure.
Another Sonya coming down. I want to play creatures. I don't want to play the Bell.
If you get the Bell down on a later turn, though, it just keeps on getting worse, and you're not going to be able to draw cards.
We don't care about the later turns. We want to end the game now.
Yeah, there
or
can.
one defense.
If you
go with the unicorn, are we that desperate for followers that we're going to pick the unicorn? I don't think we are. Also can go with the evolve right now. Do you evolve the Sonya? Just because a 6/6 ward
you have
is
a Cal in hand.
Quite spooky.
You want to save the evolve for Cal.
All right, Desi and Azure Cloud. Game number 1. A lot on the line and a lot of options in the hand. So let's take a quick listen in with what they're talking about. A lot of options.
Figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, Slane's too good here.
Slane, do we need to ever evolve it? No, right?
No, they have. We know they have a deal 4 in hand, right? So the evolve the shit doesn't do anything.
Okay.
As we know the given information.
Okay.
If they can kill us, but I think.
I mean, if they kill that, I think that's pretty good for us.
Yeah, but how do we answer the kills? The question can kill the kill. I guess
that's a great question.
I guess the Metal Blade Evil should be enough.
Yeah.
So they have Cal 6/5, 6/5, 7/6. Yeah, I think it's fine.
I mean, I think that if we don't play Slane now, we're almost never playing Slane again.
Yeah.
So.
Broke through my guard.
Slane finally finding some value.
Yeah, and I really like that the way they're thinking of how Slane is difficult to play in the mid-game, just recognizing that.
I go with 1 repair mode right now, trade into the Slane. Alright. Works out really nicely. This amulet just provides so much value over the course of the game.
Yeah, but their hand size is gonna go down, keep on going down.
Oh yeah, this is definitely, like I said, the longer this game goes on, the more and more it's going to favor the Bloodcraft player.
Let's check the Technolord count for...
Probably, I'm guessing 6.
Is it at...
4.
Oh,
not quite enough.
Not quite. It's possible... It's a little bit risky to leave stuff on the board right now. Yeah, it's quite risky to leave stuff on the board, especially Father Punishment. The next turn, there's no 2-drop in hand to go 2-cost, evolve, double Technolord. Yeah, it's gonna have to use one.
So that's just to discount the Succubus?
This is to shoot
away.
Oh,
the Technolord as well.
Yeah.
Also, curves out the Succubus as well, so he's going to be able to play it next turn. But that just feels so bad.
Definitely.
I mean, I guess this is also just going into the game plan that they have. The Bloodcraft player can play the grindy game. They can play the value game. They have more draw. They have more value. Havencraft does not have that right now.
That's a lot of value gone, though, from the Technolord. There's only 3 total, and you have to make sure each one gets a lot of good value. We might see the Havencraft side go all in somewhat soon.
I think I'd like to see that as well. But what does all in look like to you?
Yeah, Technolord, the first one did come down. Usually you see something like a Kel all-in, where you buff multiple times with the Kel.
Right. There's 3 buff cards out there. I would see Bell and then maybe 2 of the repair modes. Or just 1 more just to get out of range of the Succubus. Alright.
That's also a difficult decision. 5.
Only gonna deal 5 damage. I think it has to be Succubus next turn, but this is just a very powerful board state.
Yeah.
Gonna go with 1 more.
Metal Blade Demon will be able to evolve over a 4/5, but not a
5/6.
Yeah. There's
So
always...
Demon Technolord is a board clear.
Demon Technolord.
So Metal Blade Evolve trade Technolord.
It should be at around 5 right now.
Yeah, it is at 5.
Yeah.
It's gonna go to 6 after the Metal Blade trades in.
It's not great value.
But you don't care about great value. You're fine trading 1 for 1 because you have so. If I have 10 and they have 3 and we're trading 1 for 1, at the end of that exchange, I'm gonna have 7 and they're gonna have nothing.
The Kel is gonna come down at some point, and
Kel Schmel. He has 1 heal. Kel is great card, but it's only so good.
Kel is very scary.
It's very spooky.
Let's listen in on Dusty and Azure Cloud. It looks like they might be going for the second Technolord, like you're saying.
Yeah. Just keep their board like low HP.
Yep.
And it would trade the long white into them, I think. Yeah.
Trade the 1/1 into the 5/3?
No, not trade, sorry. Hit it into the
The banish definitely isn't at the end of the world either, though.
Yeah, we have a Technolord here.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
this Technolord is gonna do a lot of work later. Well, it has to. And then we can try to get discount with the mono. We can get discount with Succubus by 2. Ideally, we want to like even multiple things with mono to get it to reduce even more. If we can get these Succubuses down to like 4 or 3, then we're gonna be in a really good position.
Yeah, because we can double.
Yeah,
I mean, even down to 5.
Triple spell.
Yeah. Even down to 5 each, like.
Alright, so holding on to the Technolord right now. So it didn't go for the full board clear, trying to bait out this Kel. Seems to have worked pretty nicely.
Yeah, but the board state here.
Yeah, it's real bad. But Succubus does a lot of work on this board.
It's not going to for long.
Alright, so Kel comes down. That's a lot of healing. Deal 2 to everything. Oh no, that hurts to watch. Okay, remember when I said Kel Schmel? I take it back immediately.
9 damage on the Technolord.
So that's going to...
Oh.
So the Succubuses cost 7, so unfortunately they cannot Succubus into Technolord.
Slain?
But they can Slain at a Technolord.
That's not going to be enough, I think. 12.
But if you kill the
10, so 16, 14,
it's close. 19. So one of these is gonna live.
Yeah.
But you almost assuredly kill the Kel.
At this point, you might want to kill the Steel Wing, since it summons a dude. I guess you can clear off the dude with the Destructive Succubus.
Alright.
So, probably hit into Kel, yeah.
Alright, so this has Drain and Storm as well? Or is it just Rush?
Drain Rush.
Okay, so kill that and then Technolord. And the very unlikely scenario that this Kel doesn't die, I'll be very sad. Okay, kill 2 things? Unfortunate. Kills only nothing. Just, it only kills the Kel.
But each of these will... Oh!
So this sets up...
Yeah, each of these will be under 3 HP, though. So the Destructive Succubus is going to be able to clear...
Does the Unicorn Spear only target enemy followers?
Yeah, you have to have a... If it was a Unicorn...
Well, let's see. Okay, so this is... You do it now for sure, because you want to push the extra damage. This is 15 damage. The Nun's going to go to 3.
Actually, it's hard to say, because it doesn't play around anything. The Destructive Succubus...
I mean, you definitely do this. You want to push as much damage as possible. You're going to draw an extra card off the belt next turn. What happened? What's wrong?
He played around the destructive succubus.
Oh, so he didn't buff the face to buff his minions.
I think you heal the steel wing though.
Is the steel wing also a mecha?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just destructive succubus. If you don't attack here, if you attack, then a Kel top deck will be lethal through the wards with 1 heal. So I think you've got attack. I think he had to attack there.
Wait, did he not? Okay, so he didn't attack to activate the vengeance?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no lethal from hand though, from 12.
Yeah, I really didn't like this.
Yeah.
What would vengeance even have done? Like, what was the punish?
Vengeance makes destructive succubus summon a ward.
Okay. This seems like a slightly bigger punish now.
Yeah.
Because these next 2 cards have to be absolutely insane.
Now the destructive succubus 2 can be played
on the bright side. This okay, never mind. The spear doesn't do as much now because the Mono got healed. Draw 2 cards. Picked up another Sonya.
Wow. Sonya is pretty big. Double unicorn spear.
Seems pretty good to me. Push
but
9.
That sets up only 5 health dudes. And the destructive
succubus. Oh, and then the
succubus,
you can play 2 of them. They cost 5 now.
That's...
Mono destructive succubus is such an insane combo. But can you really afford to play around 2 discounted succubus?
Oh, but you can Robo Falcon buff the precant, and then 5. It'll be at 7 health. Okay.
So now it's a 7/7.
Oh.
I kind of like the unicorn here.
I usually take the spear. I've regretted every time I pick the unicorn.
I feel he's running out of followers though.
He is. Wow.
All right. So now double succubus isn't going to be enough.
Kiss
to clear
of
off the 7/7.
Lust. Not bad. I don't know how they're gonna win though.
Playing succubus is a good start. Making 6/6s. Can't be targeted by spells is such a good ability.
But the Haven side is perpetually in this limbo where they can't attack face if they're too scared.
Right.
Definitely want to clear off the 1/3. Just want to get rid of the...
Yeah, anything you can get rid of, you want.
Yeah.
Anything you can get rid of, you want to get rid of.
The
just
dudes on the
because
side.
it's a pain,
Yeah.
especially with this amulet on the board.
Probably...
All right, 3 damage going out. Armor bat coming down. Not the strongest turn.
Yeah, if you make this play, now you can't do double succubus.
Okay.
Your turn, but...
Is there potential lethal? There's a banish is pretty nice.
8, 9.
So what does this creature in the hand do for the Havencraft? The
Robo
Raven.
Falcon.
Robo Falcon, what does this do?
That gives +1/+1 to a mech.
Sounds good to me.
But Sonya is not a mech.
Doesn't sound as good to me now.
Yeah.
Also, it can't give itself that buff, which would be absolutely insane.
Double Unicorn Spear. 6 health.
Okay.
Gonna go down to 4 health again.
Trade there. So now Succubus still doesn't do anything.
Wow.
But sets up the perfect lethal. Actually, with Lust, it's going to be one off. Oh, but it's going to heal the opponent and then buff the board. So you definitely don't want to do that.
You can still remove the Falcon off. Oh, and there.
Wait, this activates Vengeance.
Yeah.
So you can Razor Claw Succubus?
You can. Razor Claw. It's gonna Razor Claw the dude. Okay.
So now this gets ward? Oh, it summons the serpents that are ward.
Yeah.
Alright, what does the Havencraft player have up their sleeve?
I don't think anything. Oh my god.
What was that? What was that about not having anything?
That's the only top deck. Wow.
That's a one of in the deck as well.
Yes.
Okay. That's just exact lethal.
Wow.
The one of card in the deck is all that it takes. 11 damage going face. Hot Meowth laughing hysterically. He knows he got a little bit lucky there. Got a little bit of the BlessRNG from that side of the bracket.
Oh, he dropped it.
You played out the.
Oh, it's really gosh. That was the only card, right?
Yeah, that was the only card in our deck. Yeah.
I'm just gonna tell them I'm going back for real quick. Yeah.
Are you kidding me? The ending of that game, wondering like, okay, he has no cards left. What's going to be? And then he picks it up.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, Actor definitely a really, really strong card and putting in a ton of work. I think on Deathsea and Azure Cloud side, they chose to play out the 5-cost Succubus, so they couldn't play 2 Succubuses out on the same turn. And that made it so that the 5 health and the 6 health, Sonya and the Falcon at the end, they couldn't remove it at all. If it was 6-cost Succubus into both of the 5-cost Succubus, Succubi, then that might have been able to clear the entire board.
And I know we were comparing Hot Meowth and Deathsea in their semi-final wins, but I mean, even right there, Meowth is like, oh, that was clutch. I'm going to go use the bathroom. And then we have like Deathsea who's like, oh, I can't believe we did. Oh my gosh. So it's just like the polar opposites of these two competitors. And yeah, that did seem like it was a pretty close game, especially reaching towards the end game where we are wondering where the Bloodcraft deck is going.
Right. It came down to that one final draw. And I think there was not that many cards have been drawn from the Havencraft side either.
Yeah.
So there was what, say like 26, 27 cards left in the deck at that time. And so that was, sometimes those small percentages, you just have to go for them. And sometimes you get there.
I think overall, they needed to play the Golden Belt a little bit earlier. You can't really win without the resources from the Golden Belt, in my opinion. The Bloodcraft side was using removal after removal, trying to make sure that the Havencraft doesn't have any threats on board. And then, after a certain point, the board swings, but...
And one more game is all that Hot Meowth and Zero Fine need to take a grand finals win at Buddy System here today. So let's see if they can pull it off.
All right, match point in our grand finals. Desi going to be on the play. Hot Meowth going to be on the draw, picking up that Golden Bell and a nice early game curve as well. Desi, Robo Goblin looking okay. But this Slain and Technolord, do you keep the Technolord for later, or do you need to draw the mechs first?
Technolord is so good. I don't think you can have enough Technolords, but at the same time, you also want to make sure you have the card draw to back it up. If you don't have the card draw, you're not going to have the mechs to be able to keep your engine going. So I do like the tossing it, but I probably would have tossed the Robo-Goblin as well, just to really dig for card draw. I don't trust Bloodcraft going first. You're not going to have enough draw. So I just like drawing a bunch of cards, trying to find the optimal Unleash the Nightmare. Having Unleash early and not having Unleash is such a day and night difference that... I usually just hard mulligan for Unleash the Nightmare with the Machina Blood deck.
So would you say a lot of this game relies on mulligan matchup knowledge? Because I feel like a lot of games are not won or lost, but can definitely skew your results depending on how knowledgeable you are about what you need in certain matchups.
Yeah, and like one card difference in the mulligan can change the odds of drawing a specific card by about 10%, maybe more, so depending on what turn it is in the game. So it does make quite a big difference over the long run, and especially if you toss away an important card that you should have kept, that can be a really big deal. And if you keep a card that you don't need, that can also be a really big deal as well. Notably, Hot Meowth and Zero Fine actually held on to Black Inscripture. Black Inscripture you want to use on the Armored Bat, and that would deny a total of 3
mechs.
Yeah, 3 mechs total. Banish it away, and you get the first body, the 1/1 body, and then the 2 assembly droids afterwards. They're all banished away, and you reduce their destruction count for the Machina cards by 3. But it's kind of a specific keep, and I'm a little bit surprised to see it being held, especially with 3 copies of Scripture in the deck.
Right, and then the Unicorn Knight picked up off the top. A 1/3 doesn't compete with the 2/2 quite as well as I think they would like it to, but Unicorn Spear picked up, you know, just nice little on-curve play, and then just the next couple of turns are looking pretty nice for Havencraft side.
Yeah.
But Desi, like, his hand, no slouch as well. Like, Hoverboard Mercenary in the hand, you know, multiple copies of the, or, can't read the card, the what's it? The buffs the card.
Demon?
Hellblaze Demon, there it is.
Yeah.
Overall, very low to the ground, but he's going to run out of gas very quickly if he doesn't pick up something like the Unleash the Nightmares.
The Blood Pact is in hand, so probably going to have enough steam to go on for a little bit. I think it will get to the late game. So sometimes you can get to the late game, sometimes you can't get to the late game. If you get the Blood Pact off, if you get 1 card, draw card, you're probably gonna get to the late game.
Right.
Seems like a difficult decision for turn 3, turn 4. Again, this is game 2, so coaches will be muted on the following turn for
all even turns.
Yeah.
So a lot of players are taking their full amount of time on turn 3 in order to talk out the future turns.
Yeah.
Just to be as effective as possible. So it looks like they're going with the Hellblaze Demon. What are they going to give it to? I personally like giving it to the Gear Snake Tamer.
Yeah.
Just because I like, especially when you have low attack, high health minions, giving them more attack is just good.
I wonder if they're trying to bait out the Unicorn Spear on this turn.
I feel like it's a little preemptive.
If you hit in right now, then you can Unicorn Spear the 2/2 and trade off into the 2/1, and it's just an even trade, but the Haven side only used 1 card in exchange for 2 cards. So I wasn't really sure if you go Robogoblin face, then you get 4 damage.
I guess
in or something.
the Unicorn Knight technically counts as 1 card with the Unicorn Spear. Alright, they're also going to draw more cards when the Golden Bell pops next turn. Sonya coming down as well into a perfect 5-drop. The curve is looking fairly nice right now for the Havencraft player.
No key cards drawn yet, Kel and Alana, but...
Yeah, obviously Alana would be very nice.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you got stuff to play in the meantime. It's not like he's passing on turn 5.
Deathly and Azure Cloud, they weren't able to get over the hump, and so this game, it's gonna be up to them to. So against Havencraft, it didn't get to the point where Havencraft ran out of cards and just made a weak turn, and then Bloodcraft capitalized. It didn't get to that point last game. It got really, really close to that point, but it didn't quite get there. And this time around, Havencraft is going second, and just got a pretty good trade-off. So I think, and has the Golden Bell down. So I think resources-wise, Havencraft's in a really good spot.
Right.
And that
Double
means
Unleashed Nightmares.
it's going to be really tough for Bloodcraft.
But how much mana are they willing to sacrifice for this card draw? Just because all the mana you're not spending playing on this card draw, you're spending not playing demons. Or not playing followers. So meanwhile, your opponent's playing Sonya. They're playing their 5-drops. They're playing their 7-drops. They're playing all these creatures, and you're just stuck. Unleash the Nightmares, Unleash the Nightmares. Sure, it's a good card, but at some point, you're going to have to fight for control of the board.
Hot Meowth and Zero Fine not drawing Alana for maybe the first time today.
Yeah, it's been very consistent with the Alana draw.
Yeah.
I mean, and that, to be fair, they are hard mulliganing for it, so it's, you know, it's very likely to find it when that is your game plan.
And getting the mech count up is super important, so I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Unleash the Nightmare, hit the 1-2 into the 4/4, and then Gear Snake Tamer evolve. And even though it would go up to 4 attack already, it's a 2/3 right now. I wouldn't be surprised to try to get one more count off by just hitting the 1-2 in, making sure the extra serpents don't get banished away.
It's pretty interesting that the Hot Meowth chose not to evolve the Sonya as well. What do you think they're saving it for?
They don't have any strong evolve cards in hand, so forcing out an evolve from the Bloodcraft side was also another option. Just putting the 6/5 on the board, putting a lot of pressure on the board. That would have been a really strong option, like you mentioned. +1. Gear Snake. Evolve.
Alright.
It's possible.
Really nice.
Okay.
So you are correct. They are going to go with that trade-in just to get the mecha count up. Also, I feel like given the matchup and what I know about my opponent, isn't it very likely that they're going to have something to clear off the board anyway?
It's only Kel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like if we're worried about Kel, like is it really worth trading in that one attack?
Getting 1 extra damage on... Well, the scripture might come down to kill off the Armored Bat, and if you don't get the mech count up while the Haven is struggling in the mid-game, then it's not going to be high enough later on when they choose to commit after an Alana or something like that. But by getting the mech count up pretty high already, they're threatening mono every turn, and also making sure that Technolord is a game-changing card.
Alright, I'm assuming the Evolve's going to come down on this Unicorn Knight to clear off the Cobra Instructor. Perfect.
Yeah, Snake Tamer.
Snake Tamer, right. Cobra Instructor.
It's been a long day.
It has. I believe we're going on our 8.5 of casting the Shadowverse Buddy System, and I have enjoyed every second of it. This has been a fantastic tournament, and we're capping it off with 2 of the best players I think we've seen today.
Yeah, maybe even overall of the 4 Buddy Systems, looking from a longer perspective, like these players are playing really solid.
Absolutely. I think last Buddy System, I think Racy is definitely a contender for one of the better players as well.
But in a grand finals, like the average of both players, they're just playing so well.
Definitely very high.
Yeah.
All right, Metal Blade Demon coming down, because I do remember that this time around that these snakes are in fact Machinas.
Yes.
Wait, it doesn't say Machina. They're Bloodcraft.
It has the effect on it. It's kind of annoying.
Oh, because Gear Snake Tamers change everything that comes into play into
there
Machina.
Are actually other cards that can summon.
So you lied to me. They're not Machinas. They were transformed into Machinas by the effect of... Oh my goodness. I can't believe you.
Yeah, there are actually other cards.
Bamboozled. Hoodwinked.
So 2 options here. To Unleash the Nightmare plus buff the Mono. I think it's a pretty good timing to buff the Mono. Or... they're going to attack first. Let's
Push the damage.
Not efficient. Should probably Hellblaze first. But if you get 2 buffs off, then let's say you get 2 4 damage buffs off, then usually it's 6 damage. It becomes 10 damage and then 14 damage on 1 mono. If you get the extra 8 damage, then mono plus 4 buff is an OTK.
It's a lot of card draw.
So that's why it's important to get the buffs off whenever you can. They are gonna overdraw.
What is the mono count at right now?
Mono count pretty high.
I would assume it has to be there.
Yeah, but against Havencraft, I think it was really important to get that buff off on the Hellblaze Demon. And you don't really want to burn cards because it's a resource-intensive matchup. If you burn something like a Technolord and you don't have one left in your deck, it's a pretty big deal. Oh, gonna use the second evolve point.
The Robo Falcon, just to clear up as much of this as possible.
That's not Kel, that's not Alana. Okay, that's not a bad card to discard. Hitting in one of the 1/1s will get to activate mono. I personally... I really want to get buff
We're at
mono.
6 of 7, okay. So you can trade in the non-mech in the middle. Wait, never mind. That doesn't work.
I probably would do something like Hellblaze on one of the monos, and then trade the middle one in Technolord. I haven't seen Alana yet.
I do like Technolord, and it would be a full clear. And then with the Machinas, that's 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3, 12,
I don't
18, 20. I think you're setting up lethal by going with your play with the Blazer on the mono. It cleared off board, and it also set up lethal. Because mono would push so much damage.
Yeah, it would set up 19 damage from hand on turn 9.
And this is a nice play as well. It does something very similar.
Yeah, could have gotten more buffs on the Hellblaze Demon.
Right.
Although I mentioned burning cards. Burning cards, for example, burning cards with Unleash the Nightmare matters because you could have drawn 2 cards instead of drawing 1 card and burning 1 card. And maybe if you use your resources in the mid game and then later on use the 2 card to draw 2 cards, you're netting 1 card difference later on. But if you when it's with the dude, oh man, it's been too long. I don't play that Metal Blade Demon.
Metal Blade.
When you play the Metal Blade Demon, if you burn a card off of that, if you do the Metal Blade Demon, like choose not to burn a card off of the Metal Blade Demon, you're not actually doing anything different compared to burning one. You just gain information of what's left in your deck. So I'm not a huge fan of.
All right. Mono is active. How much damage is this?
A lot.
So that's.
But
comes to 6/6.
If you deal damage over the course of 2 turns, then they have a chance
50.
to heal back up.
They don't heal that much.
Yeah.
It's only healing 1 at a time, and you're pushing 15 damage this turn if you go with the mono.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
If you play the mono with the +3 attack.
The Force Bat doesn't evolve.
Right, because it's not a Machina. Okay.
9.
Kiss of Lust. Hey, this is actually like decent because they don't have the Alana amulet active.
Yeah, should still make it a habit to attack in with the 1-1 into the 4-3 first.
Right, just to get that muscle memory.
Yeah.
Now this 3-3 snake, is that going killing the bot or is that going face?
Let's go face.
Heck yeah.
Oh.
Misplay. SM work? Question mark?
Do me trade. Do me face.
Me go face.
Me go face. And I don't even remember anymore. Father Punishment Evolve sets it to... is the stat increase 7/7? Yeah.
So can't take more than 3 damage either, so that's very good.
He himself is a... Oh, but you don't want to evolve, because then Alana is never going to be able to evolve.
Yeah, but I don't think you're worried about that right now. You're worried about dying.
True.
So I would rather live now and have a suboptimal play later than die now and then go on to game 3.
You don't have a good win condition.
Your win condition is playing some thick, chonky boys on the field and then killing your opponent with them.
10, 11, 12, for example, the second mono in hand was only +3 buff, so there's no lethal in hand without the... Oh, actually there is. Hellblaze plus mono. If something's left on the board, that'll give it +1 buff. Ah, second Evo point gone. There are no ways to restore Evo point.
Nice 3 heal though.
Yeah. Pretty good Technolord target.
Speaking of which, another one.
Nice.
I think this is about as good as Technolord gets.
Yeah,
So we can do late. So it's gonna kill it, put your opponent down to 10. Then
Yeah.
you can follow that up with a
Metal Blade. You have to start with the Metal Blade to get it down to accelerate cost.
Right. Blade draw 2.
Oh.
The third Technolord.
Nice.
Okay, so minions are just not going to be an issue for Desi for the rest of the game. 1.
Pew, pew, pew. Feed back.
Kind of unlucky on Hotmouth and Zerofine's side.
Okay, that's fine. I think they used up all their luck in that very first game on that final draw.
So close matchup, even with good draws on both sides, and with the bad draw on the Haven side, definitely looking pretty difficult for Hotmouth and Zerofine. Can they survive?
Turn's about to end. Oh, the repair mode on the Cobra?
Serpent?
Just to
Sure.
play around... well, they don't even have to play around Kel because they just used their last Evolve point.
Yeah.
Well, Hamiel has a few ways to go about this. Unicorn Spear takes out one of these.
I guess that's not lethal from hand for the blood side. 9 damage from hand? I have to count every time with Mono.
Right. Mono is
Like
9
6
damage
plus
on her
3.
own.
Yeah. It's +4 damage on Evo. If both of these things are cleared, yeah.
Makes an assembly droid, so this takes out everything. Do you use the repair mode on Steelwing?
It would play around
Succubus.
yeah. I don't
So I
think it's
think-
gonna get any better.
Yeah, I don't think you're though. Never mind. I was gonna say I don't think you really care about healing your face at this point.
Now Succubus Armored Bat or something sets up the...
Oh, this is gonna be disgusting.
Yeah.
Also, the Succubus is gonna put him in range of the Mono.
Yeah, by itself.
So the Stadia is gonna come down, but then the Stadia is just going to die to the Succubus. Oh, this is rough. I do not envy the position Hotmeowth and Zerofine are in.
Yeah, imagine if like all these dudes were +3 more.
Right.
It's just completely different. Yeah, so it looks like game 2 is gonna be winding down the next
Kind
turn.
of going
or
through
so.
the motions right now.
Yeah.
You're ahead, you know you're ahead, so just put the mouse where it's supposed to go, click on the things you're supposed to click on, and don't mess it up. There's the Kel. About 10 years too late. Okay, the Iron Knuckle Nuns at least have Ward, so that's kind of annoying.
If the 6/6 is ignored on this turn, there are two options. Full clear the mech and pass, or clear the 6/6 and pass.
Oh, and then hope they just don't have another succubus.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
I think at this point...
Then you just get blown up by Technolord.
Yeah.
I mean,
so either
also
way,
to be fair, Technolord blows out basically any
yeah.
board state that you create. Okay. Mono coming down. This is just enough. 3-3 goes into 2-3.
Gonna play out an extra 2.
Just in case.
Sure.
Alright, 9 damage going to the face. Game number 2 going on over to Desi. We got game 3 in the grand finals.
Like your armor back play, there's like an argument to playing the Hellblaze Demon there to get the guaranteed 1+1 damage. Like it depends on the math, right? But I think there's a world where the Hellblaze is like better because even if they banish it, we already got the attack buff in.
Yeah.
Especially if when
We got to hear, what was he talking about banishing? What cards was he talking about?
Yeah, talking about the next game, maybe reviewing. I think the use of Hellblaze in the mid game would have been a little bit cleaner at some point because the Mono only had +3 attack buff, and it was pretty easy to get extra attack buffs on it in the mid game.
Right.
Could have gotten +4 attack, which is significant, as well as try to go for +4 attack buff, and OTK from 20 damage. And as long as the opponent doesn't have any ward things, that would be a really good way to do it. That's one of the things you can look out for.
It looked like Meowth was just super unlucky in that game too in terms of what he was drawing.
Honestly, yeah. Hopefully this grand finals, game 3, is going to be a little bit closer. You want to see some closer games, good draws on both sides, kind of like game 1.
Let's see if he can find the Kel, find the Elena, as we get into our third and final game of the day in our grand finals for Buddy System. It all comes down to this: Hot Meowth taking on Deathsea.
$2,500 on the line. Desi going to be on the play. Hot Meowth going to be on the draw. Kel already in the opening hand. You can see a big smile come across Hot Meowth's face.
Do you hold it though?
Yes.
Against Blood?
That's the end of that conversation.
Against Blood? I don't know.
Why wouldn't you?
Having Alana is even more important.
Yeah. They're both really good. Alana's great. Kel, also great. Why would you toss a great thing to potentially have a slightly better thing?
Yeah, you're going to need both in the game to have a good chance at winning. Blood is one of those decks that just doesn't die immediately when the opponent plays Kel. You can actually clear it with Technolord or maybe other cards, maybe hit into it with Slain, something like that. It doesn't just roll over and die when Kel is played like some other decks. So it's a hard call. Especially when Kel is a 6/5, and it's gonna be relatively reasonable to clear it out from the Bloodcraft side. Not gonna be pretty consistent in being able to clear that. The first few draws, no Alana.
Not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Lana's great.
There's a long-term game plan with the card drawn off the top. Man, my names are kind of Lemonia, Flood Saint, and Lemonia. If you play a bunch of Salvation X Lemonia, then you get the unkillable Aegis.
Right, we saw that earlier today.
Yeah, so that is another way to play out the deck. So at least there's an alternate wing condition.
Game Bane.
Especially with the Steel Wing in hand, that actually creates 2 Salvation X Lemonias with the assembly droid and the original body being mechs. So we might see an early Aegis be one of the win conditions.
Right. Definitely hard to say at this point in the game. There's so many draws and potential game plans that can be altered on the fly as cards become more and more apparent in the hands.
Yeah, still a couple more draws until turn 4, turn 5.
Right. I mean, Armor Bat on 3 has not failed us yet.
Yeah, Kiss of Lust plus Robogoblin's pretty good too, though.
Oh yeah, that's just a very nice tempo play. Hopefully they do the Kiss of Lust first before they attack. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. Play a thing, kill a thing, deal some damage. It's the economics of card games.
Maybe talking about the next turn, though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think I want to listen in around turn 5, maybe, on the Deathsea and Azure Cloud side.
But you know who we can listen in on? We can listen in on Hot Meowth and his coach Zero Fine as they go into turn number 3. See what they're planning for the next couple of turns.
Okay, so we definitely play Femera and kill the Robo-Goblin. So on the next turn, if they go full wide, like 5 fallers on the board, 3, 4, I don't know, play Kel and clear everything. Otherwise, go for Limonia so that we have so that we can activate her effect, and then probably on 5 we can go Steelwing and start getting the token. So if he just plays another follower, just go for Limonia. If he plays the Armor Bat, just play Limonia and kill the one.
Okay. That sounds good.
A very, very small thing is if you play out the repair mode on face on turn 3, then after Limonia turn 4, you can play the Steel Knight, the Steel Wing on 5, and you won't overdraw on the following turn. But as it stands, probably not going to want to play the Steel Wing so that they don't overdraw. Right now, hand size is 6. That will go up to 7 after Limonia dies, and then on the turn that you draw, it goes up to 8.
Right.
Go down to 7, 6, 7, 8. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I was wrong. I think 7, 8, 7, 6, 7, 8. It's close, but yeah.
But it's that turn 5 you were talking about earlier, Desi and Azure Cloud finally being able to talk about their future turns. Let's take a quick listen in.
Yeah, Hellblade's on low, I think.
So we're gonna run out of mechs as well. Alternatively, I mean, we always would need to bump this in, right?
Yeah, we can draw into one Machina and this like has rush, and it's fine.
What if we ever just bump in Hellblaze and then evolve the Hellblaze and bump it in, just play off curve?
Like you think we should save the technical lore for later? Huh?
Yeah, save the technical lore. Next turn we have Swain guaranteed.
Actually, yeah, I kind of like this better. Okay. It's like lower tempo, but we're playing kind of a control.
Yeah, exactly. So we bump in. I play Hellblaze Demon, buff the mono, evolve the Hellblaze, trade it in.
Wait, no. In this case, you evolve the Machina, right? Because it's 1/1.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, next turn probably just like Slaying, Rush Trick.
Yep.
Using whatever they have. Yeah, okay.
Alright, using one of your precious evolve points on a assembly droid. Not what you really want to be doing. Feels really bad. But, you know, it did clear off the board.
Yeah,
Did float 3 mana as well. That's just, ugh.
No, I think
Just
that
imagine
was
this turn
good.
if they had like an Unleash the Nightmares or something like that. Literally any 3-cost thing.
But I really like Deathsy's play, and they were conversing and thinking out plays together. I
Like
think
they're a team or something.
Yeah, I think Deathsy pointing out some good plays to his coach is pretty cool to see.
Where do you go from here?
So a lot of mechs being played out from the Haven side, so this is on track to being able to play out an Aegis pretty early. Right now, Lamonia count would be go up to 3. Next turn, another Steel Wing, go up to 5. Maybe like turn 8 Aegis is in sight, something like that. 1, 2, can go down to 6, 4, 5. Yeah, turn 8 probably. I don't think you can do turn 7 Aegis. That's pretty good. Turn 8 Aegis is definitely workable, and you're still holding on to evil points, still doing well on board. The Steel Wing actually coming in pretty clutch.
Alright, Slane coming down. This time he's going to have Rush, no Drain unfortunately.
Sweet.
But, you know, not really relevant at this point.
Yeah.
They are max health. But it's just nice to have it, you know?
The opponent now knows that in addition to repair mode, there's a minimum of 2 other mechs. Not really a surprising fact.
The Bloodcraft deck has mechs in the hand? It's like, yeah, we knew it.
Yeah, it does.
Alright, discount. I think putting all the discounts on this Kel as well, which I really like to see. You're able to compound it with more healing effects like the Unicorn Spear. So, Black Inscripture. Quick answer to that Slane.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to play out an Aegis before turn 8, it looks like, so there's no reason to force out a bunch of mechs, and instead gonna hold on to a lot of the resources, maybe play out the second Steel Wing on turn 7, try to set up a turn 8, and these 4/4s, the 4/5 Steel Wing, they're all making the Blood player nervous, and they just used up a Slane. Now they might have to use up another Evolve point, or they're going to have to risk that there's no Alana off the top. It's a scary situation to be in from the Bloodcraft side.
I wonder if they're going to use one of their Technolords.
You really don't want to.
I know, but if you're that worried about it, is that a risk you can afford to take? Also, what do you think Hot Meowth is holding on to these Salvations for? They cost 0, they discount stuff. Do they have any tandem effects with anything else in the deck?
You want to use Lamonia when you play out the cards, as long as you're not burning cards off the top. Like you just want to hold on to the zeros. You do have to have higher APM to play out all the zeros on the same turn,
which has been a problem for Hot Meowth.
Yeah.
He has missed a few turns.
But it is optimal to just hold on to the zeros until you play more mechs, and you might overdraw, or until you play out whatever you need to play out.
He needs the second Evolve point in order to take out this Sonya?
I think at this point, you have to get a ton of value off of this Technolord.
Right.
And it's really
What number is the Technolord at?
Not
like
very
8?
high. No, the Mono isn't glowing.
Oh, it's just at 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
If there was even something like Man, I keep on forgetting the card. The 5-cost draw.
Metal Blade.
Oh my god.
Techno Lord coming out. And you can see the surprise on Hot Meowth's face. He's like, really? Okay.
Aegis is going to come out on turn 8 if the mechs are removed off the board.
He can use the Scripture again to deal with this Robo Goblin. He really
Probably want to hit in with the Steel Wing to summon an extra assembly droid.
Definitely.
So I would hold off on the Blackened Scripture. Definitely want to save it for like a second armor bat. I wonder if they see the... Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Steel Wing coming in. Assembly Droid on the field. Auto repair modes for Desi. But really does not have a lot going for him right now. He has this Destructive Succubus, which is going to do really well in the coming turns, but this is still a turn away. He chose not to evolve last turn. So he did not get the discount on the Destructive Succubus.
And that is a lot of salvations coming out. But using it on Cal immediately.
I like that.
I don't like that.
Explain.
Just hold the Limonias. The opponent will think you have a large hand.
They're worried about card advantage.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You should use one.
Okay.
But... Oh, man.
Turn is over. Alright, Desi.
Card draw.
You're on your own.
Okay.
Metal Blade Demon draws one.
It's card draw, but Aegis is going to come out pretty soon.
Right. Metal Blade can kill two things. It can kill the droid and then trade it into the Steel Wing.
It's actually an option to mono Metal Blade in order to draw 2 cards.
I was about to say that, but I didn't want you to make fun of me.
It's so bad. It's so bad, but you might have to do it.
So what card are you looking for off that extra draw that would warrant playing the mono?
Second mono.
So you're going to play a mono
extra
to find
card
another
draw.
one?
More card draw.
Sure.
And it's a threat against Aegis, so...
Alright, here comes the upgrade. Or the evolve, I should say.
Yeah.
Metal Blade Demon dealing 2 to the assembly droid, trading... Hold up. Oh, Kiss of Lust. Okay, yeah. That makes more sense. This is going to trade into the Robo Falcon.
Mono is going to activate somewhat soon. That should be 6? Yeah, if
so
they held...
8.
They could have held right there.
Right.
And...
I think they're setting up lethal.
There's no lethal.
That's 9 plus 8, 17.
Ooh.
So it's 2 off.
Elana.
So it's a 2-turn lethal.
Elana.
So that's going to be 9 plus 8, 17. Yeah, it's a 2-turn lethal.
And
so if you
can
go
we
with
check
the mono play...
number of salvations? Okay,
3.
4.
If you go with the mono play, you push 17 damage, and then you can follow it up with the Succubus to deal the remaining 3. And that also survives through 1 heal. So if your opponent heals twice, then you know. It's unfortunate, but I think that's what you just have to go for at this point. You're running out of gas so quickly. This is also assuming that Hot Meowth doesn't use an evolve point this very turn.
Yeah, you're gonna use the evolve point.
Heavenly Aegis. Can you wait? Can you evolve the Heavenly Aegis?
Yes.
And then trade it in, and then it takes no damage.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a cool art. Righteousness. Deus Volt.
So mono. Mono.
So Alana, evolve, Cal,
or yeah,
repair.
Yeah,
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. You can even fit in like a lot of stuff. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, you can fit in Unicorn Knight plus Spear, plus Kel, plus Repair Mode.
You're staring down a 10-10 that cannot be targeted by spells, cannot be damaged by creatures.
You can target it. It just doesn't
do anything.
Yeah, that's actually an important distinction, but...
Okay. But what... You're a player. You're in Destiny's shoes right now. What's going through your head? You're staring down this. What are your outs? What are you looking for? What are you thinking about?
Maybe they hit your face and you succubus to prevent stuff, but the Lana was drawn. So that out's kind of gone too. The next turn is just too powerful. Let's listen in on Hotmouth and Zerophine.
There are some important turns here.
Okay, so now you play Kel.
Okay.
You play the Unicorn Knight. Yeah. Take the Unicorn, the 6/6.
The 6/6?
The 5/5, the 5/5, yeah. Evo Kel.
He's not going for Elana.
He might be a little excess at this point.
It's still better.
Play the 6/6. Heal your face. Heals your face. Then repair mode. Go face. Now you should be able to win even through the destructive succubus, I think. So yeah.
Yeah, just I wasn't sure if I should have up Lana last turn over.
No, definitely Aegis. Definitely Aegis.
Okay.
If you have lethal on the next turn, just kill them. Otherwise, defend. Clear and defend.
All right. Wise words from the coach Zerophine. If you have lethal, just kill him. And to be fair, that is some pretty important advice just because that has not happened in the past. Some players have forgotten to kill them if they have lethal.
Including Hotmouth.
Right. But what does Desi do here?
To be fair, it was a multi-step lethal, if I remember.
Yeah, step 1, click the unit. Step 2, drag it to the face. Multi-step. The APM required was extraordinary. There's Succubus coming down. Not enough.
Glad, we got to see Elana doing well without 11, technically. Yeah. Nice. Playing 2's outs. It's not going to be enough because of the Black Inscription in hand.
Right.
But really cool to set himself to 11.
Also the father as well.
Yeah.
Could, make just a bot. All right, 10 going face.
Yeah.
6 going face. Hot Meowth in Game 3 in the Grand Finals takes it on the back of the Heavenly Aegis. One of the coolest cards I think that exists in the game.
Oh my god. The Heavenly Aegis. Did it.
We did it, dude. Good job.
Nice. I am the king.
The king of what? The king of what? It's got to be the king of Buddy System because, I mean, this is the fourth?
The fourth Buddy System.
Fourth Buddy System that Zerophine has taken his student all the way to the finals, and I believe the second or third time that they've won the entire thing.
Yeah, back-to-back as well. He won the previous one on the back of Ray C, his Panda Global teammate, and now this time with Hot Meowth. It's just incredible performances, very consistently.
Zerophine has, I have no idea, some sort of magical coaching abilities, but Hot Meowth, credit needs to go to him too, because like you said, you were talking him up at the beginning of the day, experienced card game player, and it really showed, especially in kind of staying cool and during all of the high pressure situations when you don't get to talk to your coach.
Yeah.
It's as experience builds up over time, a lot of people knew card games like, oh, that's crazy, like, oh, why did this happen to me? And when you're in experience, it's like, it's another Tuesday. It's just like, you're just used to it in those high pressure situations, those repetitions, and it really shows right there.
I think both of the players, the players in the grand finals were both playing really, really well on their own, and they're consulting their coach rather than just being piloted by their coach, being solely instructed by their coach. They're being they're instead leading some of the discussion. They're understanding a lot of the card game mechanics, and I think they showed off really a lot of card game knowledge overall.
Let's go ahead and take a look at our final bracket for today. And there you have our Buddy System champion, Hot Meowth, and Coach Zero Fine. And would you look at that, our third place winner, Tempo Storm Snake Nade and Coach Payne 2-0'd. So there was our Tempo Storm matchup. It was the third place match, and it was a stomp.
You know what? I do need to apologize to Payne.
No, don't.
And Snake.
Don't. Double down.
Stick with your guns.
Double down. Call him out on Twitter. Make a YouTube video calling him out there too, and then tweet about the YouTube video.
Yeah, that'd be perfect. That would be absolutely wonderful.
That Dragon Duck is pretty cool.
Yeah,
I gotta admit, yeah. Like, I don't like it how it's built, like the lack of 2-drops. That's the big thing, okay? But the deck itself, that's really cool. I'm really glad they brought it. There's so many other decks, like a ton of Bloodcraft decks that a lot of other players deck. It's strong, and it's an obvious choice. And in comparison, the Dragoncraft deck was strong. Like, I have to admit that it was strong in this format, and it did a lot of work, and it was a unique deck, and they played it in a very good way. They showed expertise over it. I think it was really exciting to watch that.
And I do believe that we have an interview with our winner standing by. There he is, Hot Meowth. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Congratulations. How does it feel to be the grand finalist winner, victorious champion of the universe of Buddy System?
I was pretty surprised because like I wasn't originally gonna be here to begin with, because like I was gonna substitute Racy, my friend, and my ex-teammate from Panda Global. And I know Zero Fine for a while too, and they've been really well and like cared a lot. So yeah, I really appreciate it. And yeah, I was just kind of surprised, but yeah, I'm really happy that I get to win this.
And Zero Fine, do we have you on the call as well?
Yeah. How you doing, guys?
All right, we get to talk to you yet again.
Extremely tired.
You're tired?
Yeah.
What time is it?
You have no idea. It's 7 a.m.
7 a.m.? So you pulled an all-nighter then?
Yeah,
I
really
did.
cared this one.
I did.
But was it worth it? He's not answering.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm lost for words. I'm losing connection to the real world.
Oh no!
We'll let Edwin do the talking.
Well, we did cut you off a bit in your winning moment. We heard you say, "I am the champion," and then we cut out.
The king of.
Oh, the king of. What are you the king of?
I'm the king of this. I'm the king of this event.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
Then tell us again. Refresh our memories. What is your secret?
As I told you before, there's no secret. The fact is that my players always have the will to win. They read their cards. They actually think with what they have. And that's what
Are
happens.
you implying that the other players aren't thinking and reading the cards?
No, I think that the other like today, I think it was probably the deck choice, and some other times it was the deck choice too.
And also,
I think that people underestimate how crucial it is on game 2 and game 3 the even number of turns where the players play by themselves.
Yeah, really solid play.
Sometimes I've seen games where you are not supposed to lose at all, and because of the inexperience a player has, like they might make a mistake in a crucial even turn and lose virtually unlosable game. Like.
Yeah, it's like I feel like it's really easy to mess up too. Like even for me, like after the coaching, it's because like you don't know where you gotta draw.
Yeah.
Because like in Shadowverse, mistakes are rarely forgiven, and then especially in a format like this, if you make a mistake, you will possibly not come back unless you have Kel in your deck.
Just throw Kel.
Yeah, we enjoyed watching you guys panic on if you were going to be able to find that card or not. But Zero Fun, I do want to let you go because I want you to get some sleep in before you have to wake up and start your day. So hot me up for you. Any final thoughts on Buddy System, playing with Zero Fine, or the entire tournament?
I think it was a really fun experience. I get to know about Haven. I had played 0 games of Haven craft. So it was quite the experience, and yeah, it was really fun playing with Zero Fine. It's like I have to keep reminding him like, just need one more game. Just gotta have your eyes open, to stay awake.
Yeah. Okay. Here, I have one final question for you. This is something we were curious about. Where did you get your name from?
Smells the Pokemon.
What about the adjective
meow.
before it?
It's kind of oxymoron because I don't know, Melf's not regarded to be pretty hard most of the time. I mean, I don't know if you guys played Pokemon Sword and Shield. The new Melf is it's something the way he looks.
Great. Well, we have not yet, but that's something that we can look forward to. Hot Me Off Zero Fine, once again, congratulations on the win and becoming our Buddy System champion for the week. Everyone, drop the emotes in chat. Drop the high fives, drop the poggers, and let's... Oh, I hear air horns going on in our audio. And wishing you guys a good night.
All right, good night, guys.
Oh, that was so sweet of them. Yeah.
If there's any word to describe Edwin, it is definitely sweet. He's just a lovable character, and you just want to hold him. And... after that tournament win, I want to hold them right now, too.
Oh, well, gentlemen, is there anything that you'd like to add? Any final thoughts? Anything that you'd like to say before we close out our show?
Again, I want to reiterate how well the players were playing. Zero Fine was talking about it on the even turns in Game 2, Game 3, especially in the Grand Finals. Deathsy and Hot Meow, they were playing really, really well. If you looked at the footage without knowing anything about it, if you just looked at game footage, it'd be difficult to tell whether or not they were being coached or not. I would say even that far, they're playing really well. They had an understanding of their deck, and Deathsy, maybe over the course of a few buddy systems, he's made an appearance, and that game knowledge overall from card games carrying over, and also experience with Shadowverse carrying over, really, really impressive. Hot Meowth making his experience work from playing Shadowverse previously, but never played Havencraft before. Really, really impressive to show that off.
Yeah, this is an awesome event. I love being here with you guys especially. You guys are a pleasure to cast the games with, and Shadowverse is an awesome game. So if you haven't tried it out yet, go and do it. You might win some packs from that giveaway that we've been talking so much about.
Hashtag SV Buddy System. Go tweet it out. Get some card packs. But guys, thank you so much for joining me on the couch today. And everyone, thank you so much for tuning in and watching our show. And we'll see you next time.